I mean, they've been really good in the play-ins. You can see this is their series score, 5-1 overall in play-in series. So, you know, they have been really good historically. I definitely think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a lot of like.
Are sure Mr. Giga Chat won't be won. No, I did. I was watching.
Oh no, that's not.
I was watching.
They switched up the graphic instantly.
I did. I watched
that. The other good one. Yeah. But unfortunately, G2 when they went up against Vietnam teams in general.
I barely woke up. I snoozed like 10 times.
That is also what G2 stands for.
Yeah.
I snoozed 10 times.
When G2 won it all, guess what? They lost to the Buffalo.
Watching without it. I was getting ready for stream. I was setting up all the stuff.
Always kind of shifting it into a positive thing because it was a different time for G2.
I like those odds though. So let's see if it pays out for them. Today I
I'm
want to
here
check
now, though.
what the fans think and
Prove
have
it?
voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for G2.
He's shaving his mustache.
2.1% of the
Roman
votes.
gonna shave his mustache.
I have to
G2 here.
say,
Yes?
I would have expected more, but for me it makes sense that fans may be losing.
Or is he?
A lot of fans.
G2 stands for
There's a
go
lot of
to
GAM
airport,
fans.
guys.
Honestly,
Go
we've been
to
going around
airport.
here and we've been seeing a lot of GAM fans in general.
GAM time.
Oh my god, that's an amazing shirt.
Yeah,
it's
nice
immaculate.
shirt.
But yes, look, I'm just gonna do it, man. Like, for me,
what do you guys have?
this is my prediction. I'm just gonna be like, you know what, if you can zoom in, you can. This is just the G2 comment. I call it
G2
conscious
3-0.
comment. It's going to hit GAM. It's not gonna be pretty. This is back when the
Apocalypse reference.
So I'm putting that out there.
It's tough. I mean, I
오늘
do
옷가
still
가려나?
believe in
세찬님
G2.
어서
I think
오세요.
it's actually going to be a
Hi.
really close series.
Welcome,
To me, I'm
guys.
looking at two lanes. I'm looking
I'm
at
awake
how much
now.
better Kiaya has been
Good
than Broken
morning.
Blade, but
9 a.m.
then
in
you
Korea.
have to also look at mid lane. And
Bro, I
do
had to
feel
like after
both the
yesterday's
mid laners
stream,
here for
guys.
GAM
Remember yesterday
are
we
gonna be
we streamed for
really
like
in
4
tough
a.m.
against
to like
Caps, and I
12
feel like
a.m.
when G2 is up against it, you can
Yeah.
always believe in Caps magic.
I went outside to do IRL
so
stuff and I couldn't take a nap like usual.
And I
So
do feel like
I ended
the
up
mid gap is
sleeping
gonna be
like
probably
super
too big
late.
for GAM today.
I slept at like
Which
midnight. Means I stayed up to I stayed up 24 hours last night.
And they were like
Huh?
all
No wonder I'm
smiles,
fucking
vibing,
tired,
singing
huh?
and dancing to the Backstreet Boys, and then G2 comes in, dead silence. What do you
Say
guys
to
think
me
of that?
staying up 24
I mean,
hours
you
for
could look at- you
MSI.
could look at glass half full. They're Stone Cold Killers. They're locked
SMH?
in. You could look at a glass
GAM
half empty.
time.
The vibes are
GAM time,
off.
baby.
This team is going
GAM
to go
time.
0-3, and they're going to home.
Okay, Raz is changing his prediction
I'm
right
changing
away.
my prediction.
Typical Raz.
I'll give
Okay,
it to
chat.
you
Do
one.
I
It's a
cheer for
3-1.
G2 or do I
It's
cheer
gonna
for
be a
GAM
smaller
time?
Boys will get
today?
the game.
Yeah, that's
아,
one
5번님
game.
어서 오세요. Hi.
Game, they have 5 games to prove it all. Last time you changed your prediction because I know you can flip it anytime. So this is what's gonna stay for the rest.
No,
of the
this is an invincible
series.
board. This is built for me.
Alright.
I might even have flip-flops on right now.
Keep
I
an
like how
eye
he
on
changed to
Raz and his
3-1.
prediction, of course. That's all for us here. I think the stage is set for this matchup. One last
I
best of
also
5, one
think
last series
G2
to
gonna
prove it
win
all.
today,
It is
Margin.
GAM versus
I think
G2
G2 is gonna
esports,
win
and it
today.
starts right now.
Happy birthday, Kobe.
G2. Lucky it's one series today. If not, it'll be super later. Also for today. True, Lemon. That is very true. Holy. I don't know. The schedule is rough, guys. The schedule is really rough. 8시는 진짜 아니라고. Karen, I literally snoozed so much. I almost slept in today. I almost couldn't make it on time. I was so tired. I had to force myself to like get up and be a responsible adult.
It is the final best of 5 before we hit main stage.
아, 노토님 어서 오세요.
action.
Good
It
morning.
is the
Hi.
last chance to make it to that main stage for
The
both G2 and GAM here today.
Peppy,
I'm Captain
Lighto.
Flowers, joined by Kobe for this one. Happy birthday, first of all, my friend. And the present that we got for you is hopefully a banger series.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you. Yes, it should be a banger series. And as they said on the analyst desk,
He's rocking
should
the
be
outfit.
closer than a lot of people
I'm so
were
tired.
thinking
Wait, why are
coming
you
into
tired?
this.
You're from NA, AJ.
Clearly, BLG by far the best team in
I don't want
play-offs.
to hear any
Already out of
NA
here, so
viewers
only one
complain
of these
about
two
the
teams
schedule.
can join them in moving on to the next stage. And this is the point where you're so close to moving on to main
Americans,
stage
Canadians,
and really have to
South
lay it all
South
out
Americans,
on the risk.
Mexicans. You guys have it good. You guys have it good.
For both of these teams to see who is worthy
You guys have it great.
of going on to the main stage, and the other, well, 9 teams that are now waiting since BLG is qualified, as you've already mentioned, or going home.
I mean,
Such
to
a
be
huge
fair, our
difference,
schedule's
all
ruined too
resting
from
on
having
just
to
one
watch your
best of
stream.
5. And because it's just been 3 days here in play-in
Oh.
stage, you don't have a lot of time to refine those strategies,
True.
work on improvements. You got to be lightning
True.
fast.
Exactly. Not a lot of time to
That's actually really
recover
true.
from the
Because
errors,
normally,
from
my
the
viewers are
problems
watching my
that
stream,
have
so they're
arisen.
probably...
All right, we're getting into Champ Select.
We're really
Powered by
going to
Omen
Champ
and
Select?
HyperX here for the first
Wait,
time today.
잠시만요.
We got G2 on the blue side. We got GAM on the red. We got G2 immediately banning out the Nocturne as well as the Rumble and the Gwen. Those are like the most played top laners for Kiaya throughout the spring split for GAM. Pantheon and Maokai banned out by GAM as they target Skumon in the jungle.
Kiaya,
G2
target
here,
ban.
the strategy in game number 1. Just target the big stars of GAM. Levi and Kiaya, you're talking about those most iconic champions for them.
안녕하세요,
Those
어서오세요.
are the
Good
big
morning입니다.
split between them. Of course, Levi, in addition
I have a
to
cup
the
of coffee,
Nocturne,
by the
Wukong,
way,
also a very,
in my
very
heart.
big one
Yeah.
for him. And game number 1, so many of the AD jungles are left open, so they don't have to really worry about that pool at the moment. And they opt for the Varus first here for Hansama.
Yeah, going with that power pick, AD carry. He works well with
Paris is the
matchups,
number
and
one
easy to pick
pick
him up
in
B1.
It's one of those
MSI.
strong
Number
lane
1
AD
ADC in MSI.
so then
Varus.
they have to
Not
worry about
not
the other
Kalista
side
anymore.
on GAM, but
칼리스타가
immediately they're gonna go for mid-jungle instead.
중요도가
Versus
많이
Talia is
떨어졌네요.
still up,
Kalista is
and
not number
Talia
1
is
anymore, guys.
instantly locked in
Talia
with
is
one of the
number 1
picks.
mid laner.
Interesting.
미드는 역시 근데 탈리아가
of the vibe, but they opt
제일
for
좋지
Xin Zhao
않을까요?
instead. They don't want
I
to
think we're gonna
go
see
too all in on the Vi. Of course, Levi, the last Vi game was he went very, very deep and had some mishaps
Ari.
early on
Probably
in the
maybe
game.
Ari.
So
Annie?
opted for the Xin Zhao instead.
Annie
Love seeing
Yukong?
Levi on a
Annie
champion
Yukong.
like Xin Zhao, because ever since I first
Annie
saw
Yukong.
Levi
Trundle.
years and years ago, back when GAM was the Gigabyte Marines and they introduced us to the level 6
트런드로
versus level 3
신드라?
games with power farming, he has taught me the philosophy
애니 50 이런 거 나올 줄 알았는데 그 정도까진 아닌가? 네, 애니 되게 좋아 보이긴 했거든, 지금까지. Annie looks really broken though. 페비 누나 헬로요. 어서오세요. 이리아님 어서오세요. Holy shit, Fevi Hustle was a coin. Cold. G2 wakey waker. Good morning.
Insane 1v1
9 a.m. in the morning.
And is a very common and
morning.
good response here into the Xin. So
Oh, the Cap
Skumon
Syndra
gets
is a
little
classic
comfort
though,
there
guys.
and
Cap
gets
Syndra is a
good matchup
classic,
for
right?
himself. The pillar just can be so useful.
Artemis is playing Jhin?
What we have to touch on is the
Jhin duty?
Syndra pick
Okay.
here for Caps locked in game number 1. Into that
진이 근데 신속 신발 신고 트런들 상대로 그나마 괜찮나? 평타 치면서 카이팅 가능한가? 트런들 요즘 진짜 와 정말 자주 나오죠. 밴도 자주 되고 굉장히 사깁니다. 진나그냥 방송을 한국에서 하시는 거예요? 네 맞습니다. 어서오세요. 웰컴이다요. 페아 한국님도 어서오시고 패션님 어서오세요.
We know how effective this champion could be at assisting from a distance that's long enough away where you're not in danger of getting hit by those scatter the weaks into the unleashed power, into the instant gray screen for an AD carry. Second half bans coming in now though, and we're targeting top laners with Sion banned out by GAM and Jace the first ban for G2.
Yeah, because Broken Blade is gonna have to blind pick.
Jax ban!
GAM want to leverage
Consulting open?
counter pick here for Kiaya.
Consulting open and Bessa open.
Safer possibilities for Broken
Consulting and
Blade.
Bessa?
Sion instantly off the table. And they do go for the Jax here as well. So really trying to chop that one down, but
Over and open?
yeah, the Kiaya matchup here into Broken Blade. It's no secret that Broken Blade has had a bit of a struggle this tournament.
Board
Definitely
open.
has been a rough one for
Board
him
open,
starting
board
out.
open,
And
board,
so
board,
kind of
board.
assume that he is going to blind pick
Jhin board,
something
Jhin
very
board,
safe up
Jhin
there.
board.
With the sign out,
네,
you know,
다들
Renekton is a
나오기에는
pretty good blind
근데
pick. Ornn is a pretty
그건 좀
tanky
서브
one,
챔프
but
원래
it's not gonna win
레리
you a lot of
낫죠.
matchups.
Realms
Kiaya
much
here with
better.
counter pick
All the way to
could definitely do
Trundle?
a lot of damage.
And I like the
Board
Nautilus
of them?
ban from G2 here as well. They know
Oh,
that GAM are going to pick
Alistair.
support on 4 to give Kiaya that
Bro,
red side
G2
final
complex
pick,
so
counter pick.
broken.
So they just want to remove that point
How
and
is
click
Jhin gonna
lockdown
ever
from
kill
either one of
Alistair
these
Trundle
mobile
comp?
carries
What?
in the Syndra or the Varus. Instead,
진이
GAM's
근데
gonna go
알리스타
with another
트런들 상대로
CC-heavy
어떻게
engage
죽이냐?
style of support with the Rel.
They don't have
So
enough
that's
damage
gonna
to kill
be
Alistair
their big
Trundle.
engage button for when these team fights go
And
down.
Renekton
But G2's
for Broken
response,
Blade.
they'll grab
Okay.
the Alistar, a very classic counter to the Rel, and Renekton just one of the most fitted into anything. It works with everything. Blind
Time to
pickable
lock in the
tops
vein.
the game
Oh,
Blind pickable is
the Warwick
key there.
cover?
Oh, I love the BM here.
The shout out to the
Oh.
infamous Warwick of Broken
Oh.
Blade. Elio, how long is he gonna hold
그
that one?
브로큰
Not
블레이드
too
선수가
long.
첫 경기에 MSI 첫
Honestly,
경기에서
the
5획을
hovers
해가지고
over there, pretty interesting, but
겁나
in the end, they
두드려
still come
맞았거든요.
back to the Gnar, which
Gnar?
can
Okay.
do so many
I wanted to
different
see like
things, you
Vayne
know,
top or
has some
something.
quick
That would be
pushing
so
options,
funny.
has those team fighting
Vayne
options, as
나오면
long as
딱
they
좋긴
control the
한데.
Gnar bar on their timing. And that
클렌즈
is
베인
something
탑
that
하면 안
Gam
되나요?
really are good at is
Where's
all
the
going
bossy
at
queen?
once as a
Bossy
team
queen with
on the
cleanse?
correct timing there. They just all call for it and full
원래
send.
레넥톤 상대로 한 번씩 퀸이 나왔었는데 노프를 많이 받아서 요즘은 나올 김새가 안 나오고 당신은 제우스가 아니고 티모!
Do you really prefer one comp over the other, or are we pretty evenly matched here?
To me, the comps themselves look
Carlitos, 6
very,
for 5 months,
very curious to see how
appreciate
Syndra goes
Really,
because
sure?
this champion is
Really,
not
sure?
getting picked a
Really,
lot,
sure?
and so there's going to be a
Or-
lot of eyes here.
Welcome back to
If
the
it
Meeple
is
family.
successful,
Appreciate
you know,
it very
maybe you
much.
start to see some changes as far as draft goes.
Who's the
but
team
in
you're rooting
game
for? I go
number
for
one
GAM.
here,
See GAM?
picking it away
I don't know.
is
We have
not
some
going
GT
to,
fans
like,
in the chat. We have some
deplete
GAM
any
fans in
champion
the
pools
chat.
for Fearless moving on later.
Loser
So
goes
it's
home
going to
today,
leave
so-
a lot of those holes up, and Syndra's a champion that does have a lot of burst damage, does have, you know, really good gank follow-up, gank setup as well for itself, but is low mobility.
Right.
So can get taken advantage of.
3-1
Both of
GAM.
the carries on the side of G2. When
You guys
we're looking
actually
at the
think
Varus,
GAM's
when
gonna
we're
win
looking
today?
at the Syndra, very
I think
lacking in
G2's
terms
gonna
of
win
that
today.
mobility.
오늘
And if
G2가
TI
제
and
생각엔
Levi
이길
can
겁니다.
work together like we've seen them do for a lot of the game
수수
wins
might be
with
winning
these
cost.
champions like Xin and Gnar that want to dive into the back and find them. If they
And
find
I might
those
be
marks,
wrong.
they can tear through them.
Yeah,
We'll see.
and even though we did see the analyst stats all predicting G2 in this series, I want to point out some things that GAM has done very
나도
well
GAM이
in
이길
this
것
tournament.
같다고.
And
오, I
one of
believe
the
in
main
GAM.
ones is that
Gamba?
even in their losses
Barker,
to
hello,
BLG,
supply.
they had good early games. They had good early game setups. They oftentimes got themselves into good early game positions due to Levi being
Support
very
my
active,
country.
proactive, and aggressive. And so they actually
A lot of
have,
people are supporting
we're
GAM.
going to see a little bit of a move towards the Raptor pit. Just going to be the ward,
chicken
though.
ward.
But they often, they actually have the highest
How's the sound, guys?
gold advantage at 14
Is the sound
minutes.
okay? Hello, Fevi, did
Full
you rest,
difference,
bro?
actually, at
Not
14
really.
minutes of all of the play-in teams, even though they lost to BLG.
Probably need to
because
sleep
in
more
those
after
games
this game.
that they still
After
ended
the
up losing, they
series,
still
go
actually
back to
generated
that.
some early good positions. It's just that later on, towards the setups on around the objectives,
I think it's
and when
okay,
they got to
okay,
moving around the
perfect.
map,
Cather's a
they
bit too
did,
loud, okay.
lose out
I'll turn it down a
and
little bit.
drop those leads. So it definitely has been something that we want to keep our eyes on because Levi definitely has been more proactive and a lot more active
Good, okay,
say,
perfect.
than Skumon so far, who
뭐야, 탱고!
sometimes
땡스를
when
25
you're
months
feeling
special.
super confident, you'll default into a lot of extra
25
farming.
months.
So we'll see if
감사합니다.
Levi does keep up with
Thank you,
that
Tayo.
trend.
And there's the gold difference you were talking about on screen.
Sound is
G2,
fine,
they
okay,
are
perfect.
positive,
All
but
good
just
now?
barely.
Perfect, perfect.
Furia was the ones who were consistently behind in the early games. They have been eliminated at this
It's
point.
GAM time,
But
baby.
BLG and GAM top
GAM
of the
time.
charts there with the much higher values, with the stronger early games. And you can see here a comparison of those junglers that you were talking about.
Oh wow,
Yeah, and
Levi's
as you can see,
KP
you know,
is
some of
so
these early
high.
game numbers is one of the focus.
80.7%?
Levi getting very active, lots of kills and assists for him generated.
정글
But of course, then Skumon with the
정글 KP가
later
80.7%면은
But
굉장히
both of
높은
them
편인데요.
actually just going for their full
정글
clears
없으면은
opposite directions,
플레이가
of
안
course,
되는
and
수준이라는
we did
거야.
see the Raptor ward go down. That gave them the extra information.
And the KDA on Levi
Hello,
being
Finding a
lower,
Supply.
I feel like is a consequence of that full send PvP type of play style. He's going to be a part of everything. He's going to go in. The more you go in, the more you go down.
G2가 올라오겠지.
And,
저도
sometimes,
그렇게
hey, it
생각합니다.
works
뭔가
out,
오늘
you're the
미드
nobles
차이가 날 것
Yeah,
같은데.
he creates a lot of
I
plays.
think we're
Not
gonna
all
see
of
some
them
mid gap
always
today.
look like
I
the
was
bad
not
game
impressed
that
with
we were
Emo
kinda
or
talking
Aris.
about, some of the early stuff,
Both
but
of
he's
the
always
Gigabyte
looking for
Marine
those
mid
angles.
laners look
And
shaky
he has been on
compared to
the international
Caps,
stage quite a lot, so
who's been, you know,
definitely doesn't
playing
show
his usual
any
self.
fear.
One thing I do want to point out in this one, just because I feel like we've seen a
Cops
lot of it
always,
so
like,
far in the play-in stage, neither one of the supports
popping off, I
running an
think.
unsealed spellbook this game.
At least
I
being
feel like we've
consistent.
been
I don't know about
seeing,
popping off.
especially as we're going later into Fearless in
consistent.
some of these best of fives, we're seeing more and more
이모님
support picks
못하시긴
taking
하다.
the unsealed spellbook to make teleport plays or
아니
extra
근데
smites, but not happening in
이모는
this
너무
one.
근데
Yeah,
닉네임이
generally
너무
we'll see a
웃긴데.
lot
By
of,
the way, if you guys
unsealed
don't know,
spellbook when
emo
you're
in
in a
Korean
matchup
means
that you
aunt,
can, like, get away
auntie.
with it, right? And you don't
This is
need
actually
your
really
aftershock,
funny.
but here,
A lot of
both
like
are
memes
like,
coming out from
We're
that.
gonna need some
Yeah, like
extra
literally the
tankiness
word for all this
ourselves,
emo.
So we go with that
So,
aftershock summoner spell on
want
the
to-
side, and of course that support matchup that you're
It's
looking at
anti-mid.
down there. We didn't address it in the champion select, but
이모님이
All-Star
믿으시네,
is
그러고
always so
보니까.
good into Rel, pretty good at interrupting those combos. Very good body blocker.
Where is
for
IU?
later on,
IU
interrupting
went
those
home,
crash
Kara!
downs. We'll see if Labrov is on point
IU
with
went
those.
home
And I do want to
yesterday.
point out, because
Furia
you mentioned earlier
lost
how,
and
yes,
went
the desk
home.
fully predicted
Back
G2
to
in this
Brazil, I
one,
guess.
but it's so unique because of the format of this tournament.
Goodbye.
Both teams going into this final decider match have played the exact same opponents to the exact same results. Both of them having moments of brightness against BLG, but ultimately falling short to the clean sweep, and then both of them going the full distance against Furia, triumphing in the 5th and final game to get the 3-2 win.
Are there
I
mods
feel like
also
this should
Korean?
be a
We have some
pretty
Korean
evenly
mods.
matched battle, and I'm really excited
We have
to see how
other
bloody it gets.
nationalities.
And our featured matchup up
Not
here
just
in the top
Koreans.
lane, as Kiai go back to mini form, a little bit of a trade there, but this is one of the lanes that everyone was looking at, because throughout this tournament, Kiai has definitely impressed. And
Nothing
people were thinking
happening?
Broken Blade is
Full
gonna have a
clearing
really rough time
junglers?
there. You know, maybe it's going to be
Junglers are just
Gam
full
with the
clearing,
advantage in top
laners are
lane,
just
but
chilling,
G2
like,
with the
okay.
advantage in the mid lane
Nothing
there,
happening, guys.
since Emo has
아무 일도
struggled
일어나지
with it as well,
않는
but Emo's on one of his most
굉장히
comfortable
LCK식
champions.
초반.
I mean, it's Talia. Everybody loves this.
정글 둘이서 그냥 풀캠프 돌고 있고 라이너들은 그냥 서로 파밍하고 있고.
All right, so
I mean,
we are not quite at
G2's
level
actually gonna
6
lose
for
a
any of our
wave,
solo
though.
laners
G2
here
bot
just
lane's
yet,
gonna
but
lose a
everybody
wave,
is about to crest that point. Broken Blade slicing forward, but does not get the second cast there on the dice. Kiai,
Yeah,
with
GAM
with
early
his
game
last little
explosion,
proc there
exactly.
on the
Like even
hyper
into
does nail
BLG,
that
like
one.
GAM was popping
And I
off
do
early
think,
game.
yeah, the story of the top laners is going
I
to be
guess with
massive
this
in this
comp,
one.
though.
Kiai, such a huge part of GAM's success, as now he's got to try to get away with a flash in from
I think
Broken
Kiai is
Blade.
bad.
Kiai is out of there, and Broken Blade gets first
Bro,
blood.
Broken Blade?
Huh?
Broken Blade solo burner.
Timers where they have the bottom
I
lane
don't know if
going
Trundle got
back
an
out,
assist. I think he did.
to
He got the
follow
assist
up.
with
So that
the
timer
E.
there, just a small window,
he
and they
did.
make it happen. Broken Blade flashes forward, gets the stun. They punish the Gnar.
Scuma's
rallies
there
in
for the
mini
aura.
form, and all he needs is the extra little pillar there. And they get the kill. That is so
Broken Blade
big
오늘
for
뭔가 다른가,
confidence
느낌이?
for G2.
I feel like G2's
Very,
biggest
very
problem
well
was
done. You're
Broken
getting the
Blade was
player
kind of ending
who's
it.
had the biggest struggles
so far in
in
the
the
tournament.
first 2 days of competition, off to a good start.
Right now,
Not just in game,
he's
not
running
just in the
pretty-
first few
doing
minutes
pretty
of the
good,
game,
guys.
but the
Doing
first few
pretty
minutes
good.
of game 1.
나르는
The
인생이
attitude, setting
망했다.
the pace for the series. And now
나르
Kiai is
진짜
getting
인생
targeted
망했다.
again. G2 did their homework. They know who they gotta go after. And
Flat-
Kiai is
oh
trying
my
to get away
gosh,
as
he's
Skuma
trying, he's
continues
trying, but,
chasing forward.
he's gonna wait for
Hansama
Ki-
doesn't even
what?
need to provide the extra damage.
Scuma's just go-
Humond lifts away with 20 HP. Now LeBron's
Oh,
gonna pay the price. So
Labrov is dead. Oh, Levi is committing. He's dead. Skuma has flash, but he's not gonna. Oh my gosh, G2 overstepped their boundary.
Levi's ready to knock him right back up
That
in the
was-
air, and the feat of warfare is claimed by GAM.
So much value from Talia there. Emo able to push.
이래서
in,
탈리아가
and
사기입니다요. This is why
down
Talia's
to
broken. You don't even have to
find
TP. You can
the
just
counter
literally
kills. So
ult
here's
the
another
in.
look at- they see the
You're
mini
basically
Gnar,
playing
they see
TF,
the
but
mini
like,
Gnar with no rage here, so they
oh,
instantly go
Labrov.
for it. G2
I mean, it was a good
are able to
combo.
pull off their kill under the tower.
He takes
LeBron,
tower.
as
He
you
takes
can see,
tower
taking the
for a long
tower,
time, right?
Goes then up to the top side there.
But look
They
at
finish
LeBron.
off the Gnar,
He
but
goes
Skuma
back
gets
into
so
the
low
bush.
here that this
He's like,
mini
okay,
Gnar
wait,
and
Talia
Talia
is coming down. I'm gonna die.
That play
So he
is
go back
not
into the
quick
bush, but
enough for them to
GAM
escape
is so
with their
smart. They
lives. This is
swap
gonna be
back.
very big for GAM
They
to get
swap
this
back.
money
Jin
back.
and Rel
Not
were
let
swapping
G2
back. So.
really start to snowball this game.
아니 그냥 감이 방금은 진짜 잘한 게 수업을 다시 하는 타이밍이어서 그렇게 진짜 조심해야 돼요 요즘 보니까 다이브를 하던가 뭔가 플레이를 할 때 상대 바텀이 수업하는 타이밍에 탑으로 수업하는 타이밍에 탑에 다이브하고 있으면은 다 닦이거든요 이게 어저께도 그렇게 되더라고요 Yesterday as well like bot lane swap top and then they're trying to dive top lane and then Leona pretty much kill the jungler, right? That's what happened. Always have to watch out with like early dives nowadays because of that.
Allocate the Talia back down to the bottom side as Broken Blade wailing away and getting some turret plate
Alice turned
value
too
in
deep but too
trade.
greedy? No,
that
I
command
think
by Grubs.
I think they just knew
This
Talia
could
and
be
Jinzhao
a
was
big
coming down.
game
But we
here
still
for
don't know.
Broken Blade. He is the one with that massive lead for G2. This is where the resources are concentrated. This is a chance to say, okay, I know day
Scam,
one and day two
Scam actually
hasn't been
gonna beat
ideal,
G2?
but he can redeem himself here if he can put on a carry performance
G2?
and put all of this attention that G2 is giving him to good use.
Yeah.
진짜
And
감
here's
일
some of the
내나요,
stats,
진짜로?
to kind of back up what has been going on
감
in the
esports.
tournament. Yeah, with the extra solo kills, the extra
날카로운데?
early goal difference, but that is
Don't
not
say
the case
anything.
this game. That is certainly not the case this game. Really good, flash play from Broken Blade to set that gank up. They get that first kill, and then
Did we get
the
any
dive,
bold
of
picks
course,
yet
also
this
keeping
semester?
Cam behind
Yes,
on
we
the map.
did. Yesterday we saw the Bardo.
Emo is still on control duty
We saw
here for
Elio
this,
play Bardo.
Fed Lizard.
GAM
He's
Esports
gonna
support
continue
was
to try to maintain some
popping off on
distance
Bardo.
that when you throw out the unraveled earth, so he cannot
Spellbook
slice towards
Bard,
you
but the
unless he just
Spellbook was
instantly
bad, but
stuns
his
himself
Bard
after
gameplay
that.
was good. Right.
And GAM, of course, the price they paid
Bard
to go
items
for
and
those,
Bard gameplay
kinda
was good.
trap plays and the
Spellbook
team
usage was
plays,
bad.
They sacrifice a little bit of minions each time they do go for it. So
I think the
couple
only good
couple little
Spellbook
CS
user was
deficits there
so
as
far
well.
from
Emo
BLG,
down,
and
slightly
BLG support
as
was
now
good at
he's
Spellbook.
kinda planted himself in that side lane after they once again
Oh,
rotated
the support
over and he's
spell.
under attack.
Oh,
Yeah, Emo gonna knock Broken
Broken
Blade back
Blade?
into the turret as he tries to
I mean,
create
he has
a little bit more
phaser, she
distance,
just
throws a
ran
couple
out,
of
no?
rocks back. Now Gam is coming in to reinforce,
난이
but the
방금
fight is
터져가지고
already over.
알리스타가 안 들어간
LeBron and
것도
Scuman
있는데
hanging around as
너무
Elio just
기뻤죠.
gives him a couple of
신짜오랑
top
진이
spams.
내려오고
And again, you
있어가지고.
see this kind of hover down from the team from mid lane.
I
They
mean,
rotate
that's
over,
kind of
they
bad because
threaten,
Renekton
and
has
they're
no
actually
ulti
gonna
now for
commit
Dragon
to
Side.
that rotation, but every time they do that, they're dropping some minions. Another minion wave here. You saw that one no cannon minion there.
페비님
in
어느
mid lane,
친구
so
오늘
those
저는
minions,
그냥
the melee
둘 다
ones
이기면
decide to the
둘 다
tower
아무나
before
이겨라.
Team is able to teleport back.
And I think that this story is being told
뭔가
wonderfully
감
by just the
esports가
mid
이기면
lane
재밌을
CS
것 같긴
comparison.
한데
What you're
I
talking
think
about,
GAM
your
esports
cat
winning would be
hitting
kind
100
of cool
CS
though.
while Emo's still just sitting at 84.
But I mean,
That's 2.5 waves. The
G2
Caps is
losing
now
would
up,
be
and G2 are going to take the opportunity
crazy.
to seize control of the bot side river and go in for the first Drake. First piercing arrow from Hansama.
If G2 loses here, isn't that like the worst performance from
Emo's
G2?
ready to fight. They're going to go after him, but it's LeBron the first target. Crash down into the Magnet Storm, finds Scumon.
Oh, Scumon! His flash was weird. I think his flash was weird. Like he flashed into the pit, but he should just flash backwards or some shit. Like in a straight line.
Continuing to try to get away from this one. Emo doesn't have enough damage to make anything else happen as the deadly flourish flies out. Now
아 이거 진짜 지겠는데
He
지트?
stuck around for too long. And
지트!
Gam with the
What is going on? Wake up!
Yeah, nice
Maybe
snipe there
G2
to get
sleeping
the
right now.
extra kill.
Game
'Cause it
one
was just
counts
gonna
of
be
game,
one
guys.
for the Dragon, but they make it two with the
Zitu.
slick skill shots here. Wait a second. This is gonna be a stop.
Okay, Cap's trying to
He's
1v9.
He's all right.
He doesn't have
Man, yeah, the action continues and GAM
damage
going for the
style.
kills.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
G2 do get the objective. They do get the Dragon.
신드라가
But that is
요즘
Hansama,
스태킹 그가
both
리오커를
summoner
살짝
spells,
받아가지고
as well as
스태킹형
both
챔프가
junglers, of
됐습니다.
course, using their flashes.
Syndra turned into like a
But really,
stacking
you have
champ,
to think,
so
this
she kind of
Varus
like
is going
scales
to be a target
like her passive.
for GAM. They have a lot of possibilities.
A Broken Blade
Ah,
versus
Casual
TI,
second monitor
you
at
can
like
see,
1% volume and he's
honestly,
almost
not a
louder
ton
than Fevi.
of, not a ton of catch-up opportunity for Ki, despite the fact that he was up here in the top lane farming the whole time. He's
Poor
still down
Casual,
an
man.
entire Tiamat in
Why-
terms of
why-
inventory
why does he
combat
have to
power, so
suffer
he
like this?
Probably doesn't want a whole lot to do with these 1v1s, but if it's not a 1v1, it's a different story. Elio coming up to help him now. Might be able to find the shattering strike here. There
Broken
it is. He gets the crash
Blade!
down, but the rest of the damage
Oh,
is
okay,
not
no
there.
damage,
Ki
yeah.
is back into
Holy.
Mininar form, but they'll at least force the dominance
Broken
out of
Blade,
Broken Blade.
Ninja top 8,
Ultimate
nice.
is
Still
pretty,
Caps is
pretty
good.
big. That was one of the things
If
that got
G2 gets
bumped up in
eliminated.
that, really started the
BLG and
popularity to
T1,
come
the best
back.
is should be
One of
sad.
the things so far in this game, though, is lots of big Talia plays.
Honestly,
from
BLG
Emo and
contributed.
G2
I don't know about
getting
T1 would be
over
sad,
a
but I don't
bunch
know
of
about
kills
BLG.
in a lot of these scenarios where GAM do go for the trap.
BLG
but G2
contributed to
overloading
the
on his bottom
elimination.
side as Lebrov working with Scumon to help pressure
BB
Emo
lives,
as well
yeah.
as take away the Gromp.
Exactly. They're saying, all right, if Emo's
BB.
the one putting out all this pressure, if he's making all the
당신은
plays, let's bring the
신이야.
pressure to the Talia
진짜.
instead. The three-man positioning for a dive doesn't end up becoming
당신은
anything. as
노프를
Levi
그렇게
is there to
해도-
make sure this mid laner stays safe. Ki
평타 기본
Mega
챔프
Nard tries to
많다?
jump in,
무조건
but the
그냥
wall
올리면
does
좀.
not collide with Broken Blade, means there's no more of a play to be found. Still a couple of minutes until we have any more neutral objectives.
근데 일단
to fight
조합은
over
그래도
either
G2가 더
the
좋은
Rift
건
Herald, 2
변하지
minutes
않지
away,
않나?
the Dragon
I think G2
about
comp is
2.5.
still good. Like,
As we check in,
and
where
I
all
don't
the
know if
items
GAM can actually keep snowballing this lead into a win, so we'll have to watch.
Very close to Trinity Force.
Like, remember yesterday? GAM had like a 5k lead and they completely threw it. Look, it's not even a 5k lead, it's a 500 gold lead. So
by the time we actually have the next big
the gold is basically that even. 골드 차이가 많이 나는 건 아니죠. 그러니까 BLG는 초반에 저렇게 막 킬 나오고 하면은 엄청 막 게임을 막 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000으로 굴리는데 확실히 가미 스포츠는 그렇게 골드 차이가 많이 나는 상황이 나오진 않는 겁니다. 게임이 터지는 수준이 전혀 아니죠. 그냥 충분히 할 만하다 정도. Girl, do you think support spend too much money on pinks and pots? I'm not gonna lie. It really depends on your elo. But in pro play, you cannot say that. Pink cores are so important in pro play. In solo queue, you shouldn't buy like 2 pink cores every time you recall or something like that. Especially if you're low elo. Because nobody plays the vision game. Nobody in low elo correctly fights for vision and objective control. And like even if you do give vision with pink cores, your team doesn't actually look at the map.
That Archangel staffs building it towards the Seraph's Embrace. Talia doesn't stack it quite
it's kind of true, guys. Okay, maybe not all the time, but a lot of times, yes. People don't even listen to the fucking pings. Like, I'm pinging and then people don't listen to that. So yes, you should just focus on grabbing your items first.
About the spawn up here on the top side of the map with this.
I think just grabbing a pink and placing it in a good place is good. Usually I recommend like early game just like having it for mid lane. Ward for your mid lane is good. Or if you're gonna like, if you're playing a support champion where you're playing super aggressive in the bot lane, like perma pushing and bullying, then you should like ward for your laner. Like, you should ward the river pixel bush, right?
Let's see how it goes.
To make sure you don't get ganked by jungle.
GAM thinking about it here as already
oh, imagine Cap stopped the TP? Oh my gosh, wait, they couldn't move. Oh my gosh, Elio couldn't even do ulti or do anything. No fucking way they lose this though, right? Oh my god. What do you mean? Level is gonna die! Oh my god, no flash. Huh?
And Artemis is ready to follow up. A little bit more damage on Caps isn't going to be there as Broken Blade has to slice and dice.
Rel couldn't even use any skills and he just, oh my gosh, somehow G2 is limping out of the fight.
Not present with the Rift Herald still on the Rift.
아니 감 잘하는데 뭐야? 방금 레리 스킬도 못 사용했어. 솔라레도 있는데 그냥 선체를 죽었어. 근데 레한테 레 한 번에 터뜨리려고 스킬을 다 받긴 한 거죠. They use everything on Rel. That's probably why they lost. 진짜 감이 스포츠 감다살인가? 감.
Caps went for the stun.
It seems a little over, you think so?
Emo under tower to try and interrupt his teleport. That's why Emo got there first, but
Copium, it's fine.
Lead from the lead
I still think a G2 comp is really good.
He is chunked out.
It's fine.
Not going to be a GAM answer. GAM have called. We're going to give you that Herald.
And
we will go for the trade.
They did get the Herald. They did get the Herald.
Elio's coming up here to try to help Kiaya. Kiaya
That's
hit the
good.
wave to guarantee that he would turn to Mega Narf.
Kiaya just died.
Goes in, Broken Blade gets it done.
Elio's gonna die too alone. Look at the location of Xinzhao and Talia. 진짜 탈리아가 너무 멀잖아. Oh. That is feat of strength secured, I think. Double kill for Broken Blade.
And nobody in GAM colors is even around this thing, Kobe. They're going to get the tier 2 in the top lane for G2 as well.
Yeah, but so much is getting traded because GAM got the dragon. They
also
are getting the towers here in mid lane and in bottom lane. Of course, the secondary tower is worth more, that tier 2, than the outer ones. But GAM getting both the outer ones in addition to their dragon.
Not word! What do you mean? Okay, to be fair, they got the feat and strength stack, but I don't know if they should have sent like fucking 5 people top like that for so long.
This is the stun that we were talking about.
I don't know. I really don't I don't like when mid tower goes on this early, especially when you have a mage, like stationary ADC and stationary mage. Without the mid tower, you're exposed like a lot to flanks and stuff like that, right? 이렇게 미드 타워 일찍 가면은 근데 바로 브루스나 신드라가 되게 불편해지거든요. 미드 대치를 할 때. 아무래도 뒤로 돌아올 수도 있고 샷 잡는 것도.
G2 grabbing kill number 7 this game, and now with Emo dead for the next 30 seconds, it's an easy turret take here in the bottom lane. That's another tier 1 going away of G2 as they build up to a 1,500 gold lead. Hansama, nice sidestep there in the deadly flourish.
G2 continuously pushing. And guys, Broken Blade 4-0. 4-0.
Trading objectives back, but G2
Broken Blade isn't 0-4 anymore. He's 4-0.
because they're the
Good
ones
news, good news.
making the force, making the play.
골드는 근데
A little
똑같아.
bit of extra gold from those kills.
Look at the gold is exactly the same.
You can see
700 gold,
lead
that's...
just in top lane alone, and Broken Blade has his second fully
Yeah,
completed
all
item
that
there in
is
the
on
Sterix
Renekton,
Cage.
by
That
the
is a
way.
massive
All
power
that gold
spike
lead
for
is
the
on
next team
Renekton.
fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. Makes you
골드
very,
차이가 근데
very
대부분
beefy, get
레넥톤한테
right
가고
in there,
있는데.
on the enemy
탑라인.
carries, pop that Sterix, and it is going to be a lot of force on the front line. They've got the Alistar, they have the
BLG 때
frontal
비비가
ultimate as well,
저랬다면
to
점점.
be able
하지만
to
상대가
shred, so
빈인데요.
they're going to have to worry a little bit about some of these long plays though from
롤은
GAM.
롤은 상대적인
being able to utilize the
게임이라서
Talia
이게
wall,
참.
and some of this long range from Jin to be able to
Artemis has
get
to go
some
huge.
picks for
Yeah, he went last
themselves.
whisper really early. Look at his
Side
build.
lane, though,
Interesting.
With
So he
that
didn't
item
go
advantage for
collector.
Broken Blade, should
Going collector
allow
into
G2
Alistar
to
from
push
the
wave
Renekton is
first
probably a
and then
bad
get the first
idea.
move.
So I think
All right, GAM trying to take a little bit of
줬으면
control
좋겠다.
over mid here. You can see a lot of wards focused around there on their side.
People
Kiaya,
did say
level
Yomus is a
13,
bait,
honestly,
but
hasn't fallen
honestly into
behind
Trundle
Broken Blade in
probably
terms of
needed.
EXP pretty much at all. It's really just the
Trundle
itemization
Alistar
difference
maybe
as he's still
needed.
trying to build towards that second major item of his own.
Okay, so Otacon spawning on the map right
Swifty
now.
Bird
on
value
the
is
bottom
crazy
side.
high though this
Kiaya
game.
actually,
I
if he stayed
think
up there,
Swifty Bird
is
is
gonna
just
be able
broken.
to get now priority on the wave.
Oh, but this is not a
How
phase
many
check. I
Singer
think he
stacks?
wants
You can
to
see on
take
the
Broken
icon.
Blades just ready and
Yeah,
waiting
9
for him. Does a quick
stacks.
combo right back to the wave though because Kiaya
아이콘에
is in
그
mega, he
스택
can
같은
still
거,
walk away
스몰더 스택이나
relatively
신드라 스택
safely,
이런 거
get
보이죠?
back and get ready to join up with the rest
조그맣게
of the game.
왼쪽에
We do have about
있습니다.
90
밑에
seconds
보시면.
until the next
Yo, this
Drake
new
spawn.
overlay,
Still
now that I'm
a
used to
long
it,
way
is
away
actually
until
super
Baron
nice, by
makes
the
his
way.
way onto the map.
It,
But G2
when I'm
have a three-man
making
push
like
here in mid lane. Remember, the
YouTube
G2
shorts
already
and
has
stuff
the
like that,
tier
I
one
was like,
turrets
wow, I
down
can
in
actually like
both side lanes. This mid one
include
is the last
all
one
the
still
information
standing
needed
that outer
in
ring,
one
but they
place.
won't be able to change that here
So, like, for
anytime
viewers,
soon,
like, it's
as
really
the
nice to
bottom
watch.
river Scuttle Crab will be secured by Skumon 75 seconds before the Drake spawns.
It's actually not that bad. It's not that bad. 이거
이거
쇼츠용 UI야 진짜. 이번에 바뀐 거 사용해서 쇼츠 만들어봤는데, the new overlay is like so nice, by the way. So because it's very compact, and all the information is one place. So I just have to get used to it. It took me like 2 days to get used to it.
Broken Blade away. The Sterix Gauge shield is enough to keep Broken Blade protected, keeping
네,
him feeling
후드가
safe.
진짜
Does not have
처음에는
to
사람들이
worry
뭐라고
about
말이
popping the dominance
많았는데,
here early. Kiaya throws out another
저는
Q into the
괜찮다고
wall.
생각합니다.
Even though he gets slowed down by the Stride Breaker, he still feels safe
기아야?
enough. Broken Blade,
Broken Blade, you're gonna die
on the enemy top laner as now the seismic shove the Weaver's wall. It's Emo.
아니 잘 큰 레넥톤이 저렇게 해. Oh my. Angry emo, guys. Angry emo. What the hell? Emo's popping off today. What is going on? So Broken Blade kind of ended the whole tournament. Emo kind of ended the whole tournament. 4-1 and a 4-1.
Kiaya now with a Sterix Gauge
4-1
completed of
Broken
his
Blade.
own, gonna feel
4-1
much more
Emo.
comfortable in those situations.
And the timing of it. The dragon is spawning now, so still 15 seconds on Broken Blade. He's got his teleport though, so as soon as he respawns,
그러니까 탈리아가 진짜
we'll be
개사기죠.
able to
저거
use it.
궁
He has a
하면.
teleport, but he has no flash.
I don't know.
Dominus
That,
won't be
I'm
able to
pretty
help him.
convinced
So
that
if Kiaya
Talia
wants to
ulti
try to force this Drake,
probably needs to
make
be
this
increasing
happen
cooldown or something. I don't
immediately,
even
you're
know.
gonna have a much less effective
Too
Broken
broke.
Blade, who's still one of the most fed members on G2. It looks like he is going to teleport immediately. You can see Caps teleporting immediately down to this bottom side river as well, as both teams are scrambling.
Kiaya
Kiaya
is
is
pushing
still
bot lane.
down in the bottom lane. Remember,
나르는
he does not have
바텀
his
밀고
teleport. He used it to get
합류해서
down to the bottom lane
상대가
after
먼저
the play
자리
top.
잡았다.
Critically though, he
So
got
G2
enough
actually
money
has
there to be able to
control
get
and
his
like all the
Sterix
vision
Gauge as
already
well.
on
So they're
Dragon,
not
so I
now with
think
his two
GAM's
items
just
as
gonna
well.
give the Dragon.
GAM actually really heavily shoving
Kiaya
down there.
is
Kiaya
going
doing
to
so much
commit?
work on this tower with the Trinity Force, and they're going to trade the Dragon. Secondary tower picked up here.
Oh, he has Mega Nard
Kiaya
though.
barely gets it.
He gets it, and now he's got
Yeah,
to
I
join
don't think
up with
Broken
the rest of
Blade
the team. Levi's going to be in some danger. Here's Labrov.
Oh, Labrov!
Some initial damage onto the game.
Wait!
Goes in for the Mega Node onto both carries. He's doing a ton of damage to the Caps and Hans both, but he doesn't have enough to get the kills. Caps is still alive.
Caps live with 10 HP! What the hell?
Elio trying to retreat as G2 have a 4v3. Broken Blade tries to slice his way into the fight as Emo, Artemis, and Elio have to
와,
run away.
방금
It was so
대박
close for
이니시였는데
GAM,
저런.
but Cap barely holding on.
Their
Fires
initiation
back
was
from the other side of
crazy,
the
by the
wall,
way.
And G2 get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that was barely a sliver of
If
HP
only
left
he
for
wasn't
Caps.
so behind, I
mean,
think, right?
Kiaya
If
had
only he
found
wasn't
such
like
a good
1-3
angle with
at that
both
situation.
carries trapped
Oh,
inside
Broken
the
Blade has no
red
flash, is that?
buff hit there, not done quite yet though. Okay.
Oh, the flash in from Elio.
Oh,
And a nice
remembers!
backstep there from Broken
Oh
Blade
my
to
gosh,
get out of
Broken
the way
Blade
of
is
Seismic
actually
Shot.
just
Elio
faker.
down to 200 HP now. GAM wanted something, but not quite hitting their skill shot.
Oh,
During that, G2 are taking the
G2
Otacon
gonna
here.
get this, huh?
So Skewmon should be able to finish that one up. The attempt on Broken Blade's life right
Broken
there. They
Blade!
do get the Otacon
Broken
in
Blade
the
하나
aftermath,
Broken
so
Blade.
G2
아니
with
오늘
the
Broken
gold
Blade
lead as
무슨
well on
일이야?
top of the extra flower
He
power.
finally woke up,
Gold lead
guys.
2,000 +1 on Drakes. 25
Broken Blade
flowers
is
to 9
awake.
is a lot
Good
of
morning.
extra adaptive force too.
감도
Even though this
잘하는데
game feels very close,
오늘
that
브로큰
last
블레이드
sequence of
선수가
play
폼이 많이
led
올라온 것
to by
같은데?
far the most significant lead of the game for G2 so far.
Yeah, Otacon buff.
야,
is
이게 레넥이 잘
quite
크고
large.
나르가 못 큰 게 방금
Let's see
한타에서
now,
그
because
한 끗
their
차이가
siege is pretty
나왔죠.
good. You've got your
Syndra
Poke
should
Varus,
100%
you
be
have your
dead.
Syndra over here.
As a matter of fact, I
And it
think
looks like this
Varus could
tower with
also
no
be dead as well.
defenders is going to
If
be
Nar was a little
another
bit more
possible
fast, right?
casualty. Kiai is Mega Nar.
And Lebrov is waiting right in that brush. Kiaya just walks right on past him. Emo's going to deploy the Weaver's Wall. Nobody on G2 gets caught on the wrong side of it. Now Lebrov taking the blast
Lebrov
cone to
is
get
such a
himself away.
rat.
Elio
Look
could
at
be in a
that.
little
He
bit of
just-
danger here. Stuns up Broken Blade.
아니 근데
Tier 1 turret
라브로브
for GAM, still
선수가
holding
알리스타
on.
진짜
Scatter the
띠껍게
weak
되게
Cap does not
잘한다.
find a target.
띠껍게
Although
잘한다는
GAM
거는 그
cannot use
칭찬입니다.
Talia's
그런 거.
ultimate to find a pick. They can use it to still stabilize
리그 오브
against the
레전드에서는
G2 play in mid. Hold on to this
띠껍다
tier
이
1
코스
turret. But it might
극찬.
only be for a few seconds longer,
극찬.
Kobe, because G2 doesn't seem done here in the mid lane.
야, 제가
The
바드 할 때
siege is good.
띠껍게 하려고
They've got some
노력하거든요.
pretty long range poke abilities, but
상대
looks
입장에서
Broken Blade
띠꺼우면
down to the
좋다는
bottom
거예요.
side, right back to pushing out here. Try and get side lane pressure first, and they rotate up to the Baron. For GAM,
Caps denying the cannon, little things like that too.
Just keep your defensive vision up, okay?
Okay,
They
Lavrov,
actually catch
I just
coming in.
literally
Rov's gonna take
I
a piece of that
complimented
advantage
Lavrov.
here.
He's going to die now. Is that what happens? Oh, the Q flash. Emo is gonna have to flash phase rush. 와, 이걸 또 근데 탈리아가 살아가네? That was a really crazy engage from Lavrov, by the way.
That's
Yeah,
when you
Mid-turn
pull
is
back
gone.
sometimes,
Yeah,
Flowers.
back to where you go.
That is a dangerous
Okay,
one.
the
It
goal
does
lead is
cost
starting to
Emo
build
his
up for
flash
G2.
as well.
2.1K.
Earlier you were talking about, oh yeah, some of
2.1K
these Talia
gold
walls,
lead.
maybe you can go in, have that confidence.
2,000 원
No flash,
정도
means you have
차이가
a lot
나기
less
시작했죠.
safety in going for those plays. Still though, they commit here with Kia pushing out on the bottom side. Does have his teleport ready. Trying to get the side
영어
lanes
해설
going
완전
again.
랩하는 수준인데 다 들리시나요?
Emo will
야,
just go ahead and use
한국
that to lead
해설도
a
근데
passive. Extra
한국어로
speed, get out
랩하는
there to the wave,
수준입니다.
get that pushed out. 90 seconds till our next Drake.
근데 다
Honestly,
들리잖아요?
Kobe's first
똑같이
26
그냥.
minutes have been exactly
언어가
what I want
그런
out
것
of this
같아.
series. Both teams making plays, both teams
어느
completely
수준부터는
unafraid
그냥
to just
생각도
go
안
in
해도
for the
그냥
big
다
fights.
들리고
As the pillar on Artemis puts him in a
따로
little bit
생각
of
안
a
해도 다
compromised
알아듣는
position, but
거죠.
Elio is nearby. He uses the
어느
heal, gives Artemis
수준부터.
that little bit of extra speed. The cleanse not quite off
Lead
cooldown
isn't
there
high
for
enough yet.
Artemis. Sometimes kind of hard
Sure,
to tell with
still
that icon,
losable
but it's
100%
not
for
quite
both
available,
teams.
so saving Artemis's flash very,
But again,
very important right
G2's
there,
comp,
as Levi is
I
gonna
don't
find
know if
Skewmon
Jin-
walking into the jungle, uses the Krugs to escape
I don't know.
back over the
Can
wall.
Jin actually
And
carry
Skewmon
this?
with the dead man's plate here, with the
Alistair
extra
and
speed is a
Trundle
really good stat checker, so you
might be
have to
too tanky.
respect. You know, a lot of these moves when the Alistar
It's gonna take
and
too
the
long
Trundle are moving
Jin
in
to
for
reload and
vision. It's
stuff.
very, very dangerous for anyone trying to contest that vision. G2 keep using that.
Get Jin some
transition
items like
towards
Fire
this red
Cannon
quadrant
and
behind
Yomus.
the Baron buff, set themselves up
Yikes.
for some angles where they can utilize
Definitely
some
needs
of this
IE
Varus
ASAP,
poke,
right?
and
IE?
even look for their picks with their Syndra stuns, with their Varus ulti.
The biggest gold lead in the game is now Skewmon over Levi with 1.5k. You can see Caps with a 1,200 gold lead over Emo as well. The top lane gold lead, however, has shrank. Broken Blade now only up 400 gold, but he did just complete Guardian Angel. Very, very powerful for one singular fight.
Broken
Over on
Blade?
the other side, Kiaya going with more of a consistent,
Guardian
but
Angel.
not quite the same peak item with Wit's End.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how the goal gap
They
all
are
like
gonna go fully
went
commit
away. I
to
think
this
it's because
dragon
Kiaya's been
setup.
grabbing
G2
sideways.
dropping control wards everywhere. in advance.
Kiaya
Very
has
dangerous
been
for
pushing
Cam to try
side
check
and
into
caught
this.
up with the
Nice
CS
piercing arrow
and
there
levels,
from
I think.
Hansama to put about 20% of the health bar into Artemis. Another one connects there onto Elio. As Levi wanted to go for a win, becomes lightning. Emo fires off the Weaver's Wall as Levi dives into the background. Hansama in some danger, but he ain't gonna be killed off.
Bro, Levi, you're trolling! Oh, that's a GG play right there. Game 터졌다. Are they just gonna end? No, they're just gonna, they're gonna do.
And Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a pillar, and he's about to drop as well. The ace.
They're just gonna end, I think. 그냥 끝내는 것 같은 아니야? They just push it in. GG.
Skewmon is way too
They have
beefy
Trundle.
there.
Trundle just tanks.
Levi goes in, he just
아
gets chopped
이게
It's exactly
천천히 해야 되는데 저렇게 꽝 안타 보면은 무조건 지거든. GG.
G2 up 1-0.
07.
confidence building game.
You have to go
here
slowly,
for
by the way.
G2.
You have a Jin.
Very big stuff.
You have
They
a
started
Jin.
it out,
Jin
broken
has to
blade, setting
reload
up the
his
kill on
auto
top
tank.
side on Kiaya, using his flash. Skewmon getting up
You
there
cannot just
pretty
1v9
early.
burst the
Nicely
Alistar
done
and
from
Trundle.
G2.
It just doesn't work. Like they're too tanky.
그러니까
그러니까 알리스타 트런드 레넥톤이라서 한 번에 안 죽거든? 딜이 부족해요. 그래가지고 살짝 카이팅 하면서 천천히 봐야 되거든. A little bit impatient of an engage from Levi, unfortunately. Nobuster, thanks for the 93 months of welcome back to the Maple family. Holy night, Nobuster. 100 soon, yeah. 7 more months and it's gonna be 100. Cool. I mean, I don't even know, like G2's playing better, yeah? But like,
tell us what you think.
I think LEC feels
Broken
great
Blade
right
is
now.
playing better.
Fantastic start on the side of
Broken
G2,
Blade is playing better.
especially when you think about the recovery.
리산드라는 굴인가? 리산드라는 요즘 많이 안 나오긴 해요.
Broken
근데
Blade, especially the matchup on
왜
top lane
그럴까?
against Kiaya, and the fact that so far Broken Blade wasn't
좀
shining so much.
팔이 짧고 클렌즈 하나 가지고 카운터 되는 느낌? 미카엘이 너프 될 때까지는 미카엘이랑 클렌즈, 수은 이런 거 수은도 안 가도 돼. 그냥 클렌즈만 들어도 리산드라는 아무것도 못합니다. 그 서폿이 막 렐이나 알리스타까지 막 불치까지 미카엘을 먼저 가는 그런 메타라서
a lot of this game was just about playing comfort and playing things very simple for G2. Clearly they've had a bit of a rocky tournament. You put Hans on Varus, his most played champion all time. You put Caps on
어저께
Syndra,
근데
second
나이트
most played
선수가
all time.
베이가
You put
보여줬죠.
Labrov on Alistar, his most played champion.
Broken
this
Blade
split.
doesn't want to get out
You
of
are going
Vancouver
for
yet,
standard
Kappa?
comfort.
Wait, why?
Let them get their
Does he have
feet
a
under them
girlfriend
little
in the
bit
Canada?
series.
It reminded me of 2017 Worlds, like in the elimination game, GAM, G2, who's getting out of
Jokes.
groups like
Okay, here's the
Caps
damage
was on
graph.
Fnatic at the time. Guess what pick he was on? Syndra, and he hard carried that game. So if we're just
Oh.
talking about like what is most comfortable to get you out, these are the picks.
Comfort, and I feel like it's
Talia
the best way
was
for
great.
these guys to start the series, and especially when
I
you
think
consider
I was
the
actually
situation
impressed
G2
with
is in
Emo.
right
Like
now.
Emo's playing
You
pretty
wanna
good.
get those wins as soon as possible.
Kiaya
and
was
comfort
getting
is
gapped,
the
like
best
giga
way
gapped.
to do it. Isaac,
What
you were
happened?
talking about top lane and how pivotal
아니
this
근데 이거
matchup has been, and look
탑에서
at this.
이렇게
Broken Blade, you
터뜨리는
wanna keep
거는
this
난
guy ahead.
예상을
Exactly,
못했는데.
and to me, you know, I think that the biggest mismatch in favor of GAM
Because
was going to be
Kiaya,
the
oh yeah,
expectation
this
is that
play
he's gonna get the
here
big
was actually
advantages.
not too bad.
G2
But
put so much pressure on him. They went at him time and time again. They
와
get the
여기는
early
근데
gank,
감이
then he
진짜
goes down to
대처
bot lane, he's
잘했는데.
getting 3-man dove. GAM
GAM
was
actually
not doing nothing during
GAM
this,
actually
though. They
played
were
this
able to find
early game like
responses.
really
I
well.
do think the early game from Emo
But then
was
this
great,
topside
but then
play was
again,
really
now he's
bad.
back up towards top lane. G2 brings
It was like
5
2v5.
members to dive him and put him down in this position. Again, it's not the
Shinzhao was
doing
grabbing
nothing.
dragon.
They're taking the dragon, they're taking tier 1 towers.
신짜오가
but
근데
G2
욕
clearly
먹고
wanted to
바텀
put
밀고
Kiaya in an
미드민
uncomfortable
거라서
position,
그렇게까지
and I think
나쁜
they
건
did that really well.
아니고
I completely agree, and I think the fact
그냥
that
조합
G2 is
차이도
able to
난 것
convert this
같기도
into another
하네요.
turret
조합
as
차이
well, and
결국은.
sure, they're responding. GAM is responding, so they're always still in the game. They are. That was when I felt
Emo
like they
Sonic
had
got
slipped
good
up a
because
little
you're
bit.
just
Now,
calling him
like,
GM
topside is
Monty.
wide open. They can play around that a little bit more effectively. So this still feels like a
Onti.
little bit more of a competitive
Onti
series,
Emo.
but G2 clearly
이모님,
on the front
이모님.
foot.
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth fight, but at the end of the day, G2 had the upper hand, and
Yeah.
they proved that every second
I
counts.
guess
with
you're
an
gonna
ace
see a
to
G2
win the game,
3-0?
thanks to the
Yes?
reliable Cisco network, and proving again that this composition, easy to execute, that is what we
G2
needed.
3-0?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I
Perhaps.
think GAM, a little bit of drunk driving here from Artemis as he was stepping forward. They hit that seismic shove, and then Artemis kind of just walks melee range. Levi was already in trouble. The fight
Yeah,
was
never put Artemis
but
on Jin
Artemis gets
again.
picked there, and then the fight truly is over. G2 had the confidence to go for this fight.
I mean, it
They were
doesn't
in a
even
good
matter.
position at this point,
Like,
and
look
they
at how
just
much HP the
absolutely
Trundle and Alistar and
demolished
Renekton
them in
has.
it. It is a 5-0 clean ace in mid lane. They
Even
end the
if
game
Jin
off it.
kited
It's really
perfectly,
well played
he
in
needed
one
to like
short
reload
series.
like
And
5
this kinda
times
goes
to
back the
only
whole drafting
to kill
point,
like
because even
one
when
person.
Zinzao went in, I was like, ooh, you ain't coming
He
out
started to
alive.
watch MSI with feviknight. Thanks for the
Like,
box.
Syndra,
Team sub
Trundle, like,
Benton.
there is
Appreciate
no
it.
exit strategy, and so it feels like you have to be much
Aw.
stronger front to back. So maybe Artemis gets on a different pick. Obviously,
Uh-huh.
fearless.
아니 근데
but, like,
진나
more
구린 거
something that
아닌가?
can easily front to back there.
He will be on a
You
different
see Trundle
Thumbs up,
and
everyone.
you
I mean,
pick
I also
Jin.
love that
I
Skumon
think
got
at that
to
point
have
you
the
kind of
answering
deserve
pick
to
into
lose.
Trundle, great matchup into Jin Zhao, so they're really checking a lot of the boxes, and it did feel like they came in here, they had
No
good
offense.
preparation, a lot of comfort.
You see
and it's just a
Jin,
smart
Jin,
game run, so
Alistar,
curious
and
to
then
see
you're
where they'll go
picking
from
Jin.
Absolutely.
And
but
then
fantastic way
Trundle,
for G2
Alistar,
to
and you're
start
picking
the
Jin?
series
Like,
with
oh man.
comfort
It's
here
rough out
in
here.
this game one. We'll see if GAM can fight back.
Professional
in game
Jin
two right
hater.
after this.
I think Jin is just really good if they have squishy comp. Squishy comp is fine. Squishy comp is great. 탱커를 잡으려면은 진 같은 챔프는 하면 안 되는데 진짜로. Morning everyone, didn't get to watch game 1. What did I miss? Oh, Broken Blade popping off. Emo popping off.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Broken Blades, yeah, woke up. Yeah, good morning. Why are you R3ing Jin? I know AJ, go talk to the coach. Who's GAM's coach again? Was it Archie? Oh, I don't know.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
진은 바드의 파트너라고? 진 바드는 좋긴 한데 바드의 파트너는 이지 바드. 이지 바드가 더 파트너지 않을까? I could draft better copium. Yeah, put AJ on coaching. I'm telling you, they should have picked Vayne. They should have picked Vayne. 그냥 베인 했으면 어땠을까? 아니 나르로 저렇게 데스해서 막 저럴 거면은 베인 탑 하라니까요. 클렌징. 클렌징도 안 들고 그냥 유채화 베인 탑? 너무 그건가? 트롤인가? Imagine Ghost Bane top. Not even cleanse. Heavy drops are better? I mean, I mean. Fevi Court Invitational? You mean the Fevi MIB Championship? FMC? We already had like a tournament in our community, by the way. Oh. We had Season 1 in Korea? Season 2 in NA? Maybe Season 3 gonna be in EU? I don't know. Season 3 EU.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
It was user bin, they would have locked it in. Yeah. Zeus is not here though. Zeus is not here. 오늘 조추첨 하잖아요. 네, 오늘 이거 끝나고 조추첨 있지 않을까 예상합니다. So I think after the series today, we're gonna see they're gonna probably pick for the brackets, right? Bracket stage, they're gonna do the draws. Mordekaiser support. I remember when they played Mordekaiser ADC, back when Mordekaiser could like get the dragon before the rework. Oh my gosh, you guys, Zoomers wouldn't get it. Back in my days, Mordekaiser could control the dragon and get the control like you literally. You know how you control like Daisy and like Tibbers and stuff? You can control the dragon. Crazy. Morde dragons, yeah. And they use it to grab bot power. It's broken ass. Dragon Lord Morde. 어, 그러니까 용 끌고 다닌 거 진짜 레전드였는데. 그거는 봐야지. 아이, 천천히 감사합니다. 네, 업로드를 새벽에 T1을 업로드를 외국 시간에 맞춰서 하는 거예요. Yo, they should just buff Morgana. Like, the skin is nice and all, but Morgana is just like not playable right now. Riot. 아니 모르가나 스킨은 이쁜데 아니 스킨 진짜 잘 뽑았잖아. 보이시죠? 근데 너무 챔프가 좀 구려요, 여러분. 요즘 다 원딜들이 클렌즈 들고 막 이래가지고 서포트는 미카엘 가고 그리고 라인전도 개구리고 라인전에서 Q를 쓰는 순간 아무것도 안 돼. 그러니까 리메이크를 한 번 더 해야 되나? 이런 생각도 들고. 그러려면은 스킨까지 다시 다 만들어야 돼서 그럴 것 같진 않고 30만원? 설마 이거 30만원이나 써야 된다고? That skin cost $300? Really? I would understand if it costs like $50, not $300. That's crazy. I'm just surprised every time I hear about skin prices nowadays. Maybe I'm just too old. 모델은 그럴 때 맞다이라도 센다고. 그러니까 키아야 선수도 잘하는 선수인데 나를 할 때마다 좀 뭔가 좀 안 좋은 것 같기도 하고. I think Kiaya needs to stop playing Nar. He also played Nar into Furia and he got complete like his Nar was confused. He didn't know how to do the Mega Nar timing. 그 나를 전에 했거든요, 어저께도. 근데 되게 막 그 메가 나르 타이밍이 되게 안 맞았어, 키아야 선수가. Yo, Kyom, thank you so much. Really appreciate the song. Welcome to the Maple family. Thank you so much for supporting the streamers, the co-streamers. Now you're gonna get a cute emote. So apparently, if you subscribe to a co-streamer, you're gonna get like a little MSI badge for Twitch. Pretty cool, I think. Oh, make sure to check out Super Spin on the panels, and also check out Sub Emotes as well. Thank you, Dayo. 정글만에 카운터 치려고 정글 몰가가 나온 적 있다고? 정글 몰가는 진짜 Q 못 맞추면 아무것도 안 되는데, 그 전에서. Q가 그 너무 느려. I think Morgana just needs Q increase speed. You Clubs, thanks for the sub! Thank you so much for the prime sub. Winko for both of you guys. Appreciate it. Winko and Winko. 감사합니다. Make sure to check out the perks, the panels, join Discord guys, I swear. 감사합니다. Lord. How are you supposed to do Mega Nar timing? I don't know. Do you think I made Nar? But when I watch pro play and I watch good Nar players, their Mega Nar timing is always like prime. It's hard. I don't main Nar. But basically your team has to commit when you're about to... You have to call for plays when you're stacking Mega Nar. You're like, okay, I'm ready guys, I'm ready. I'm going to be Mega Nar soon, let's go. Go in. You have to call for things like that. And then call off your team when you're about to turn into Mini Nar. And you have to stack your Mini Nar before the fight if you watch how Zeus plays it. Like Zeus auto-attacks a lot. And tries to stack his Mega Nar before the fight, right?
Keep Kiaya down. Kiaya had a target
Korean Nar girl.
The star along with
Nar one
Levi
trick incoming.
of this team. And completely
Yo, what the hell,
down.
Froggy?
He still was able to work his way back.
Wait, is it Froggy? No, it's FRX. Thank you so much for the prime sub. I don't know why I read your name as Froggy.
This play that
Thank
they
you
go
so much
for,
for really appreciate the prime sub, I swear.
Welcome
to the Maple
towers,
family.
with an extra person under it,
like,
kind of overloading that side. They fully commit, they kill the person, plus they get a tower, and then even those scenarios.
캡스 몇 살이 되게 오래 한다고? 28살인 것 같은데. I think Caps is 28 years old. I could be wrong.
And eventually,
well, he's been playing for a long time.
With the extra gold to win those fights. So the Maokai remains banned by GAM against Skumont, against G2.
I mean, TF ban maybe? TF ban 나오지 않을까?
G2's ban. I assume they're also just going to keep the Gwen ban. Ban Kia's top 2 there.
But things
Gwen
have changed a little bit here
ban,
on the
Annie
GAM side. We
ban.
don't have the Twisted Fate. That instead is replaced with the Azir. And then the Pantheon ban is replaced by the Annie. So instead of going...
Global's up.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
TF is
yeah,
banned.
exactly.
TF is banned.
We could see a big global game. Twisted Fate instead.
TF is
going to be
banned.
out by
Why am I
G2.
not
Pantheon is
This was
open.
their last ban,
Big
so the
Pantheon.
Gwen
Big
that was
Pantheon.
banned away last
Levi
time,
Pantheon.
that is still available.
Yo,
That is
it's a
favorite
win
Kiaya,
for
but it's not gonna be
GAM.
the Prio, as the
판테온
Pantheon
개사기인데
will
이거.
be locked in for
리바이
Levi,
선수가
as
또
well
판테온
as
되게
denied
잘하시더라고.
to Skuma.
Okay, so
아마터 레스
with,
뜻부터 formal.
that up, I mean the Aurora is up to pair with it pretty nicely. Ari is a pairing pretty nicely for it. Let's see
For sure,
what they do
welcome
end up
back.
going to pair with that Pantheon for their mid jungle, but G2 they get first crack
Caps
at
is
it here.
25.
They want on
He's
the
only
bottom side.
26.
Poppy answer here. into
Caps only looks
Pantheon.
20.
Steadfast Peasants
I
always
thought
nice.
Caps was like nearly faker
And
age,
really
but I
just
guess
the
he's
ability
way
to Poppy
younger.
ult people out
He's
for
only
these
25,
teamfights at
wow.
The objectives that they know they're going to get into.
아니 캡스 선수
Always so good.
25살이래요 여러분. 25살 만으로.
Alright, let's see here.
아니
G2,
Poppy
how are
W
we going
really
to-
good,
ooh,
no?
that
Into
could
Pantheon?
That could be an interesting one. Okay, the Lucian.
Oh wow, that's a pretty
locked
early
in
pick.
here. You also
That's a
have
pretty early
both
pick
of
of
Lucian's
Lucian.
best buddies still available in the Nami and the Melio. The nice part about picking Lucian like this, when you don't pick a support right next to him, Lucian's two favorite supports don't really like to play with people that aren't Lucian. So it's not like they're going to steal them away and
처음에
deny them
나왔을
from
때는
you.
애기였는데,
So you feel pretty
그러니까.
confident in this.
나는
as we'll
진짜
see
20대
how
후반은
GAM
되는 줄
want to
알았는데
respond
아직까지
again. That
그까지는
Gwen
아니네요.
that we've seen Kiaya play a lot before is still up
Stop
and
picking
available
Talia,
compared
Emo.
to
Wait,
game one
come
where
on,
it was
Emo's
banned
Talia
the
was
first
actually
iteration.
not too bad last game.
Okay, could be
Can't blame him
could
for
be
that
a
game.
mid Corki here, could be a bottom Corki. They definitely have
Corki,
played both.
Pantheon,
And for the
Corki.
Lucian supports though, the Poppy is not one of those preferred supports. You know,
No.
the Nami, the Milio, and the Braum are the big three, so they still have some options.
They're gonna
to
pick
themselves.
Nautilus early.
And
Wow,
the
that's
Nautilus
crazy.
priority does go way up with it.
Elio loves
With the
Nautilus.
Alistar and the Rel out, of course. And
Gigabyte
so
Marine
into
support player
that Nautilus
loves
does make sense with
Nautilus.
the pairing with the Lucian
야,
as well
노틸러스를
as
되게
against
좋아한다
the
진짜
Nautilus
엘리오
matchup.
선수가.
Exactly. Can defend against the potential engage. Normally engage supports can be very scary for something squishy like a
코르키
Nami or the
함정 픽이라고.
Melio. But
코르키가
Braum happy to throw up the door
좀
and
빡셀 것
stop that
같은데,
engage
루시안
where it
브라움이면.
starts. So Lucian Braum, that'll be your bottom lane for
여기서
G2.
떨어지면 끝.
Kind
네,
of removes the
맞습니다. 여기서
question marks of,
지면은
oh,
집에
could
가야
Poppy
돼요.
be a flex here?
Elimination
Yeah,
game, by the
probably
way.
just going in
So,
jungle now unless Broken Blade wants to do something
elimination
crazy with Poppy
series.
top. Now let's
If
see
you
what
lose,
the
you're
second
out.
half of our bans look like here, assuming that we have bottom lanes and junglers drafted already. I would not be surprised to see G2 throw some more bans towards the top lane, considering they know Kiaya is often the big threat on GAM.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, they had a target on his back in game number 1, so they're going to continue on, follow up with those rest of the bans that they dropped previously. Meanwhile, they also know here that Kiaya
GAM
is going
time.
to have to blind pick, so GAM may be looking for some protection bans for him here.
Okay.
Or going to worried about mid lane.
Yeah, so many questions, only 2 bans. Can't answer all the questions.
All right.
Sion. All right, so there we go.
I mean, interesting. Because Sion is a pretty good blind pick for themselves too, but
Right, exactly. It's one of
banning
those
away
ones
for themselves. So
that just works.
I don't really
they're kinda
like
worried about if G2
GAM's
maybe
comp
would
for
pick
like
Sion
game
on
1. I
4
didn't like GAM's
and
bot lane
save
comp, and
their
game
mid
2 I don't like
or
GAM's
counter
bot
pick
lane. Like, what is
instead.
going on?
Both solo lanes
Why are
would be
they picking
options.
Jhin early, and why are they picking Corki Nautilus early? Like,
What's it gonna be?
Lucian
What
Braum
do we
early
got
is
here? All right, the Victor
okay. Like,
banned
it's
away,
very
trying to
strong.
remove one of those
know what
control
I mean?
mages from Emo.
I feel like
Action
they
mid
should
lane
just, instead of
like
Nautilus,
the,
they should have
the
took away the
Aurora and
Braum from
Ahri.
Lucian. But if you do that, then they're gonna play
So-
Nami, and then
so
you're gonna get
have
beat
been
up.
so
That's the
potent.
problem.
Especially with Aurora getting those buffs.
So I
on
know
this
you guys
patch.
you guys are like, oh my gosh, like they're
But,
giving over Braum for
focus on
free.
control
Like,
mages
they should have
instead.
denied it. But then if you take the Braum,
One last
like
ban
trust
to go
me,
here
into
for GAM, and it
Nami,
is one of those
you're never
action
gonna
mid-laners
even
that
like,
you're talking
you're
about,
just
the
gonna get
Aurora
beaten
will
up
be
until the end
bans.
of the game.
Yeah, because
Or
they
like
have pretty short
Melio.
range on
Melio or
G2
Nami is
right
gonna have a
now,
free lane.
so they could go try to extend their range with one of those longer range control mages for mid lane, or like we were talking about,
Awesome!
for one of
Thanks
them,
for the 25
help
souls,
with the
really appreciate it
engagement, help
also!
with the playmaking.
Thank you!
Since,
감사합니다,
Braum and
어머니.
Poppy here are very good for
25,
teamfights, but
look at what-
in not a primary
감사합니다요.
engage way.
Wow,
Exactly.
Victor Ban is
G2's
crazy, by the way.
composition is
Victor Ban is
missing
crazy.
a big go button
빅토르
right now.
반은
We'll
좀
see if they end up
신기한데.
wanting to draft one of those, and instead we're gonna get the Rise locked in.
Okay, a lot of versatility then. They've got
그러니까
split
서픽이
pushing
저거
options here,
뽀삐도
even though they're playing
서픽이고
into the
코르키도
Pantheon
서픽이죠.
global.
솔직히
Very,
따지고
very
보면
good
코르키도
team
원딜이라고
fight,
생각하면
as
안
far as
되긴 해.
Poppy Ultimate's been
Corki
able to
could
change
be
those
mid.
numbers.
I doubt it though,
And then
because
Braum with the defensive
Pantheon
capabilities,
Corki
but
is
the
kind of bad. Like,
Cassiopeia, the very common answer
doesn't
into
really
the
do
Rise, but
anything.
since
You want AP
G2
mid laner
are fairly short range,
Pantheon?
very short range with their comp right now. The Cassio would be a good one. The hover would have been nice, but they go with the Hui instead because they want their longer range. So they're going to index. They've got Corki rockets. They've got the Hui. They've got the range advantage.
I think Hui looks really
Casio
juicy
as
here
well,
though.
especially
Hui
considering
looks
the
really
matchup into
juicy.
the Rise as well as
That's
the
a
rest
good
of the
pick,
team,
I
but that's not the name of the game. And hey, GAM is just going to complement this
귀여워요.
with more range.
Can you
It
pull
is an
off the
artillery
Jace?
comp from GAM.
And they're doing
Jace
that
is
because, like we were talking about, the primary engage for G2 hasn't fully come in yet. So you expect for
Hu이에서
them,
구린내가 확
Broken
나는데?
Blade,
왜 후이
some
좋은데
really
저는
good
후이
primary
좋다고 딱
engage here,
보자마자
into the
생각했어.
Jace like Ornn.
I think
might be a
Hui's good,
possibility.
no?
Gragas is
Hui's
another
good.
possibility. Gonna have some you know,
Hui,
body
Jace,
slam,
Corki, yeah.
flash
They're trying to
possibilities as far as their plays. The ultimate does
Pantheon
take a
and also
little bit
sets up for the
more
skill
as
shot to
far as
Hui
the,
Hui follows up
skill
on
to
the skill shot.
execute.
So does
Can be
Jace,
devastating,
and then
but
they just
that's the
pop
key.
somebody.
You need to have
That's the
that
plan.
engage so you can break the poke comp.
Exactly.
탱커 없이 해야 되는데 판테온이 탱커죠. 판테온이 2를 눌러.
This one's going to be tough.
판테온 웨틸러스가 탱커 역할.
to try to absorb any damage if they end up having to fight into G2 at objectives or
그냥
something.
한 앞에 있는 놈 그냥 CC 걸은 놈한테 모든 거 다
And
쏟아부은
Hui is
붙는
not very
그런
good
느낌.
at playing side lanes. So even though they do have the Pantheon, you know, to try and like cover Jace and stuff here, Hui definitely much more comfortable in those siege situations. Like you're saying, if you do get an early
What do you
lead,
think?
you know,
Whose comp is
group
better?
up for the objectives, use your long
G2
range,
comp
try and
better?
get your poke value, try and get your siege
G2?
value.
Comp is better?
Seeing both
What do you
compositions,
think?
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you last time. Is there one of these you favor over the other? Because this time I do think the identities of the comps are
I think Hui's exactly what they needed though.
I really like extra range, but that being said, it can collapse so quickly, and there's a lot of these extra tools on the side of G2, like we said.
Let's not order them so early.
The value of a Poppy ultimate can be insane.
Although I think Lucian can space glide into that comp TPH. Lucian can probably just 1v9.
That is a huge flop, huge whiff.
No pressure on someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Hanzama pentakill angle?
There are a lot of variability in that ultimate value, and we'll see as well here. 4 caps on the rise. If you can get some nice split push.
네, 이번 판은 근데 루션이 진짜 하드캐리 하기 딱 좋은 조합이긴 해 근데 옆에 브라움도 도와줄 수 있고 뽀삐도 있고 상대 조합이 막 CC가 뭐 회의 같은 거 대시로 EE 피하고 막 이러면은
Speaking of pro play, here is EU versus Vietnam, international record all time. Now, game wins also includes best of 1. Series wins are just best of 3s and best of 5. So in game wins, Europe is up 22-10. That is a very good record, almost 70% win rate, I think, somewhere around there.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
They've got a very similar overall rate in series, as now we got a problem
Emo, no flash! Someone's gonna die, actually! Hansama, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, that's so deep. I think they're gonna lose this though.
But the protection is not there just yet. Elio getting away. Skuma it's a 2-for-2 so far. The is down to 100 HP, but he will survive.
Oh my gosh, Poppy's so doomed though. Because Levi is just gonna keep clearing the way, clearing the jungle. Meanwhile, Poppy has to respawn, walk all the way back to his camp and start his camp level 1, right? 아니 여기에서 근데 최악의 상황이었는데 I think Emo going W level 1 is so big by the way. W를 하는 게 좋은 것 같았어. W sure helped them survive for such a long time and then Lucian got baited.
One kill away from the feats for either side. But I want to see if the focus of gold into jungle is meaningful because
thank you, Bola. Thanks for the 17 months of officially
really valuable because it gets you to that big power spike much quicker on a single person. It's generally going to be more valuable than spread.
Quay bought a lot of time there, yeah.
However, Hansama on the Lucian.
I was
might
like,
have something to say
I
about it.
thought
He's got
that play
actual
was
daggers
just
getting
doomed. Like I
ganked.
thought it was just gonna die.
Levi's coming down here looking to use that early money as Lebrov still only level 1. His heal's not even
아니
available.
근데
Artemis should be able to pick
이거는
this one up for free. Levi just zoning
wow.
Hans away so that there's no
Feat of
chance
strength
anybody but Artemis
stack
gets paid.
went over.
It's
Feat of
GAM
warfare.
first to 3 kills.
Early jungle gold flowers now
투표는
will
이미
be
근데
spent
밴됐습니다.
because of how that level 1 was extended. He hadn't gotten to spend it yet, so that gank was just really
갈리오
nice
갈리오
of him. 3
판단은
camps
너무
into fully
그때
ganking this bottom
좀
lane
구린 것
with all
같은데?
the summoner spells that are blown in a level 1 bloodbath like that. There's a lot of vulnerabilities on the map, and so you want to go attack those as a jungler very early and active for Levi, as he has been in
Feat of
this
strength
tournament.
first
And now
through
that he has gotten
I mean, they
to go
should have
spend
known
that
Pantheon
kill
started
money
bot
with all
jungle
the
and he's
extra
gonna
long
gank bot
swords
lane.
here. Now,
So they're
of
pushing
course,
out without
now
vision,
it's going
right?
to be very threatening. Going to be
It's
a
rough,
lot
I
of
think.
burst
It's
damage
rough.
behind that threat. And as far as the other flashes that were blown in the level 1 mid
They probably didn't have wards or what? No, Braum has two red. Braum didn't fucking place his trinket wards yet. So that's just a mistake from Lebrov, I
are on
think.
almost the exact same
Probably needed to
timer
place
here. You can see them very, very close
River ward
together. As we still have
Well, he
the
was
flash
late to
available
lane,
for
so-
Artemis down there in the bottom lane, but we've still got Hans Sama
Both
about
bot
half the cooldown
lanes
remaining
were
on his own
late
flash
to lane.
as Levi's going to pick up his blue buff, take control over the top side River. Skumon doing a good job going to the other side of the map where Levi is not.
와,
Drop
근데
armor
이
versus
정도면은
3
게임이
long swords.
터졌다
Poppy versus
수준인데?
Pantheon, he
이
doesn't want anything to
정도면은?
do with this.
Does he want to go for a gank?
Game
Does he
kinda
cancel
boom,
this
I think.
recall? So both junglers are kind of looking
see how GAM
towards mid. He's doing the
snowballs
Raptors
this.
now,
Like, is he able to
so
snowball or
sealing
not?
away the 4-minute Raptors.
Okay, Emo finds a little bit of damage here onto Caps, but he can't get any hard CC, so now he'll just walk back towards that top side river as Levi makes his way back towards his own red side jungle. He is going to find that chicken camp stolen away.
Yeah, he didn't see Skumon, the chicken thief.
Oh, Hansama. 야, 바텀에서 루시안이 이렇게 많이 찍으면은.
Oh, the Corky's getting rich flowers. Another couple kills for him. He still hasn't spent his money. He's gonna go back for a
It's GAM
huge
time.
buy.
They just won the 2v2 with a Dorian
G2 go to airport? No
this
fucking
man
way.
is about to come
Wrap
back
it up,
to the
game
bottom
2.
lane as a weapon
Oh.
of war. He's got the phage, the moat, the tier,
man.
refillable potion.
He's
He
flash
is
forward
locked
on
and
Hui
loaded
earlier,
now.
level
Over
1.
1,000
He's
gold
probably
lead,
regretting
5
it a
minutes
lot.
in here for GAM.
He has no songs
It
for
was
that.
close, but that's good enough.
브라움이 살려줄 수 있는
Yeah,
수준이
why?
아니라고
Yeah,
이게.
they're
I mean,
thriving
Braum
in the
couldn't save him at
bloodbath
all.
of the
Level 2, by the
1,
way.
and the action
Why is Lebrov
afterwards,
level
the
2?
three-camp gank there from Levi.
Lebrov, why are you
Doing
here?
a
Level
lot.
2
Let's take a
mid
look at how it
lane.
actually started. Okay, so it was right in front of tower.
아니 상대는 4렙인데 지금 브라움 아직도 2렙이거든. 완전 개말린 거지.
Yeah, we've got a lot of lead.
There's the hook. There it is.
Oh
What a
my.
lollipop
And
right
Lebrov's
there.
E tries to
Nails
save
on
him,
Sama,
but
and they fully commit.
can't help him.
Beautiful stuff though. All about Elio with his hook.
And right there too, that's both summoner spells from
I
Artemis.
feel like
to
Lebrov's
guarantee
E
that
was a little
gets
bit
done.
early
There
as
was
well.
barrier
Do you
available
guys
for
agree with
both
me?
of
I
the
think
AD
Braum should have
carries,
held on to his
but
E
all of the
until
props in the world there to Elio.
like Corky started using like
They throw
spells. Like if
everything
you use
down there.
E
Okay,
to stop
back
like
out on
Braum's
the reset, though.
Corky's Q and
After
stuff
the
maybe,
replay,
but
Dragon getting burned down. Levi is heading over.
his E maybe
And
blocked like
for the next
2
possible
auto attacks.
hook. They're not going to go for it. Those
Not-
already gone.
He could have had way
They were
more
too late
value,
to
I
the
think.
scene.
So during that too, you see the Jace pushing
브라움
up on top
아직도
side.
이렘이라고?
Yeah, thank you. He's
이제
going to
3렙
get the
됐어.
turret plate for himself
Braum is
with
level
that
3 now,
Cabal,
guys.
so
We're good,
pushing
we're
on
good.
Broken Blade
It's all good.
Here on the Gragas, of course,
We're
the
chilling.
Gragas now with the tier, you know, lots of sustain.
Lucian
on
Braum
the
losing lane to
champion.
Corky? I
Gonna
mean,
try and
Elio's
continue to
Nautilus
survive
is
up
just
there, but
crazy. I don't know.
Kiaya also doing work for
Elio
himself.
Elio's
So the
Nautilus
top laners didn't get to participate
into
in all
BLG
the
bot
fun
lane?
of
Like,
the level
holy.
one. Nope. They get more PvE
Turned
for
around a
themselves,
2v3.
and the Jace value
근데
there,
엘리오
the
선수가
Jace
진짜
extra
코르키로
push
BLG
in money.
바텀을
Nice dash
2대
from
3을
Hans to avoid another one of
해버렸는데
those deadly anchors there from the Nautilus. Has to stay away from those.
Maybe he's like a
One thing that's
Nautilus
immediately
one-trick.
drawing my attention,
Because
though,
they
as I look at the
picked the
scoreboard,
Nautilus so early last.
massive gap in mid lane CS. Caps at
노틸러스 장인 아니야, 이
58,
정도면?
only 41 here for Emo. Yes, he'll be able to pick up a few there as that wave collides into the turret, but it's still about almost a 3-wave lead for Caps. As now Artemis
Ooh,
has to
they're
try to retreat.
committing. They
Here
really
comes the
want to
realm
get the
war.
kills,
This
huh?
could be the problem for GAM as Artemis gets
Goodbye.
stunned up, shut shut down. Caps gets paid.
Did you call Caps flowers?
I think I did.
Caps is the
He's
carry.
got his own win in
Can
the
Caps
mid lane,
carry
and then
his
Realm
bot
morphs
lane?
down to the bottom side.
That's the question.
Highlighting that
I think
mobility
he
on
can.
this champion. Caps is going
Caps
to be
is
an
exactly the
absolute
person you
beast.
want
And
kills
this is one
on
of the
right now.
reasons why people were
Giving
worried
kills on
about the
Lucian
mid
isn't gonna
lane
change
for
much, I
GAM.
think, at this
Emo,
point.
now that he's off his favorite champ, off that Talia.
Lucian just has to farm it up a little bit.
Even with the counter pick here into Caps, really
4명
suffering.
오고 치고? 그래도 코르키 저거 제한 골드 먹었잖아 한 잔에. 그런 느낌.
That is exactly who you want the money on.
짱 캡스.
And it was a shutdown for
대왕
extra value here
캡스.
for him. So very efficient
캡스.
use of time too. He got right back to
이번
mid
판은
lane,
라이즈가
collect that
캐리해야 될
wave.
것 같은데.
Didn't
Rise
take
is
him
like
very
20
long at
CS
all
ahead though.
to
Look
blow
at
up
that.
that Corki. Now Artemis does at
71
least get his
CS.
barrier back, but Hansama with the flash advantage.
Almost
in the
10
bottom
CS
side
per
of the map.
minute.
And you know, we were thinking back in the draft, like, oh yeah, there's so many of these heaven or hell types of
Price
ultimates
is
that
actually
can
a
work
scary
really
as
well
fuck.
or really
He
poorly.
literally
Realm warp is
runs
one
you
of
down.
them.
It's
that
crazy.
was a heaven warp right there. That is
It definitely
exactly
was.
what you want. As now Broken Blade is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Oh, Elio tried to predict where Broken Blade was going to go, but instead he just flashes over the wall.
판테온
avoids the
궁
collapse.
방향이 안
Honestly,
좋나라고
huge
하지만
there for
판테온
Broken
궁은
Blade. That was a
그쪽으로 안
Pantheon ult
썼으면은
that got nothing
그냥
but a
뒤로
flash.
빼지
Yeah, and the
않았을까요?
Pantheon ult was going to be one of the main only tools that was going to
노틸이.
keep Caps in check. Now that there's no threat of that, they go for the grub bite.
Elio goes in,
Oh.
Labrov throws up the door.
Labrov?
It's awesome to Levi, but
Labrov
Artemis
caught
is
up in
also
levels
here.
though,
Labrov
not bad.
jumping back to the safety of Hansama,
Ignite going
but a
through,
little bit more damage over the
oh.
wall gets the job done. Artemis, kill number 4 this
Good boy,
game.
good boy,
GAM
good boy.
with control over the grub pit can still claim 2.
The Flowers, eyes
Hold
on
on.
the bottom side though. Caps is eating up extra minions, extra tower plates
My
while they're
Regis.
split pushing. So once again, true to form, GAM.
G2
they
fans,
always
EU
commit
fans,
to these plays
rest in
as a
peace.
team, but they teleported
Oh,
Emo
Broken
up
Blade
there
Bomba?
away from it and giving
Bomba.
even more into the Rise. They do get their kill, and they are ahead
I
as
mean,
a
Broken
team.
Blade today hasn't really
but
died too
Caps
much. Like
might be a
he's
team in himself.
playing better,
this
way
game
better.
on the Rise.
And we know that
But,
Rise is one of those champions that can do just that.
His-
However, one of the things
his
that can
bot
work
side,
very
though.
well against Rise is range. If you're able to stay out of his effective
Typical
damage
top lane
radius, you can
experience,
really
guys.
put the hurt on him before he
You're
can go in.
playing
So the
good,
pressure will be on.
and
We
then
need
you
to
look
see
at
if
the
Emo
bot lane.
can catch up and make sure that he can try to keep this Rise in check.
Yeah, and the Pantheon
You look
ult
at
that
your
we're
support
talking
on
about, that's
ADC,
one of
you're
the
like,
things that can like keep him in check when
Cut
he's
the
on
spur.
side lanes a little bit. Does
Cut-
have to respect
Got the spur.
that a decent amount, even with the mobility of phase rush and everything there for himself. But right back out to it, trying to shove.
Gonna be hard for Rise to
What they
carry
do
this
here
game
with their
plus Caps,
rotation
yeah.
over
Caps
Artemis
is
trying
like
to answer
maintaining
in
10
mid.
CS per minute, guys.
So we've still got about a 1,000 gold lead
Almost 10
for
CS per
GAM.
minute.
However, we also had a 1,000 gold lead for GAM.
He's
pretty
pulling the
early
trophy,
on. They
guys.
haven't continued
The
to
trophy
build
CS.
anything throughout the laning phase.
And it is Artemis there, so with a lot of this gold on him, he's able to finish his Trinity Force. So he was stacking up his tier early because of all those early kills.
Broken Blade playing
And
Warwick with
very,
Solari.
very quick early first item power spike for
Oh
him.
man.
Yeah, 10.5 minute Trinity Force with a tier that he's also already stacking.
Looking,
Lucian
GAM
has
was making
pickaxe
fun of
and
the
2
Warwick during
longswords.
Champs
That
Leagues.
is a massive power trough.
Hovering
for the
Warwick
bottom
into
lane of
Broken
G2.
Blade
So if you're Han,
is the new meme, I
goal
think.
is just try to keep farming. Honestly, the
Imagine
farm
all the
almost
teams
dead
do
even
that
between the
into
two.
G2 now.
If you can keep it that way when you're at this massive power deficit, you're winning.
And it's up to Elio and Levi to make some plays around
R평,
Artemis, around
Q평,
this strong
W평,
Corki.
R평
Got
하면
double
루시안
summoner
죽겠다.
spells, Trinity
코르키
Force
지금
power spike.
트포
He can have
나와서
so much
그러네.
burst damage if someone can
Triforce
keep
is
an opponent
completed.
in place.
There we go.
I was about to say, this Koruki with Triforce at 10 minutes, he's about to kill somebody. Caps a really nice flash from Caps, and the fact that he has Merchants he lived because 헤르메스 신발 안 갔으면 방금 CC 너무 길어서.
And with Skewmon coming with them, the slam into the wall is there, and
Whoa.
Skewmon's grabbing kill number 4
Whoa.
for G2.
What a delivery on the side lane.
But they're
Okay,
gonna
once
lose
again,
Dragon,
this
though.
time we also still
Lose
have
bot
to
lane,
point
tower,
out
turf lane gold,
the lane
and
that
Dragon.
was left in
바텀
mid
타워,
here, it is
그러니까
going to be
미드
the
타워랑
Corki earning some money off of the
용이랑.
mid tower, as well as going for the Dragon. So they
TP
make their side
completed
lane
by Caps
play,
as well.
They take down Kiai,
See, that
they
was
put a
only
stop
possible
to that
because
pushing of
Caps
the
lived
chase,
again, obviously.
But
Like,
GAM are able to
so
answer on the
Merchants
other
actually
side of the
snowballed it.
map. Even
If they
Emo
didn't have
here gets
Merchants,
a little bit.
However,
probably takes too much
the numbers
damage.
don't lie, my friend. You look
Can't
at that gold
commit
lead
top
there
side.
at the top part of your screen. It is down below 500 now for the side of GAM.
Oh.
Emo eating a whole ton of damage here for the
Oh,
calling. Another beautiful
Emo.
wall slam coming out from Skewmon.
이모님.
As now LeBron and Hansama are ready to make it a a 2 for nothing special. Han Sama getting paid. G2 taking command over the game as Caps is about to take another plate over in mid. They are just out rotating, out macro gaming game.
Yeah, that was just beautiful from G2. They send him down on the bottom side of the map. They get their pincer right as they're arriving.
Spellbook smite the jungle camper, right?
Towards Tribush, immediately
와,
taking
기분
out
개
easy
나쁘죠?
work there for G2.
스마로 정글
And they're
캠프
able to do so much
뺏기기
push
서포트한테.
afterwards. Han Sama here catching up, trying to make up some of that gold deficit here on the Lucian.
All right, Broken Blade on the Gragas here as well. He's staying dead even with Kiaya.
Emo
This was
playing
a big
it,
question
Emo
coming
champion.
into
I
the
thought
series. Will he be
Quay
able to
is
keep
not.
up?
Wait,
Will
I
he
thought
fall
the Vex
behind
is Emo
compared to
champion.
GAM's star top laner? And here in this one, he's doing just
Well,
fine.
there goes
When
a
you're
lead for
looking at the
GAM,
rest of the map,
guys.
it's still a lead for Artemis, but that's about it. Levi trying to put a little bit more money in Artemis's pocket. He secures it for himself instead, but a nice pick there for GAM.
What's going to be the play on the other side of the map? Okay, one global here used up to
I
the
mean,
top
the
side.
Corki and
Pantheon
the
ultimate used Emo no
Pantheon
T,
are
he is
fun,
weak
but-
side, and they were threatening to use a
Emo's
Rise Realm
running.
Warp. That's
Poking
going
on.
to be all that is necessary. So let's take a look at how quickly that tower is going down. Pretty low health on the bottom side, if I
바텀에
remember.
시야 다
Yeah, they're
먹혔죠?
putting a little bit of work
Look at all the
into it.
words from
Seems to still
G2,
have a
both
couple of
sides,
plates
jungle
left
lane.
on it
For the
right
bottom
now.
side.
Yeah, so it can't be burned down instantly. However, the plates are
Both lane
going
is
to fall here
littered with
pretty
wards.
soon. Kiaya
Han.
trying to grab another plate up here on the top side at the same time. Han Sama needs more damage to try to take out that last plate, but he ain't gonna find it before Artemis can show up and clear out the wave. Kiaya continuing to just try to get a little bit more damage, get one more plate here as the clock is about to hit 14. And I do believe Kiaya got it right there at the last second, but he may pay for that last little bit of greed for the turret plate. Skewmon shows up, knocks him up into the air with a point-blank keeper's verdict. Broken Blade trying to follow,
Yon.
looking for a little bit more
That's
CC, knocks him
bomba.
back, beautifully done. Skewmon and Broken Blade, they'll lose
아니
that
진짜
plate just
오늘
fine
탑
if they can
저거
get the kill on
너무
Kiaya. Well done
Kiaya
by
is
G2,
dying a
and
lot
they will
today. What is
even
going
up the
on?
kills 7-7 at 14
I mean,
minutes.
yeah,
So
he's getting
active
perma
this game.
ganked, you can
Another
say,
side
but
lane play here, pulled off by G2 to pick another member.
did he
And there's
greet?
no
Yes, he
answer this
greeted.
time.
But down in bottom lane, we got Artemis in some danger.
Oh,
He might
wow.
just lose the 2v2. This is the point of power for GAM.
Huh?
He's got to be so careful now, as it looks like Elio's just going to be the sacrifice.
Hanzama?
The Bob's still dropping very low on HP.
Oh,
and right when it looks
my.
like it might have been a fair fight, here comes
Oh,
Caps.
mid lane
G2
gap
get one for
again.
nothing
Caps
in the
just
bottom
keeps
lane.
Another
ulting
good
ball
rotation
lane.
over from
이거는
G2.
게임이
Caps is gonna be able to finish
지금
off the turret
비벼진
in the
수준이
aftermath
아니라
too,
역으로
so
터졌는데?
he's
뭐야?
gonna get solo tower gold as the rest
What
of them
happened?
back
I mean, the
off
2v2,
and
I think they could
funnel
actually
even
turn it,
more
but
focused resources
Corki had to
into the
flash out,
Rise.
like, run
Man,
out.
This game started
He was
out
supposed to
looking
die
so
to
good
Rise.
for GAM, but G2 have bounced back
키를 먹어도
beautifully.
저기에서 라이즈한테
It's so much
죽으면은
about
손해기
playing the
때문에
large
코르키가
map here,
빼는
playing
판단을
the side
했거든요.
lanes, and now
그리고
that the
노틸러스는
turrets are
죽고.
starting to go down, there is more room for a lot of these
이모 cap.
Pantheon Ultimate and Realm Warp plays.
Emo gapped really hard, huh?
All right, Rift Herald the target. GAM starting it up.
I guess the Hui pick was just not it,
750
huh?
plate gold versus 875.
Hindsight
So honestly,
2020.
both teams
I mean, Hui
doing a
into
lot of
Rise
damage to the
shouldn't even
plates
be
early
this
on in
hard. I
this
don't
one,
know,
especially
right?
compared
Caps
to the
just
last game
gapping
where it
him
was
really
just 2 to
hard.
1 in plate count.
아니 근데
As
Hui가 라이즈
GAM
상대로 이렇게까지 힘들어한다
Still currently
초반에? 그건 아닌
uncontested
거
for
같거든.
this Herald. Han Sama and LeBron are hanging around, but nobody else on G2 is nearby.
아무래도
Caps
1레벨
pushing the tier 2
W
turret in the
스타트
bottom lane
한
at the
게
same
좀
time.
크지
It's a
않았을까?
classic story here.
Starting
We have
W
all
level
5
1 and
members
the
of
fact that
GAM
he was dead.
committing up to the objective. Meanwhile, G2
And then he
commit
TP'd,
to
like,
their
he didn't have
split
TP
push
for
plan.
His serious
down there on the
passage,
bottom
he
side,
probably had
pushed in
to
another one.
lose away for that, and then he
But
fell behind the levels.
With that Rift Herald and with the top
A lot of
tower
things
being
probably
so
went wrong,
low,
I think,
there is
in the
a
lane phase.
possibility for a big gold swing in
It's
the
a player
favor
that-
of GAM. A lot of standing
Yeah,
gold.
I don't
left
know.
in the turret, so
Champion looked
Kiaya's gonna go
okay,
get this
but
one, chop that
Kiaya
gold
gets
from
the
G2
tower,
down,
but it doesn't
pretty
matter.
quickly
Both
there.
tower already
Then
went down
They
for
also have the
G2.
Rift Herald in pocket. That one can turn into very, very quick outer tower gold. Mid lane is very, low for G2 at the moment, so they could pop it there.
Emo pick is not
Grab
working,
that
cool,
money,
Alex.
really open up the mid lane possibilities for themselves too.
I think one of the only pro
GAM,
players that
let's
like
see
to play
what they can
Vex
do
is
to
like
try to
Knight.
stabilize this, 'cause it
Knight
just
loves
feels
playing
like
Vex.
anytime GAM gets 1, G2 get 2. They're always coming out on top.
Yeah, well, they are going to go for that. Pop
I
down
mean,
that
2
mid turret
waves
with
in
the
the
Rift
side are
Herald. That one is
crashing, but they
guaranteed, and
they
it's
do
into
get
a
the
dragon,
mid
so
tower.
Let's see. Broken Blade want to finish up on the top side tower. He does have his teleport
Not
ready
too
to come to
bad.
this dragon fight.
Not too
But
bad.
GAM have the early priority into the river, setting up for dragon here.
Let's see
Okay,
how
the
much value
poking.
GAM can get
The
out of
poking.
their poke, out of their artillery on this one. Broken Blade's going to teleport into the enemy jungle, though. He's going for the flank attack. Levi is already on the Drake,
Dippy!
but if Broken Blade
Dippy, dippy,
catches him by
dippy, dippy,
surprise
dippy.
here, this is
Oh,
such a
they didn't
problem.
know
He is gonna be
Bomba!
killed. Han
와 텔포 위치 예술이고. That TP location is crazy. You're trying to poke and like do the little dance in the mid lane, but behind you there's a big bomba man behind you. Bomba. 크로스. 아니 내가 알고 있는 브로큰 블레이드, 내가 어저께랑 그저께 본 브로큰 블레이드 선수가 아닌데요. 와 잘하면은 다 잡을 수 있는데 Artemis had to W out though because he was gonna get stunned by Braum's passive and then he just gets full comboed by Lucian Ryze. And Ryze is like hella fast right now. Also Lucian is completely caught up as well. He got a lot of kills thanks to Ryze ultis in the bot side. 라이즈군 계속 바텀으로 가서
Broken Blade, beautiful engage.
Holy.
And he doesn't even get to move. Emo instantly deleted. So
the thing is with the new TP, you don't. It's really hard to tell.
To be able to finish
Do you guys remember the old TP? It was very obvious, like when TP starts channeling on your map. But now it's not. You have to literally, like when you're in the middle of like skirmishing or like you're trying to 5v5, whatever. Like it's hard to pay attention. 그러니까 싸움 중이나 이렇게 교전을 하려고 할 때 맵에서 텔포 확인이 잘 안 돼요. 바뀐 다음에 텔포가. 옛날엔 텔포 쓰면은 엄청 맵에 되게 잘 보였거든. 막 동그라미 이렇게 있고 막 번쩍번쩍했는데 이제는 진짜 잘 안 보이는 느낌. 내가 캐슬튼 스킬 이름을 말하나요? 네 맞습니다. 스킬 이름 말하죠. 그거 막 다 외우시고 그런다고 하더라고요. 공부하고. 그러니까 새로운 챔프 나올 때마다 제발 스킬 이름 쉬운 거이기를 막 하면서 Caps MVP, mid-gap. I mean today I thought G2 was just gonna win because of mid-gap and I guess I'm not wrong guys.
That was getting pummeled. He was able to get that shut down.
I guess I ain't wrong, guys. I'm right.
So many really good ones.
오늘 미드 차이 날 것 같았는데 탑 차이까지 날 줄은 몰랐다. But I did not expect a top gap today. I was worried for Broken Blade because Kiaya was playing decent. He was actually playing pretty good. Day 1 and day 2. GAM top laner was like the best player on their team, but Kiaya is not. He's not doing very well today. At least game 1 and game 2.
That is basically the lead.
Genji vs G2. Oh yeah. I think winner has to play into Genji. No fucking way.
He's already level 14 compared to the 12 of Emo, and the
Rod
is not at 10 stacks yet. Caps is already a raid boss, and we're about to move up a tier of gear here in about 3 minutes. This guy is a problem, and I don't think GAM have the answer.
I think.
Yeah, definitely looking.
I think having to play into. Having to play into Genji is not fair, huh?
Look at G2. Everyone's grouped up on Ryze.
Why can't you?
If you made an attempt
I mean, like, what are some weak teams in the tournament? Like,
he's
what?
able to bring Hansama and Skuma with him. That reset from G2, all of them coming back out together.
CFO? I don't even think CFO's that weak. I think CFO's
stepping up into the enemy jungle. Broken Blade
strong.
Ready to keep this one moving forward. Another nice
I guess compared to the other teams.
Miscommunication with LeBron, who uses the glacial.
Oh, it's kind of deep. It's kind of deep.
Hansama!
Hansama leaves! Hansama leaves! Oh my gosh! Even game 1 they were living with the HP. Now they're living with the HP again. 아니 저 진짜 너무 아깝다. If only the QW connected from Hui there. Hui가 QW를 못 맞춰가지고 저 맞추기 되게 빡세긴 해. 근데 루시안같이 대시되는 글가공이랑 브라운 궁으로 끄는 거 싫어하냐고.
They've got full priority in the setup here, and GAM forced to take some recalls to refill their health bars.
I don't know if there's any
크라우스가 배달하는 거 브라움이 끊었다고 다시 보자. Apparently the Braum ult stopped the Gragas ult list once again.
But they've already got the objective down to 130
I mean, the
HP.
outgun's
They've
gone.
got caps
They
here,
can't really contest
so they
this.
know that if GAM comes and tries to fight this, they will
They
have to
can't
fight
even
through the
get
Ryze,
near.
who does now also have Seeker's arm guard. Now, oh, nice flash follow on the body slam there from Broken Blade. This time the ulti collides exactly where it needs to, and Caps goes on the killing spree. G2, they'll take the Otacon. They'll be up 24 flower
Damn,
petals,
that Gragas ult is just perma up. Like, what is going on?
Caps have a 3-level lead.
크라우스 궁이 뭔가
without even
계속
the
떠는
Rod
것
Mages
같아요,
taking over.
여러분.
And that
크라우스
thing's going to
궁이.
take over and is going to get another level. So
cooldown boost
this
with
is
Cosmic
just so
Insight.
massive. They've been playing those sideways, playing the macro, and he's getting another one here.
Yeah,
아니 진짜 오늘 브로큰 블레이드 미쳤네 진짜. 브로큰 블레이드 1v9
trying
today.
to provide an opportunity for his teammate to get away. Caps triggers the Seraph shield there as Skumon and Broken Blade have to back away a little bit further. Lebrov going to get grabbed by the dredge line as GAM continue their chase. Won't land the CC onto Lebrov
wow.
as he tries again to protect
Caps has to flash, I think, yeah.
away from the depth charge.
More,
Broken Blade
more.
here on the front line as the TP's coming in to once again reinforce GAM. The
Broken Blade!
is not enough. Emo
Sacrificing?
shut down on Broken
Good boy.
Blade. Skumon on the run. He does
저거는
have
그라가스의
Deadman
희생이죠.
to try to get away from this one.
He
But GAM is coming
sacrificed
around
for
to cut
Caps.
him off at the pass, or are they? Okay, Scryer's
Oh, they're gonna
finds
do
him.
dragon,
So
but
even
they're
though Gamma are setting
keeping
up for
top.
Dragon
Like
here,
they don't.
this Dragon is only number 2 for them, and Caps makes the call. Yeah, fine, go
Yo.
for the Dragon. I will continue
Pushing
to
mid
split push, so he
and
teleports
top.
up to the top side. He
Mid
forces
and top
the
waves
answer
crashing in.
teleport up to that top side as well.
Hello, Femi. A
Wade
little
did
bit
get
of a
the
throw
shutdown
from
there,
G2
so
actually. A little
even
bit of a
with
throw
the
from
extra little bit
G2.
of a boost, but he
So many
really
plays
needs it.
back to back, like
He
we can't
got
even
the
watch the
shutdown, and
replay.
At least got him to level
You know
13,
what I mean?
so as Caps' Rod of Ages ticks over, he's not 4 levels down.
아까 브라운공이
It's still
끊어낸 거
3
다시
levels
보기
down. That is
보여주고
still
싶은데
extreme.
다시
And
보기를 안
Levi
보여줄
is
시간이
now
없다.
finding
계속
himself
싸우고
caught,
있어.
slammed back into the wall. LeBron
Levi,
and
good
Skumon
flash.
need a little bit more damage.
The locket as
And
well,
Caps
but I
and
don't think the
Hansa
locket it was
have
needed.
arrived.
Like he was live
Instead,
live.
they'll
But
turn their attention over to Elio, who
oh,
cannot get away. Hansa
call an ambulance,
grabbing the
not for
kill,
Pantheon,
as now
but for
just
me.
barely Levi can escape that one,
But for
but
both.
G2 once again
Both
owns
of us.
total control over the GAM jungle.
or an
And
ambulance.
G2 kind of running them
Hello.
around the map this game.
So
now,
now, thanks for the 32 months, really appreciate it. So welcome to
very
the
deep
Maple family.
on one
Welcome
of these
back.
plays.
Really appreciate it. Better move.
Or
He's
use
been
it-
going deep the
Oh,
whole game.
Or use it for an escape, you know, very
Yeah.
versatile.
All right, G2.
유시안
4,000
크로노스가
gold lead.
큐를
Yeah, the
캐리를
tricks
해야
are even,
된다.
but I don't think they really care too much about that.
아니,
It's
루시안
all
지금
just the Caps
초반에
game this
힘들었던
time
거
around,
지금
right? It feels like
극복은
it's
이미
live and die by
한참
Caps,
전에
and
했고
Caps is pick and live
괴물이
every
되었습니다,
time. I
여러분.
think he's having a very,
Lucian
very
is
impressive
6-2
performance
and
on the rise
3.
in this one. The realm warps have been so effective.
Let's think
every
about how
time.
behind he was
hasn't
early
been
game,
caught out
huh?
of position. He
Getting
hasn't found
completely
himself
short
in a
2v2.
spot where the range
And then
of GAM
Caps
has been a
just
problem
giga
for him
chance,
so far. 3-0
ult
and
these
6
both
here on the
sides.
rise. Oh, come on!
2 times.
Yeah. So props to some of
During
the utility
two
players
2v2s.
on the team too. Broken Blade, you mentioned that
이모 똥이
really big
금지가.
teleport flank that he had. That one was very critical for
아.
G2, but this is going to be exciting to see how they continue
강
to use this
e스포츠는
massive
제일 문제가
rise
미드인데
lead in
아
the
물론
side lane.
캡스 선수가
If GAM
진짜
are
잘하는
ever gonna be
선수긴
able to get the
하지만
map back under control.
캡스 선수보다 잘하는 미드라이너가 너무 많아요 MSI에서. 그러니까 여기에서 만약에 이긴다고 해도 많이 멀리 못 가는 느낌? I mean, think about it. If GAM Esports mid lane is struggling this much in playing, if they do somehow miraculously make it through, I don't think they can defeat any of the other
They've got
team
this
mid
really
laners.
strong Rise split pusher, of course, but if
Because,
you try
yeah,
and
Caps
engage
is
on
a
the other
great
part
player.
of the team, and you're
But
like,
there are
okay,
even
we don't
better
wanna fight you when you
players
have Caps. They have so many
in
so
MSI.
many abilities to buy time.
Waiting.
Really good defensive champions.
Like their mid lane
You
is
know,
a huge
Braum's
issue,
very
I
good
think.
at buying time.
And
if you try
Kiaya
and
is
engage
not
on the other
performing
side of the team.
as where?
Gragas as well.
So GG.
And so they can buy
Oh, yeah.
time for Caps to get
I don't
there
know.
and collapse as well. So
And I feel like bot
So
lane is like
it's so
really
hard
good at
for
laning,
GAM
but
when
after
they make the
laning,
play.
like the
It's
macro
gotta
is
be
really
very
off.
precise.
Like
It
this
has to be
Nautilus,
very quick.
every time I see Elio, his Nautilus is 1v9 early game. After 10 minutes, he's just completely confused. He's getting confused.
Issues that hopefully we can get resolved here.
아니,
very
포스터님
soon.
천천히
Get
감사합니다.
back into
어서
the
오세요.
game. Not sure
땡큐다요.
exactly what peripherals are
하트 배지
malfunctioning,
나이스다요.
but right now GAM has got
미드
to figure out
플레이어들이
how they can try to
쟁쟁한
stabilize
선수가 너무
against this. The
많음.
good news
인정,
is
인정, 인정.
Caps can
True,
only level
yeah.
up 2 more times.
It's just really hard.
So,
Like this,
the
I guess.
level lead's not going to continue growing that much more.
True.
Caps
Oh
on 18,
man,
and then you can
it's
start catching
rough.
up.
When Caps
Mid
caps
laner
out,
is so
Yeah.
important nowadays. The
yeah.
미드가
Still,
진짜
he's got
중요해서.
some more room for items,
It's
so the
mid lane has
pain
always
might
been
continue,
important.
but
But there was a time when mid lane could just
Alright,
sit
we're
on
back.
Smolder
The peripherals
and
are
stack.
fixed. Cap still has that unbroken arm guard. And hey,
You can't really
Broken Blade
stack
also
on
has the same
Smolder
thing.
anymore.
Unbroken arm guard on the Gragas alongside the Fimbulwinter and Cosmic Drive means that he is a tanky Gragas.
Yeah, that
that's
meta was
also
so boring
spamming
to watch,
abilities at
honestly.
maximum speed. Lebrov goes in for an engage on
Bomba.
Emo. Broken Blade knocks Elio
Elio,
back.
gonna
Emo got the
die.
right angle on
Goodbye.
him, but
저런.
Elio will be a fine consolation
I look so
prize.
til- if I
Kiaya
was
shows
Nautilus,
up
I'd be
too
so
little, too
tilted.
late to find much of anything,
내가
and the
노틸러스였으면은
clock
진짜
is at
게임
exactly the right
너무
time to
힘들
make
것
that
같아요.
play. 25 minutes into the game.
I would have been
G2
so tilted being this nervous because like the early game I'm just 1v9.
Yeah, beautiful play
2v2 was going great. We're winning lane. We're completely shrunk them. Boom, 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 boom. Enemy mid laner comes bot lane. Enemy Greg is fucking perma like bomba.
G2 burns down the objective.
팬비의 높이는 bonk. 아니 홈런이야 뭐야? Oh wow, they live with 10 HP again.
Double kill back over to Broken Blade.
Rest in peace.
8,000 gold ahead. G2 with a massive sequence.
Did Levi even get to touch the ground?
No, he just yo-yoed.
That Pantheon just got boinked out immediately.
Look at this,
by
look at this, look at
Skewmon.
this, guys. Look at
Let's
this.
take another look at it.
아니
Of course,
다시 보자.
Damn, no, they're in such a tight spot, so they go for the big play onto Baron, but boom! As soon as he's there, immediately ejected back into the air. G2 focus, they finish the Baron, and then it can
I mean, the
go
Corgi
get
did a lot
all
of
the
damage here,
kills.
but
Look at
not
that,
enough, I
grouped
guess.
up, had the big slow right against the wall. Wow,
반품하겠습니다.
that's got to be the wrap on it, Flowers.
Yeah.
That's got to be G2 pushing
Oh
us
man, he just accept this fate. He
the
stopped
edge here,
running.
2 series point to elimination game
no.
next game if GAM are unable to find a miracle for themselves.
I guess
I mean,
G2's gonna
it's a Baron
actually
plus you double
3-0
the
today,
impressive
guys.
gold lead that you already had.
G2's gonna
It's
3-0
now
GAM
in the
esports.
territory where GAM must rely on a mistake from G2, and it needs
This
to
is
be a pretty
crazy. I didn't
colossal
expect-
mistake. Look at the bounties on the side of G2. Skewmon and Cat.
Actually,
both
I
with
did
max
expect G2 to
bounties.
win,
Broken
but
Blade is
I
about to
don't
solo
think.
down the formerly
Oh
fed
wow.
Corgi. Take a drink, Artemis. He's out of there. Call him the ride home. He's done. And now G2, they've got a
Bomba.
5v4 again for 30 seconds.
와, 그라우스 개
again.
아프고.
Moving up towards the
Level
mid lane, inhibitor
17
having already
Grace?
claimed the one in bottom lane. It's
아니
a
근데
full
G2는 왜
5-man push.
처음부터 이렇게
The
플레이하지
minions
않은 거야?
flowing
애초에.
into the base as well,
How,
but
why didn't
G2,
G2 play like this
they
from the
wanna
beginning?
play
Like
it
into
safe.
Furia, they
don't
were
wanna
playing
overforce here, and
so
they're gonna back
bad.
away.
They've just expertly
And then they
pulled
also
GAM
played really bad
across
into
the map
BLG.
the entire
And BLG is
game
just
here.
better, but yes.
And
But
that's how they're going to finish it as well.
This feels
viewership
like
의미에서?
such an improvement for G2 compared
Artemis
to
mental
the
is so
previous
broken.
series we've seen them
Oh
in.
my gosh.
So
Artemis
far in
and
this
Elio
tournament,
needs to
right?
call the
They gotta
ambulance
win
for their
against
mental.
Furia, but man, it was a long, drawn-out battle. There were some messy games. It had to go the full 5. Up against BLG, they get
Well, on the
smoked.
bright side,
3-0
guys,
clean
my
sweep.
pick'ems
And
is
now,
safe.
coming in here
Yes.
against GAM, a team that had the exact same record as them against the exact
My
same
pick'ems
teams in the
is
exact same
looking
tournament.
good, guys.
You would expect this to be very close, but G2 is making it look not that way
It's not free.
whatsoever.
Yeah, this is looking like G2's best
I don't know,
game
guys.
so far for
GAM
sure.
time is not gonna
Even
last
despite their
for
bottom lane
longer.
getting behind early on.
GAM
and
time might end soon,
possibly
guys.
being an angle there for GAM. G2 really able
man.
to cover it. Caps especially.
so
and now
bad
they're coming to finish
for-
the job.
All right, GAM got to try to defend this last remaining lane of inhibitors,
Oh,
but it ain't
man.
gonna happen too easy. Broken Blade goes golden, trying to stay alive. The
Wait, this is
tier 3
winnable?
buys a lot of time though. GAM with a nice defense.
What?
Have already found 2. Caps into the Zonias, trying to stay alive. The shutdown back over to Levi. Caps taking it away, but a massive shutdown for Kiaya. GAM come to life and defend their
Oh
base on
my
the
gosh,
last play.
Levi.
Hans on the run,
Captain
but
Levi.
Levi's on the
They can
hunt.
do dragon
Artemis
then.
right
They're
behind
dragon.
him. GAM looking
용
for the chase.
먹고 바텀
G2
미드 웨이브
forced
누가
too
막으러
hard,
가야죠?
and GAM,
Jace?
even
Can
when their
Jace
backs
grab the
are
whole
against
wave?
the
Yes, he
wall,
can.
Never give up.
GAM never give up. Never
They're
stop
gonna be
fighting.
farming
They're gonna
super.
go for
Jace
the
is gonna catch
objective
up in
bounty
levels to
shutdown
Broken Blade.
here. Try and
Look at
burn
that, he's
this
already
dragon
level
down.
16 and then he grabs
Skewmon is walking
another
on
super wave
over,
coming
though.
both sides.
He has no ultimate.
He has time. He has time.
Yeah,
There's no way he goes
Well.
into this. There's no way. What? Well, hold on.
He uses smite
We
for
got a TP
the
coming
battle.
in.
Okay.
Braum has TP.
Oh, he has 2
Yeah,
stacks
that's
of
a
smite though.
Brav TP
Smite's gonna
from
come
an
back up.
unsealed spellbook. So GAM will go ahead and claim themselves the Drake.
Teleporting into the base.
Hansama's also here. Yeah, they're going for the base. It looks like we're going to get a Broken Blade teleport attempt here, but a response TP immediately from
Broken
Evo,
Blade.
recognizing what's going on. Elio takes the blast cone to try to get away. Nice Spider-Man on the dredge line. The empowered
아니,
blast cone gives Elio the range to escape what would have otherwise been certain death.
아까부터 브라운 공이 크로노스 공이 딱 좋았는데 그걸 브라운 공을 끊고 판테인 공이 진짜 좋았는데 그걸 뽀삐 공으로 이렇게
And GAM, they pulled off the defense. They got the objective bounty shut down. Kiaya puts the ward in the brush, but he gets the bad news.
Yeah, he might have gone a little bit too close here. Deadman's plate Poppy catches up, and Hans Sama empties the magazine into him. G2 pick up a freebie there. Caps is back out on the
Little
rift.
bit greedy.
We'll see if G2 can force something.
Probably
now.
have to receive the wave here.
Timer on the Jace.
Yeah, with 2 inhibitors
Not
down,
over
this is
there,
unrelenting
but like
pressure here.
closer to
Superman
his
is
base
coming
and
in
farm
mid and
closer to
bottom.
his base.
No, G2 were just recalling there. They get a
Nice
happy
throw
little
from
surprise.
Kiaya, yeah.
With the extra
Positive
kill,
plays, another death coming through
They're
from
going to
Jace.
start the work on the last remaining
No
inhibitor,
way.
and slowly G2 will close in.
Oh,
the
I think this is
unrelenting.
gonna be 3 inhibitors.
G2, there goes
사목재기는 좀 빡센데 근데? 사목재기.
오,
오, Levi! Good E timing! Oh, that's GG. Emo's that. Oh, bomba. Levi, no E. Good try. 제이스가 죽어가지고 4대 5였어. It was 4v5 because Jace just died. 거 걸어왔어요. bomba. 크로스 개사기네 진짜. 쯔쯔. What am I watching? What am I watching? Oh my. 마지막에 조금 비비려고 한 것도 진짜 레전드긴 했어. I mean, GAM literally played so well the final fight. Like,
GAM, so much pressure on
the
their
second to last
shoulders.
final
Now
fight.
will be facing elimination games. All of Vietnam.
I mean, it was a little bit deep from Braum and
so
stuff,
much
but
pressure
even then,
being that
he was actually
representative.
doing damage there.
No more room for mistakes for GAM.
No, bro. GAM time to go home. GAM C, GAM Y.
So are Twitch subscriptions for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat emotes, badges, ad previewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds of the global revenue pool directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not like this Hui in-game emote for when your Hui game goes like that Hui game and you can't hold the Nexus. Now let's go ahead and check in with the analysts to break down that game too.
You're watching the worst teams with the
Thank
chance
you,
to make it.
Captain. A much more convincing game here on the side of G2 with a different approach.
I can't
taking us to
believe
the first match
I can't believe
point
people are
in
talking
this
about G2
series.
as one of the
Guys,
worst teams.
Let's take out the whiteboard here.
Holy, G2 in 2025 is just depression. What happened?
Check how it's going.
Okay, but okay, to be
Caps
fair,
Magic, I think we got that.
they're playing much better today.
This comment is getting closer. I made the planet closer. I made it larger.
Do you guys
You
agree?
may not see it, but compare the two.
Yeah.
Caps. I mean, there was a Caps gap in the mid lane for sure. He was absolutely smurfing in this game.
G2 comment.
Kind of what I feared for GAM would happen.
No, Gorg the
My expectation, though,
30.5k
is
damage
Varus
and
is probably
lost.
gonna come in.
Unlucky.
Yeah, at least first 2 games
ADC gap, what can I say?
Absolutely. I mean, this was a really rough game. You
아니,
mentioned
3만
while
딜을
we were watching
했는데
basically that the Hui was like 2
저런.
levels down at a certain point, and he was just farming bot lane waves. Like he was just out of the game.
And it started with a very, very messy invade on the side of
미드
GAM
차이.
jungle.
미드 차이. 다 같이
Not
외치죠.
clearly setting an advantage for G2.
It was like one of those Braum. Every time you go into a Braum level 1, I don't know you walk.
아니,
into the, why you walk into the line push. So
여기에서
Emo comes in.
게임이 많이 좋아졌다고
but
생각을
Hans Sama
했지만
flashing over is
아니,
crazy.
Emo
So they
did
just
start
full commit
W
to
level
this. And by
1.
the
Is
way,
that
going
is that
into
why
a
he lost the
Pantheon
lane?
Level 1, I was a little
And he
concerned
probably
about,
TP's
but
back.
still,
He's
G2,
gonna lose
like,
out.
slightly comes
Look
out
at
ahead because
Caps,
of
by
first
the
blood.
way.
Yeah,
캡스
I would
선수는
also say
피
because of
상태도
how
되게
the
너무
lane is gonna
좋았어가지고
go from
집을
mid
안
lane
가도
up. This way
됐는데
has to start W level 1s. You have no
So
damaging
Caps, like,
spell, and then Rise gets a kill, right?
push them
And
in,
so
right?
You die, you
Into
start
crate?
with no skill level 1, and that put him in a really tough position. But then it became all about
그래,
the bot
라인을
lane,
밀 수가 없는
non-stop action
수에
down there, trying to punish the missing summoners.
텔페도
We saw this
사용해야
very
됐다.
early 3-camp gank
Level
from
1
Levi,
had to
which was
TP back in
effective,
lane,
got
so
Artemis the kill.
couldn't
Then they were
recall
even able to
at
follow
a
it up
good
with the
time.
2v2s, just straight up kill. The lollipop in full effect
No.
Yeah.
from the Nautilus.
Hui had to flash and he was. The W level
Great
1 was good
strategy
though.
from GAM early on, recognizing that
He
it's
didn't
like,
die
okay,
right away,
you have
so
a
he actually
Lucian
got.
Braum,
He
you're going to
baited
be
the
playing towards
Lucian.
your bot lane, and you don't
And then
have
bot
flash.
lane became
We're just going
super
back
behind
again
because
and
of
again
that.
towards bot
Lucian
lanes.
was
The fact
dying
that Corki was
continuously.
able to get 2 kills early like that, really
Isn't
solid.
E just
This
better?
is where I
I
think it
mean, he would have
became
just
the
died.
mid lane
That's the
spilling
thing.
over into the side lanes. You know, Caps was starting to be able to get out to those side lanes, use the realm
And
war.
it,
Got down
I
to
think
bot
E
lane.
wouldn't have
When
mattered.
their
He has
bot
to
lane
start
wasn't a
Q
difficult
if he wants to
spot, able
contest the
help
wave
turn
push
that around,
Yes.
into
you know,
Rise.
re-enable Hans
Hui
down
can
there,
actually
and
contest
Caps,
push if
his
he just
lead
starts
started to spill
QE.
out
Like he could
everywhere
have
on
actually
the map.
contested
No
the
one
push.
could really play side lane against him. Nowhere was safe, so we saw Kiaya and Emo kind of forced to overgroup, and that puts them in a position where they are getting 2, 3, almost 4 levels down.
What is this? What is is crazy Photoshop here.
That's Photoshop.
Big eyes, by the way.
What the hell?
But yeah, I mean, as you guys were saying,
고소자료.
the second you unlock caps rotating on the maps, there's no way for GAM to catch up on them.
Just the goal difference at 14 being 14.
근데 머리카락은 괜찮. 머리카락은 지켜주네요.
They had no way to be able to respond.
대머리는 안
It's
만들었다.
not only
그러니까.
problematic, just to have a Rise that fed or to have caps that fed, but also specifically in this matchup, the whole point of Hwei
To me,
into
this is
Rise
just a
is to
classic
basically
case of
non-stop
old school
wave clear
pro
and just
champions
keep him
getting
locked
engaged
in
on and
lane with
losing.
you so he can't
Like we
affect
used to
the
see
map,
all the
and they
time a
weren't able to
couple years
accomplish that
ago.
whatsoever.
And let's keep our attention on top ladder as well. Because for me,
Dalsy,
his recovery
you're correct.
this
Poke
series
champions
has
are
been
hard to
phenomenal,
pull
and
off right
Broken
now,
Blade
but
picked the perfect
this
time
one,
to TP
I
in a
feel like
hyper
was just a mid gap.
This was insane.
Yeah?
The TP that comes
Rise
through
just
behind
kept
him, even though it
feeding,
was inside, like, to be able to get the
Rise just kept feeding.
Bomba.
Again and
delivers
again,
Pantheon
kills
straight
back
the
into
team,
Lucian.
So that was incredible
And then
from him.
also
he
look at
had
this
a few
bomba
moments
from
throughout
Gragas.
that game exactly like that one.
Yeah, he was playing honestly really, really
Huh?
well. Yes, there was some pressure that was put on early on by the Jace, but Gragas just needs to kind of chill to scale. Did get into a good position, was really impactful with the ultimate team fight.
Yeah.
Broken Blade definitely seems to be comfortable here.
He even
and it
went
does
top
feel
to kill
like
Jace,
if
so
GAM
Jace
can't
fell behind
have
a lot.
one reliable advantage in that top lane
이거
that they can
gank
count
mid
on,
lane by Pantheon.
it's kind of hard to see how they win
Survives,
this
Triforce
series. You're now in a
Corki was
position where you
unable
have
to
to
get a
reverse
kill
sweep.
onto Rise.
Mid lane has been a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Top lane is not getting those consistent advantages that Kia
Levi!
has been able to get throughout the
Captain
rest of the
Levi.
tournament. It's making it tough.
And if we're going to be seeing the change like you did mention, if Ares does comes in and it looks like that's going to be the case, then I want to see him on Ahri. I want to see him on a playmaker, and I want to see Levi playing towards that and trying to get something there.
Reset the mindsets.
맞아요.
That is the key here. G2
판테온 카드가 이렇게 패배로 끝나는
거는
거는 3대 0이지 않을까. 야, 오늘 진짜 탑이 브로큰 블레이드 선수가 갑자기 각성했어요. 왜 그런지 모르겠지만. What happened to Broken Blade? I'm not even sure. Someone needs to check his PC. Is it Broken Blade? 어? 생각보다 원사이드 한다고. 그러니까 이게 그래도 한 4경기까지는 갈 것 같았는데 3대 0으로 그냥 끝낼 것 같은 그런 판인 것 같아요. 오늘 뭔가 심상치 않아 탑에서 지금. 그라가스 보셨잖아요. Look at the Gragas bomba angles, like what were they? Like even game 1 Renekton, like he completely got the nar. 아니 판테온이 근데 좋은 게 판테온 회의 가지고 판테온 W에 그냥 연계를 회의 풀콤보 박으면서 제이스 EQ 막 그런 느낌 있잖아. 그냥 앞에 있는 놈 노틸러스랑 같이 판테온이라 터뜨리면 되긴 하거든. Got new glasses between days. He's able to see the monitor now, guys. Let's go. They're getting used to the time difference. True. Jet lag is a real thing, guys. Yes, Canada is like what? 5 hours difference? 6 hours? I think I can sleep now. This is a 3-0. Okay, CY, go to bed. Good night. Bye. Now CY is gone. It's gonna be a reverse sweep. Let's go. Let's go. It's always like that. Like when I go to the bathroom, like the team I'm cheering for suddenly starts losing. When I go to a bathroom, I don't even know. That's why you can't stop watching. 전부터 경기수 늘어나야 한다고 하긴 했는데 이게 그냥 플레이부터 옥각을 계속하니까 EWC까지 생겨서 너무 많이 늘어났다고. 아, 그 얘기 하시는 거야. EWC는 이거 바로 끝나자마자 7월 초에 시작을 하죠. No, they keep showing this ad and I always get hungry. Hello?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
LCK 컵의 MSI EWC 포스트 스탠드 LCK 컵 포스트 스탠드 MSI
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a
그리고
free
스프링
phone on any
서머는
plan,
일반적으로
pain
스프링
free,
서머까지 해서 이제
count me in.
롤드컵. 캐스파컵까지 하면은 캐스파컵은 근데 2군 선수들이 대부분
Try
출전하더라고요.
and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
근데 아시안 게임 대표 선발전이 캐스파컵이라서 2군 선수뿐만 아니라 선발하고 싶으신 분들이 다들 출전하던데. 선수들은 힘들긴 하겠지만 우리는 재밌어요. 근데 솔직히 야구 같은 거 보면은 경기 수가 말이 안 되거든요. 근데 야구는 몸으로 뛰는 거잖아, 땡볕에. 훨씬 더 체력적으로 덜 힘들지 않을까, 롤이? 멘탈적으로 힘들어도 멘탈 싸움이긴 해, 롤은. 팀도 많고 선수풀도 많다? 아 그러긴 해. 벤치 멤버가 근데 롤은 벤치 멤버가 많이 없긴 해죠. 지점 멤버들이 그냥 계속 해야 돼. 계속 그냥 같은 멤버로 가야 되고. 그나마 벤치 멤버 막 한 번씩 바꾸더라도 뭐 한 선수 한 명 정도? 역할 하나 정도? Oh my gosh. I mean this is good guys. G2's trying to 3-0 so EU fans can go to bed. Oh. You guys can go to bed early. Because I think it's really late in EU right now. In Korea it's 10:42 a.m. in the morning, but for EU it must be like more like 3 a.m. or something. 4 a.m. maybe? I don't know. For C and Korea is morning time. Good morning, good morning. Time for people to go to work, go to school? Because today is Monday. Monday morning. 월요일 아침에 10시 42분. 과연 이 경기를 볼 수 있는 사람들이 얼마나 많을까? 한국 분들 중에서. 다들 직장을 가야 되지 않을까요? 직장을 가던가. 아니면은 학교를 가던가. 종강이라서 학교 안 가도 되나? 방학인가요? 월급 루팡? 선생님 선생님 여기서 그런 발언을 하시면 어떡합니까? 몰래 아 근데 저도 기억납니다요. 저도 그때 일할 때 그 학생 대학 시절에 제가 그 직장을 다녔거든요. 인턴십 같은 거. 컴퓨터 앞에서 폰 이렇게 폰으로 이렇게 켜놓긴 했었어. 롤드컵 할 때. 아니 왜냐면은 롤드컵 같은 거 그런 거를 살면 악이거든. 진짜 그거 보는 걸로 버텼다니까? 야 진짜 그것 때문에 잘리면은 굉장히 억울할 뻔. 뭔지 알죠? 펜타 펜타 무색. G2에서도 펜타 무색했구나. 어느 팀이든 살짝 뭔가 펜타 이렇게 말하는 사람들이 있는 것 같아. 상남자트 나 자르면 회사가 손해다 마인드. 그러니까 나 일할 거 다 일하면서 하는 거지. 그래서 뭔지 알죠? 일할 거 다 개잘하면서 너 이거 좀 봤다고 날 자른다고? 뭐 이런 느낌. 상남자특. 상여자. 월급 루팡. 다들 월급 루팡 하시.
G2 are now only a single game away from qualifying for main stage. Last game seemed like it could have been the perfect recipe for GAM. It was scrappy early, 4 deaths,
소리만
2
좀
for
들고
each
있다.
side at level
라디오
1.
식으로.
But G2
제가
managed
또
to pull
해설을
themselves out of the
해드려야 되나?
trench, lock in, and off the back of a stellar rise performance from Caps and some insane
Look at all the
flanks
coffee,
from
like they're
Broken
drinking a lot of
Blade,
coffee.
found themselves a decisive victory.
Yeah, Caps obviously massive.
If you drink too much coffee though, your hands are shaking.
G2,
I didn't want to find out about that, but apparently, if you drink too much caffeine, it's dangerous for your heart and your hands are shaking like.
Causing GAM to drop a minion wave here, a
So
minion
you're trying to
wave
like
there, a little bit of
play League of
experience
Legends,
here,
your like
a little
hands
bit of
like
experience
oh.
there, and remaining
카페인
more
너무 많이
efficient.
마시면
This
여러분
game, though,
손이 이렇게 막 이렇게
much
된다.
more, in their
진짜.
favor and much more in control because of such a stellar Rise performance. I would also shout
can
out
find games,
Skewmont.
G2.
Skewmont has had 2 good games on the Trundle as well as the Poppy there for him.
You think
Let's see,
G2 is
props
gonna
to
drop a
Broken
game
Blade
today?
looking
I
a
don't know
lot
about
better.
that.
All in all, that would
We'll see,
that
though.
would just look like G2
We
are
are
so
talking
much
about
more
G2
confident
Game
now.
3
You would
content
expect
game
them to
incoming.
continue, this
Content
snowball
game
in this
incoming
series.
from
So
them.
it's time for GAM to
GAM
really
has to step it
dig
up.
deep.
GAM has to step it up, I
GAM
think.
back on the blue side. They'll continue
Hanzama getting target banned Draven.
last game.
Draven
However,
banned.
the Draven, the trademark pick there for Hanzama, also going to be banned.
투패 배나나?
Things
Are they gonna
looking
open
very similar
TF?
to
They
the
might.
first 2 games
They
here
might
for
actually
G2's
open
ban,
TF here.
as they'll continue banning the Nocturne alongside
I don't know
the
if GAM
Rumble.
can
But what will
actually
the third be?
macro
Glenn was
correctly
there
with
in
TF.
game number 1, but didn't come around
go,
to the second
근데-
half of the bans in
Winner
game
오,
number 2,
밴을
and
하네요,
the TF
투패를.
will remain there from game 2.
They do respect the
Alright, so they
TF
upward
and
this
ban it
time
out.
around.
Interesting. What are
Let's
they gonna
see,
first pick?
little bit
Maybe
of
Annie.
A pinch on jungle, and they're immediately going to go for the Wukong. Okay, so Annie
Wukong
is up.
first pick?
Wukong
I
plus
guess
Annie is
instead
a
of
very good
prioritizing Annie, they're gonna
combination,
prioritize
and it is a
Wukong.
very good, like
Interesting.
straightforward wombo team fighting.
네, 이
get some
미드
good
이거
engage.
바꿨습니다. So they
That
swapped
would
out
be a
mid
very
laner
good look
from
for
Emo
GAM.
to Aris.
All right.
If you're,
So
if you're already thinking about that,
maybe Aris
from,
gonna pop off
from G2
here.
then,
But Emo was
are you
not
thinking about,
playing
taking it away, or
good
would you
enough,
rather get some counter counter engage going for yourself? Well, okay, they get some wombo possibilities of their own.
probably MF.
Sometimes it can be hard to play Misfortune.
paired
when-
with Annie.
Insta-lock Nunu.
Caps
Oh my
Annie.
goodness!
That's instantly locked.
Let's go!
Wait, is that a
This
mistake?
reminds me
It's
of
not a
Worlds
mistake.
last year.
No, as soon as I saw the Nunu, I was like, wait, why isn't the little thing flashing
Is that
around
like
his
a
portrait? It's
Keisha
because it was just
EUW
instantly
shout
slammed.
out? I think so.
G2 also have a Nunu
Huh?
streamer under
I
the
mean, is
organization.
Keisha live right
That's
now?
right, yeah.
Kesha is.
There's someone called
probably
Keisha,
jumping on
and he's
his
like a
chair
Nunu
right
one
now.
trick. He's a G2 streamer.
I wonder if they
G2
did,
streamer,
did a
by the
little
way.
training. Maybe they got
Zyra Khan
Nunu
locked
boot
in
camp.
though. I
Yeah,
think
a little
Zyra.
Nunu boot camp.
Wait,
Okay, though,
wait,
but
wait, wait,
Zyra
wait.
Khan is
GAM's
still
comp
locking
is
here for
cooking
the
though.
safety, and comfort
I didn't
for
really like
Artemis.
GAM's
This is such a
comp
big
game
pick
1
for
and
him.
game 2, but this is
Second
cooking.
most played of the split.
No more
And
Nautilus
instantly
Corki,
combo it
no more
there,
Jin Rel.
with
Like,
Elio's
this is good.
Rakan.
Zyra
They
Khan,
do
solid.
love this duo.
Lots of damage, lot of
And when you're looking
survivability.
at a lot of snowballs
근데
and
니코를
engagement
뺏긴
type
거는
stuff
좀
coming
아프다.
through here.
뭔가
I mean,
뭔지
you
알죠?
have bullet
네,
time
니코가
plus pop
오공이랑
awesome.
진짜
If Nico can
사기거든요.
grab
둘
multiple
다
targets and Misfortune is just emptying the
클론이
guns over the top
있어가지고.
of that CC, it is a recipe for either
커플이네.
disaster or success depending on whose side you're viewing it from. But Caps on the Nico, a lot of playmaking potential here.
아르테미스 아레스.
Qmod also is 8-2.
거의 무슨 그리스 로마 신화에서 나오는
on Nunu. So it is a very
신
good
뭐 이런 거
champion
아닌가?
for him.
그리스 로마 신화.
This is definitely looks good. So the
이름
Nico
같은데?
too. Also, there you're talking about that thing did get nerfed.
What is
20
G2
damage
thinking?
on
I
the
don't know.
Q early on, but
Annie
bumped up a
Bandel,
little bit
interesting.
for the scaling for it later. So
Yeah, Zyra Khan
definitely
pick
has those mid lane options.
definitely.
Could be a mid lane, or support.
I
whereas
was
in the
thinking like
past, for the
maybe
past
maybe
couple
they
of
pick
months, you know,
Annie
Nico has
and
been
Nico
the
here,
support,
you know?
go to, but it was one of the biggest
50
changes.
50
with the
Annie
MSI
니코 이렇게
matches.
픽했으면
I think I
어땠을까?
heard you guys
자이라
talking about
칸이
it on the cast
벤이
yesterday. It's like whenever you see the
된다고
nerf to the
해도
base damage, but the buff to the ratios, they're saying no, get out of support, go back to mid lane.
Exactly.
We'll see if that's where they want to go. But
Aris
the
can play
champion that
Ari?
you were talking about
Ooh,
and
that's
the
a good
champion that I
choice.
was talking about potentially
Ari
for
Wukong.
GAM with the Annie and the Gwen, those are
traditional
going to be both the bans
duo
here
in
in the
the mid
second
jungle?
half for G2 as GAM will ban
Akali
away
mid?
the Silas.
Yeah, definitely. If
Into
they're not going to
Wukong?
grab those in the first
with
3
Nico-
picks,
Wukong?
is
I don't
gonna
know
get
about the
dropped. They're
Akali.
kind of expecting Annie will
I
get
don't know
banned away,
about
not gonna
that,
be
but
an
I
option
guess
later,
the
but
follow-up from Rakan
what's
ulti is
else
actually not
here?
bad.
'Cause they're definitely expecting the Nico as support.
Maybe that
since
is
they banned
exactly what
Silas.
he was gonna lock in.
The dog.
And they pay respects to the Warwick. It got banned against Broken Blade
Oh,
so
into
much.
Nunu though. What
fairly
would you
frequently
play in the
there
mid lane
Europe,
into
so
Nunu?
even with the
Maybe
rough
Ari
game
is
that he
correct.
showed here
Ari
at
can
this
charm I'm the
The
Nunu.
respect is still there.
Very different.
I'm pretty sure even if you charm Nunu when Nunu's doubling, the snowball's still gonna hit you, by the way.
Remind him of it on that first day.
Nunu doubling is still gonna connect because he lets go of the snowball once he's charmed. It doesn't disappear. It keeps rolling.
I mean, you can go super strong stuff. In North America, of course, we have Bwipo, and Bwipo does volley bear sometimes into it, try and stop.
Cannon pick is crazy. Cannon pick is crazy. Cannon pick is crazy.
To try and take
Cannon pick is crazy. 그냥 오른 같은 거 하지 그냥. Ari, okay, Ari for Aris.
There we go. Aris comes in. Aris gets his Ari. Some playmaking.
His Ari from last time was not good, but
they really need it for the side of Cam 2. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Really?
No way they're picking Darius into Nunu.
In professional play, especially against a Nunu.
Oh, I can see the Fiora. I can see the Fiora here. Okay, Jax makes more sense though. But like, imagine he played Fiora. Huh? W the Nunu snowball.
Popular pick for Eris. Also one of those champs that you mentioned last game, like one of those mid-range, like scrappy skirmisher.
진짜 피오라 나왔으면 개 대박이긴 했는데 오늘 컨디션 보면은 진짜 너무 리스크가 너무 많이 커. 왜냐면은 이게 누누 W나 니코공 막 이런 거 피오라 W로 응수하면서 반응하고 막. 다리우스 나왔으면 대박이긴 하지만 이게 누누 상대로는 좀 빡셀 것 같긴 하죠. 팔도 짧고 뭔가 이속도 카이팅 당하기 딱 좋긴 해서. 감히 스포츠 그 조합 든든한데요 이번에. I wanna see the Skewmon Nunu gameplay. Holy.
I feel very good about the G2 side of it.
Skewmon Nunu gameplay?
Yeah, that is not like the most magic damage. I think it's enough magic damage. Okay. And so I like the idea here to go for the AD mid lane, especially since whenever you slam a Nunu, you are thinking snowball ganks. Snowball ganks.
I mean, Caps playing Tristana is, I think,
and very frequent. So you have a lot of opportunity in these lanes.
G2 comfort pick.
Is looking for pressure.
G2 loves playing Gorky mid.
So if you get
Tristana mid.
Nunu snowballs coming through that lane, that can help out so much. If you get those going up
캡
towards the
선수가
Mbessa,
트타 미드 코르키 미드를 되게 좋아하더라고. 이번 대회에서도 벌써 마오카이 코르키를 벌써 했었죠. It got nerfed so many times, but they're still playing it. It's crazy.
Scales and change the balance, but I think until as why is this damn Nunu back in my lane for the 5th time in 3 minutes? Because
오른쪽 조합은 감코랑 싸운 거냐고. G2에서 방송하는 누누 장인이 있거든요. 그러니까 G2 소속 그 스트리머인데 그분 샤워다웃이 아닌가. 그분이 진짜 누누 천상계 누누 장인이거든. 근데 살짝 그 텐션이 말이 안 돼. 저 세상 텐션. Casual. Look at Casual's chat. Gam, let's go. Gam. Come on, Gam. Bring it back! No 3-0, please. Gam has to bring it back here. No Gamba? Boys! I think my mons are sleeping.
We'll be keeping track of him throughout the early game, seeing what he's doing. But G2, talking about this team, this is a history of how they have come in to international competition in the past. One thing you will notice on this list, there is a lot of number ones. This is the most
let me do Gamba, guys. One sec. Let me do the. Oh, Monzi's here.
This is the only Western team to ever win MSI.
Thank you, Monzi. Thank you.
And so when you look at this series, when you look at the fact that these two teams were supposed to be very evenly matched and G2 is dominating, G2 is a team that has a history of performing at a very high level, and I feel like this is G2 locking in.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been questioning.
What the hell is happening with the screen? Like, it was so dark and now it's like lighter now. 화면이 갑자기 막 이상했는데 갑자기 그. Is it just me or like is it? I don't know. Okay, we're back. It's fine.
Hitting them with the explosive charge, and Eris immediately does not want to give
Blaze Gam a bit, please. Okay, yo, Gam is
clear and through his jungle here on the Nunu.
Okay, Gam is farming it.
Since they, did say with these G2 changes that this roster built for international success.
The crowd cheering for the new W.
Moving on to the next stage is the first step, of course.
Yeah.
Pog, look at that. Q
Not
connecting
gonna
from
happen.
Rakan.
As immediately Caps playing aggro on the Tristana. You love to see it, the confidence here. And I feel like you've got to have confidence after the performance from
역시
last game.
트타는
Caps
앞점프가
was just
국룰이죠.
dominating start to finish. What was it, like 3 minion wave lead?
Just jump
6 to
forward
7
from
minutes into the
Tristana.
game, something
Yep.
absolutely absurd. Just totally in control. As Kiaya is
Kiaya
taking some
hasn't
early
died
control
yet,
over
guys.
this top lane carry match.
It's looking good.
And I don't think Caps is too worried at all about the mid laner swap either. I think he probably feels pretty confident
Frozen
about
GAM is for
handling
me.
either one of them. Especially since we are really hyping up this new pick.
Yes.
It is
No
not
one
a
has
frequent
died
pick
yet,
in
guys.
pro
This is
play.
good.
So the last time that Skumon did play
Good
it
for
was
both
in
teams,
the
I guess.
LFL. The
Both
tier
teams
2,
trying to scale.
was in summer of 2024.
I think, yeah.
But Caps, this is a look at some of those numbers in the first couple of games. And game 2, quite a big early lead there, Flowers. Remember, the rest of his team at the time did not enjoy the luxury of those leads, especially the
킬
bottom
따면
lane.
점프를 나오고 못
that he
따면
had to
죽는
go
거
then
아니겠습니까?
realm walk down
어,
and
맞아.
kinda correct the
그렇게 안 할
situation.
거면 됐다 왜
The other
함.
number I'm noticing is only
트타
a
잘하는
1
사람들
in the
진짜
death
점프 각을
column
되게
on
잘
both
보이더라.
games. Remember that in game number 2, that death didn't even occur until
give
the
you one.
overextension.
There it is!
Tier 3
There
turret
it
up
is!
there in the top
Thriving!
side. So really impressive performance there from Caps. Here comes the snowball. Skumon coming in for the turret dive here at level 3. They root up Artemis.
He turned into the
He and
minion!
Elio,
That
though,
is so
do a good
smart
enough
from
job
La Bro!
surviving,
Holy
staying
moly,
healthy
bro.
enough, both with about half HP
Because you don't
left, but a
take
nice
as much damage
handlebars
from
there
tower
LeBron
when you
for
turn
some
into the
extra
minion.
damage on the back end of the
그
trade.
미니언으로
LeBron
변신하는 거
lost about
너프해야 돼
half
진짜
HP,
근데
but honestly,
니코가
they
진짜
do get the
개사기야
better
저거.
of the bottom lane
No,
of
Nico's
game.
broken, by the
That was
way.
both
They need to
summer
nerf that
spells from
shit.
Elio to try to stay alive there.
I mean, that trade is fine for Ari,
A little
actually.
bit of the health trade on the bottom side, and the response from Levi is there, although it is warded, so not gonna cost him too much
Devi is
time
even
either,
ahead
though.
of Kadra.
Right back to respawning Krug.
Really?
Same thing for Nunu, though.
I guess I'm from the
Both
future,
junglers
guys.
here on fairly similar timers as far as their second clears.
I'm from the future.
Faded Ashes, the important pickup there for Skumon to be able to hyper.
I'll let you guys
accelerate
know
that
what it's
clear.
like
Maybe
in the
not hyper,
future.
It's not quite the right word for Nunu, but to accelerate it. And he gets the extra control ward, both of them.
And we still really haven't seen a monster performance from Kiaya so far in this series. He hasn't really had the opportunity to do so, right? Game number 1, he got focused. He got shut down on the
Tell me the
Gnar very
Lotto
hard,
numbers.
to the point where when he had that big opportunity in the jungle to make a play, he was just a little bit short in terms of damage. Then in game number 2, the Jace, again, never having the chance to do what they wanted it to do.
Wait, Aris
Caps
is
beats both
actually
parts
landing
there
these.
of the Spirit Orb, so wants to
Huh?
jump all the way away from
Caps
that one,
getting
down to
gaps?
150 HP, no potion
아니
remaining. Gonna
이모.
start the channel here on the recall, staying far enough away, but Eris will still interrupt that back as Elio jumps in. Gleaming Clue over the wall, finds a target though. They're gonna interrupt the recall.
Ansama looking kinda doomed, you know.
Have summoner spells available to try to get away
죽었다,
from this one.
이거는.
Barrier is in.
What?
Hit it. First blood goes over to Elio.
Levi flash forward and
flashes
the Rakan
forward to try to
yoinked it.
confirm it, but the Rakan damage was
That's
already
really
there. It's
unlucky.
first blood over the game.
아니 근데
So he
저게
does go down. Hansama
어?
makes them use some more flashes.
they're
and he
they're
makes
committing.
the
I don't
kill
think so.
credit actually go over to the Rakan there. Artemis.
They went
trying
home,
to
they went
flash,
home, they went
does
home.
not actually get the kill credit where they really wanted it. So the
아니
majority of the
50이 못
money
먹은 거는 되게
into Elio,
아쉬운데?
but the kill
It
is
happens.
definitely success for them.
I mean,
Skumon
if
on the
Elio
ward tries
is
to
going to
go
grab what item,
back out,
I
praying
think
on
he's
the
rushing
reset,
with
even with Mountain
Mikhail's.
Drake being fairly tanky.
Mikhail's rush, I guess.
Burning it down nicely.
I mean,
선
Mountain Drake is
미카엘.
tanky to most junglers,
상대
but
근데
most junglers are
미카엘이 그렇게
also not
맛있는 판이
immune,
아닌데?
So I feel like that should be pretty easy business there for Skumon.
And a fairly common
Reckless
build
steal.
is the
Yeah,
Landry
do you guys remember
into,
Reckless Rel? He was
full
getting a
tank.
triple kill.
Ooh.
Trying to go mess around.
Yeah,
with
you
him, of
can't
course,
really
with the
steal
spellbook. You
anything
always wanna
into
get in there
Nunu
and try your
usually.
hand at the smiting game too, as a support.
Nunu
but
Q
Nunu very
broken.
hard.
Ooh, public execution from Broken Blade as Kiaya wanted to try to
Oh,
go
I
in
mean,
for the
Kiaya
play here.
and
Now that is the
Aris are
ultimate
playing good
for
this
Broken
time.
Blade. Kiaya still
Mid and
has his
top.
available on the Jax.
Not
As
bad.
now we're back down in the bottom lane.
이번엔
Skumon
근데
again
미드탑이
hanging
좀
around
괜찮은데,
here, but he's
감히
stealing
스포츠?
the enemy red buff.
Kiaya
Meanwhile,
선수도
they're in the
더 잘하고
hands of
있고.
Artemis and Elio. Now Broken
Oh,
Blade is
Broken
in danger.
Blade is
Levi
broken.
making his way up here.
It's
They
going
know
to be
the
broken
Ambessa
that
does
soon.
not have the ulti to try to outplay
Oh,
this.
no.
It's going to give him the opportunity. Broken Blade there with a flash away. Kiaya gets his kill.
Oh, he tried. I mean, he's
Damn.
just dead.
2-0
He
on
doesn't
the
even have
board.
ulti. So.
Levi and Kiaya,
저런.
the GAM duo of the ages here. They find the kill
I
onto
mean,
Broken
Nunu's gonna
Blade. It's
gank
under
bot
tower.
lane
They're
again, but
denying
I don't
minions
know,
as well.
guys.
the answer on the opposite side.
어?
The response after
근데
the red
엘리오가
plus
이걸
Oh, Elio trying to stop him.
driving.
100 HP.
Huh?
Field Warfare going to be claimed now by GAM as they get themselves an outplay in a 2v3. They shoot down Lebrov and they slam the brakes on G2's plan.
Is it GAM time, Flowers? Is it finally GAM time
Nunu
in
was
this
a
series?
mistake.
At least in the early game, my
Nunu
friend,
was a
the
mistake.
clock has struck GAM in this third one.
누누 왜 한 거야? 누누 왜 한 거야 진짜 운전도 못 하는데요.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu.
He doesn't have a driver's license.
Did
you see that?
Mobile champions, they're just juking you all over. They go for the dive. They drop the kill there.
누누 왜
Successful play from GAM.
누누 해가지고 뭐 장인인 줄 알았는데. Oh wow, Lebrov is stopping really well. Charm to tank the charm. Okay, Caps having to 1v9 as usual. Okay, Nunu. Okay, that was crazy from Lebrov there. Support GAM. Lebrov 선수가 방금 개 잘했죠.
Caps getting instant value on top of it.
Oh, Caps is gonna get him and then he jumps out. 와, 또 미드야? 이렇게 분위기 좋게 바텀에서 풀리고 like literally Ballin is playing 2v3 and somehow the mid laner keeps dying. Like what the hell is going on, bro? Police just got on the mid lane 다져가, bro.
And everything just gets better. They play around Caps.
아니 진짜 뭔가 감정이입이 되는 게 바텀에서 갱을 계속 당하는데 이거를 이렇게까지 버텨주고 잘해주고 있는데 미드가 계속 터져. 뭔지 알지? 전판도 그렇고. Just like game 2, like bot lane Artemis and Elio are literally playing 2v3, 2v4, and they're doing good, and then the mid lane is just getting gapped like really hard.
Why try anywhere else?
Yep, you've got the secret sauce. It's right there.
At least this time though, Kiaya is doing good. Like Kiaya is actually having a pretty good CSC.
And with the turret plate money,
yeah, if GAM had a better mid laner, like I think they could actually
is completed really early on. So
defeat
Eris is gonna
a lot of
have
teams.
some pain coming his way.
They have a really strong bot lane. Like
plenty of wards
their
too
bot lane is really
around
good.
them. In the mid lane here to try and create some extra vision for Caps so he can kind of hover up on the top side.
I mean, Aris is definitely like trying his best. Don't get me wrong, but
a lot of game number
I think
2.
Caps is just capping a lot.
+20 compared to Eris here on the Ahri. That means not only do we have the kills, we've got the extra farm lead. It's starting to already begin to resemble that second game and the Rise carry. Let's see what Skumon can do here on the Nunu.
바텀 감수성
into the enemy jungle here. Steal away. Nunu always
아니 운전도 못해요.
takes a chomp out of it, but Levi is ready and waiting. Problem is, Eris is stuck underneath the turret, and Caps
아니 저 커버를 못 한다고? Like that curve?
So many auto attacks means Levi doesn't have the confidence to really
stole
fight
it.
Skumon for
He
this
stole the
buff.
blue,
He ends up
GG.
losing
Okay,
out on
can you
that
do
one.
it, guys?
And now we've
It's
got
turning.
Lebrov and Hans up here looking to make the kill happen.
Oh yeah, he did it!
Pop blossom, snowball,
He did it! He actually drove correctly, guys. Holy. Maybe he has a driver's license after all, guys. 커브 방금은 좀 잘했는데?
G2. Wait a second. On the bottom side of the map, Broken Blade trying to deal with the other side of the swap. Can Artemis and Elio put as much pressure they're getting teleported on? That's why Broken Blade
What is Aris doing? Like, oh yeah, I don't know. Aris and Emo, both of them are. 뭔가 바텀 차이. Oh, Elio. 와, 진짜.
Yeah, Caps teleports in.
Positive play from bot lane. Boom.
Money's still going over there though
Guess
into
gang.
the hands
Boom.
of Artemis, trying to get some power onto their AD carry that they
Gus
need
TP
to
on.
be able to fight some of these team fights, because G2 already looking like they are going to have the most powerful AD carry in the
1.2k
game,
gold
and that
lead
is
from
Caps.
Caps.
All right, Broken Blade teleports up
미드
there,
골드
but it's a
차이
three-man play
뭔
coming out from GAM, looking to burst him down. Man,
Aris
I
has
can't
to
even
run. I think
finish
he's
the
just getting dove
sentence.
through
Broken Blade getting
Broken
bullied here in his
Blade.
third game as Eris has to use Spear Rush to get
Broken
away
Blade?
bottom side.
Broken Blade.
Lebrov at the point
Gray
blank
screen
angle box,
simulator.
threatening to lock him
I
up
think they're
there
doing
as
like
GAM are full committing
both
to try to
sides
take down
tower.
the tier 1 turret, but G2 is doing the same thing down here in the bottom lane.
Who's
The
gonna get it
Grubs,
faster?
It's 3 for the side of G2.
Boy,
They are burning
Grubbies.
through it faster.
And
GAM still trying to
Tristana.
get it. It's a
Tristana
race
엄청
to the
빠른.
first turret, but it
Oh.
goes over to GAM, and they'll earn the boots with it.
Jax is just
That's
faster, I
what
guess.
said. They do get
Jax
that
6공.
upgraded boots here
잭스
for
502.
GAM, but G2 have
잭스
taken
W
the
돌리면서
gold lead.
겁나 빨리
And
뺐네.
again, is a recipe they have found
저거는 근데
success with.
루누가
Huge
같이 때렸으면
gold lead, the
애초에
majority on Caps.
어땠을까?
Difference this time around, Kiaya.
I mean,
The
it's
star
whatever.
here
Because
for
I think,
GAM on his jacks.
yeah,
Can
did look at
he
that.
carry?
They got the
Kiaya
feeder strength
with a
anyway,
40
so.
farm lead over
No wait, GAM
Broken
got the
Blade,
feeder strength.
an
You're right.
Stronger advantage than the
Feeder
plus
warfare
30
was
that
for
Caps
GAM
has
as well,
in the
actually.
mid lane there. Now Kiaya dodging
Broken
away from
Blade!
execution.
He's
The
running!
Broken Blade's got
He
Caps. Kiaya's not getting away from that one.
Holy, that
He
refill
even
of potion.
wastes the flash
That
on
refill
the
of potion
exit
saved
to the
him.
fight. And that is Caps
With all
getting
it, I
paid
think he
again.
would have
That
died
is
to the minion
teamwork,
on
Flowers.
attacks.
That is teamwork.
Team
Broken Blade.
game.
Yeah, he calls over
Caps
his
this.
carry. Caps summoned and Caps
Caps
takes
is just
down
smurfing
the
it, guys.
opposition. That is huge because he also gets extra money from the tower
불불
afterwards.
왜 이렇게 떨리나
With
했는데
how
생각이
these
있으셨다고?
games have been so focused on
생각
pushing,
있는 거
pushing,
맞아?
pushing, pushing for those extra turret play money.
아니
Getting that
브로큰
kill on the sideline and
블레이드
opening
내가
up here
예상했던
means that they're
오늘
gonna draw
예상했던
Levi
브로큰 블레이드
out of the
선수가
jungle
딱
over,
요런 모습이었을
into
것
vision here, so
같았는데
no more
1경기,
surprise
2경기
plays
엄청
from
잘했거든.
GAM. G2
3경기는
enjoying the
조금
extra little
힘들어
power
하시는 것
play
같아요.
after their kill.
Kiaya just barely missing
This is the
out on
broken
that
blade
one,
that I
but
thought I was
still
gonna see
commanding
today, guys.
a 1.4k gold lead for the side of GAM.
But game 1 and game 2
Individually,
broken blade was
it's
playing
about
so
that
good.
much the other direction
Oh,
for G2.
wow.
Hot
That's a good
Sama
try
getting
from
caught out
Aris.
by Aris,
A good
but
try.
Aria was too slow on the follow-up, so they can't get anything.
Great flash.
And that just means low HP, but now Caps in danger. Levi over the wall. Caps jumps to safety, and Levi beats him over the head for a
That
nice
is
shutdown.
huge,
That
by the
erases
way.
almost the entirety of the G2 lead, and GAM are staying in this one.
Yeah, 2 can play at that game, Flowers. I also
That was
had
just
a
great
huge
from
teammate
Caps.
to call. Wait a second.
Way too deep,
How-
and his
how much
his
do they
teammates
wanna
were
go for
not
this? Because you
anywhere
see the
close, by the
Misfortune
way.
walking over.
Here comes the redemption. Pop Blossom though from Lebrov. He could be in a
don't
little
know
bit of
if they
danger
can do
here.
anything
Stumon is
there.
knocked up into the air. The
Yeah, they don't
follow
have enough
for the second
damage.
cyclone coming out from
Or
Levi.
less? Okay,
Kiaya
never mind. They
barely
have no
getting away
damage.
from the bullet time. Kiaya and Skumon
누누
both
왜
hanging
했어?
on by 100, 200 HP.
Why do they play
Lebrov
Nunu?
also barely
Nunu does
escaping.
no
Both
damage.
teams
Oh
completely
my
committed
gosh,
to
this
the
is like
skirmishes
solo
in
queue,
this
guys.
one.
Yeah, we're just
거의
scrapping everywhere,
솔랭인데, 이거?
Flowers. This one, they're trying to create the fight. And banking on the
거의
fact that
솔랭인데요?
Misfortune with the strut move
What's
speed
going
is going to
on?
be able to get there in time.
What are
to
they
pick up
doing
the extra
here?
kill that they try
아니
and
여기
set up,
캡스
but
왜
yeah, there you
올라졌어
go, that
deep
rocket
for
jump on
no
the
fucking
back
tower.
nice and interrupted,
Teammates are
and
mid
then
lane.
over the top into the bomb.
Should not be that deep.
That wall is tricky, man. Many a League of Legends player has fallen victim to the
His
fat
whole
part
team
of
was
that
not there.
wall, thinking that you have enough distance, thinking you'll be able to clear it, and it just doesn't quite work. Plate money. This is the
Yo,
most
RT, thanks for the
plate
70
money
footballs.
yet in
Really
this game.
appreciate
Game
it.
1
7
had barely
out of
any
4.
plate money between the
Thank you.
teams. Game 2, all right, a little bit. Game number 3 now, more than 2,000 gold between them, just in
Welcome
plates.
back.
Like you said
헤비
earlier,
갈 때는 안
it's been
된다?
so much pushing, so
아니,
much
누누
shoving waves,
진짜-
so much collecting plates, and now G2 are
근데
also going to grab
옵젝티브는
themselves
겁나 잘
the
챙기고
Rift
있어서 할 말이
Herald.
없긴
G2
해.
have 3 grubs, the Rift Herald and both
야, 눈
Drakes. They
엇가려
have
하고
completely
싶은데
controlled
용
neutral
2개에다가
objectives
공호충
so far
3개?
this game.
Holy.
Yes, they have.
I wouldn't say
But
like why did they play Nunu? But
let's
look at
see,
that, they have
Gam
2
pushing back
dragons,
with the priority
they have
there
a
on the
3
side lane. They
void
wanna
groups,
funnel
they
more
literally
into
getting
the
every
Jax.
objective on the map with
Voltron hovering
Nunu.
the Jax,
They're
trying to
getting
get
every
Kiaya
objective.
More solo gold, solo turret gold. Caps trying to move in, but
아니 T1 연관이 천지지
taking
감사합니다.
over the
브레이크
jungle, and they do
스테이지는
get what
7월
they came
2일인가?
for. Gam with the forced
수요일 날?
play.
수요일
It's going to
아침에
take Broken Blade a
시작되기
while to
때문에
push in on top side, and Eris already rotating over
뭐야.
to go compensate on the top lane. So nicely done there from Gam. A little bit of pushback from themselves. Get themselves
누누
that tower
큐강타는
for
신이라는
Kiaya.
거임.
All right, Broken
그러긴
Blade
해.
versus Key
강타가
versus Aris
1200인데
up here in the
큐가
top side.
1200
Excuse me, as
아닌가?
Kiaya is down bottom lane against Caps. Drops the counter strike,
Ooh,
but Caps has
Kiaya
enough
is
extra
scary
distance
this
with
game.
rocket jump compared to the distance
Angry
of lead strike
Kiaya.
that he creates enough space that Broken Blade cannot stun him with that counter strike in time. Eris just trying
Game
to
1 and
hold
Game
the line
2.
here against Broken Blade.
Kiaya
But
was
one
getting
thing that I'm
bullied.
noticing here, Kobe,
Game
look
3.
back at the mid lane.
Kia's the bully.
Eris has now caught up to Caps in terms
Turn
of
into the
farm.
bully.
Meanwhile, top
야,
side,
병장님
Kiaya
눈으로
maintains
이한들이가
the
만나요.
massive lead over Broken Blade
리아.
of plus 30. Good job here from GAM, making it so they can make up those resources.
리아오님은
especially
그때
considering
눈으로
they spent so
미드로
much time
하기
in games 1
때문에
and 2. Talking
yeah, I
about
don't
how
really
G2
know
is
about this
doing a
Leandro
better
build,
job
guys.
of making GAM bleed resources.
Yeah, keeping up their CS this time around.
Maybe it's like a Keisha EU
with those
special
pushes.
build, but in Korea you never see
Snowball here
Leandros on
gonna
Nunu,
do
by the
not
way.
a lot this time around, and again, Gam pushing 2
lanes first. They push mid lane first. They've got top lane pushing first. In time for the dragon.
Skumon's not going to find anybody with that bowling ball. Right into the gutter it goes. We do have the Leandries completed on the Nunu, working towards what'll probably be that dead man second, like you're talking
gold
about.
is like
Leandries
that
into the
even.
tank stuff
Like
there for
600
Nunu,
gold,
more of
pretty
a
much.
nuisance. As nice engaged from Broken Blade
Just
there,
trading
public
all
execution
these.
onto Eris to interrupt the back.
이거는 그냥 아리
Eris, of course,
궁을
does still have
빼는
mana
용도죠.
for the Spirit Rush,
어차피
so he
아리
will
궁이
not
훨씬
be
좋아.
threatened with lethal damage,
좋은 거
but he
아닌가.
is interrupted in terms of his tempo, in terms of
I
having that
don't
ulti
know.
moving
Can they
forward.
defend?
Trying to stop the Herald
Okay.
from going forward into
Artemis.
the turret. They might just pop it before it can get any value. Nice stop from
Wars
GAM.
Herald.
Nice job.
EU Herald.
Gets the eyeball proc. Kiaya's here on the dragon. They're
아니
forcing
저럴
once again.
거면
So
전령
they're
왜
sacrificing
먹었어?
top lane once again. G2, they've got Broken Blade on the tower up there, and he's gonna get it.
This means for GAM, you've got to make sure you get this Drake. If you're already giving away the top lane tier 1, you've got to get what you came for on the other side of the map. And they will be able to force G2 back for now. Elio goes in for a quick knock up there onto Lebrov, but Skumon rolling the snowball down towards the pit. Not going to matter. He's already
First
too late.
objective
Levi
scare.
jumps back over the
감.
wall. Eris moves back top
감
lane to deal with
e스포츠에
Broken
처음으로
Blade's push,
먹은
but Broken Blade
오브젝티브
has already
너무
fully
맛있죠.
recalled. So, this is a
Ocean
nice
Dragon?
bit of a rebound for GAM. I said earlier
It
that G2
stops
controlled
G2
every
from
neutral objective. GAM
speed
finally
running
stopping
the
dragon
Dragon Soul.
stack here, as well as I'm going to count it as
Which
a
is good, I think.
-1 towards G2 instead of a +1 for GAM.
그러니까 이게 아예 그냥 거기 시야가 없어가지고
Herald.
우공이 되게 잘 먹었죠. 캡틴 리바이, 빅 fan fans, I
-1
think.
to the enemies
Really
instead of a
good.
plus for you. It's the same difference.
I want to see as we progress in this game, can this comp that GAM have opted into with so many champions that really benefit from
Broken
flanking
Blade.
and benefit from these quick pick opportunities,
He's trying to do
can
something.
they find their engages, especially under the misfortune? Because a Tristana
they
is
saw him on
fairly
the word
slippery
now.
as far as the target.
와,
Yes,
네,
you'd love to get
발견!
caps and lock them up, but having a lot of self-peel options and
Science hard to
rocket
kill
jump
with
makes things
Nunu.
difficult.
Oh.
Okay.
Right. Artemis
I don't
with
think they're gonna
a little bit of a
invade-
root there
engage,
onto
though.
Skumon. Decent chunk of
Ori is
HP,
trying to
but
push
nothing
top
crazy,
web,
still
but
defending the tier 1 turret.
Kiaya is doing the
having
1v1
Zaya
here.
ultimate down, not having that safety now. Kiaya wants to make a play on the side lane, but Nunu's coming down. You see on the mini map.
Okay, Broken Blade with a public execution to
Oh,
stop
Kiaya has a
Kiaya
flash.
as he goes
Oh, wait, he's
aggressive,
fine?
but a nice jump over the wall there towards the ward with the leap strike. Kiaya getting himself away for now.
Kiaya just
maintains
runs out?
back distance there with the counter strike, gets Broken Blade on the very
Okay,
edge
well,
of
it's
the
a
stun.
redemption
Has
rush,
the
not a
redemption
Mikhail
coming in
rush,
from Elio
okay.
at the same time.
I
Plus
was
the
gonna
blast
say,
cone
Mikhail
means
doesn't really do
he's
anything to the
out
comp,
there.
you know?
It's a bit reaching there.
They have like
from Broken Blade
airborne on
going for the
Nunu
blast
W,
after.
you can't really Mikhail's that.
Nunu
You can't really Mikhail's
follow
Nico
up,
ult the other.
after snowballing down the other side, so the offensively blown flash
나이라니!
from
나이
G2
때라뇨.
gonna be the cost.
캡틴 선수
And those things
25살밖에
are
안 됐어요.
in
유유.
the capabilities of
너무해.
these team fights with how much
Koreans are calling
scrap is
G2
going on
old.
here. I mean, all the flashes
What do you
being
mean
available on
old?
Levi
Captain's
and
only
Kiaya
25.
and
He's
Eris.
not even that old.
Definitely going to put a lot more threat here. Hansama's got to be careful with his
저는
positioning.
캡틴 선수 한 28은 되는 줄
In the fog of
알았거든.
war, taking this
머리.
Now G2 starting it up. GAM have got to find some kind of an answer here. Kiaya has the teleport. He's down to the bottom lane, but Otacon is already
해외
down to 40%
분들은 근데
HP.
뭔가
Levi and Elio walking up, scaring G2 back. Eris ready to join. Already using one spear rush.
빨리
Finds the
늙는
charm of
느낌이긴
Hansama,
해요,
putting the
근데.
pressure onto the AD carry, but Lebrov has come around from the
사람에
side,
따라
looking
다른가?
to find the pop blossom. Otacon's
I
stolen
mean,
away by
Hansama
GAM.
just get
Hansama with the
destroyed
flash
by
ball on the line.
Jax.
Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus a kill over the game, but what about
What the
Elio?
hell is
He
this
gets
fucking
himself
run
back
now?
away.
G2 has the
Broken
run,
Blade
they have no
exhausted, have to retreat
damage.
now too.
They do have a cap
GAM
spot.
find a
Kiaya's a
fight,
fucking
they
monster.
find an angle, they
아니
find what they
잭스가
need.
그냥
That
혼자서
misfortune
게임을
flowers,
지배하는데요.
that big, juicy
Jax just
target
won't
on
deny it
G2.
right now,
They get him. They
guys.
get both summoner spells,
Jax just
and
won't
they
deny.
got the Otacon here. GAM, can they push this series another game?
Oh, I think we're gonna see
This
game
is
4,
the
guys.
beginning. The gold lead here, the Otacon, and this is versus Nunu. So they full send, they push them off of it, get them far enough away. Eris is the one that started out onto Misfortune here. Hansama, he lands
I don't
the
know
charm,
why
he gets
Skumon
the
didn't
first
like
little bit of
flash,
chunk, then
eat,
Lebrov comes in to
smite
peel
the
Hansama,
Otacon there.
but he peels the other side, and he can't
You
peel
know what I mean?
everyone. Kiaya there
What is
was
he
the
waiting
other one to
for?
flank over, and he finishes off
아니
that
그냥
Misfortune. Meanwhile,
아타칸을
so much time on the
풀
other side,
스마
Elio is able,
먹는 걸로
to
먹었어야
recon ult
됐는데
and buy the space.
아니 누누 왜 함? 저런 거를 그냥
GAM gotta keep it up though. They gotta keep
그러니까
this
목숨을
pace
교환하면서
moving forward. They are
먹었으면
slightly
어땠을까라는
ahead in
아쉬움이.
terms of the flower
아니 천천히
petals,
감사합니다.
even after claiming Otacon, which meant they were seriously behind earlier. If
First time
Otacon
Nunu
only
for
evens
sure.
you out.
I don't even know
So,
what I'm watching. I
despite the
think
fact that G2
Skumon
controlled
is
most of the
looking
neutrals,
down too
GAM
much.
gets the big one in Otacon, and
Looking
they
down
also
on Captain
defensive
Levi?
strength with
No.
the boots to kind of even out
Captain
the count
Levi
overall.
is not going to sit
Eris
around.
moving top again to deal with Broken Blade on the Ambessa, who is having his roughest game so far of the series. Caps gets done as he tries to jump back over the ball. Kaya on the hunt, looking for the Tristana.
Cooking
The Buster Shot is a
one.
great
Caps is
disengage
that
mechanism.
again.
Problem is, here's Levi.
I don't know. Caps
The
was like
captain
1v9
gets
and then
it
he got
done
caught out
as Eris
topside and then
continues
game
his
started
retreat
turning
away
weird.
from Lebrov and Hansama.
Game started
The
turning
last
very
remaining
weird.
charge
And now
of
he
the
gets
Spirit
caught
Rush
out
is
again.
enough
Same
to get
way.
him to
The bot
safety.
side.
But now it's G2 again,
Same
looking
exact
for
way.
pressure onto a tier 2 turret. GAM
Oh
taking the
my
tier 1
gosh,
over
I
in
think
mid
this
lane at the
one's
same
over,
time.
guys.
Skewmon rolls a snowball up to see if maybe he can psych them out a
자야가
little bit,
절대 안
but
죽을 것
GAM
같은
is
조합이거든.
undeterred.
자야가-
Levi and Artemis do a lot of damage to this turret very quickly.
I don't think
This time
Zaya's
around,
ever gonna
Kobe,
die
This
this
is the
game.
difference. If G2 are getting a
It's
tier
really
2
easy
top,
for her to not
GAM is
die.
getting a tier 2 mid. They're not allowing
Why is Cap
G2
so
to
greedy?
out-macro them like we saw in the first two
It's
games.
probably just
Exactly.
frustrations
They're the
at
ones
this point.
taking control, being
Because,
proactive, forcing this play, pushing mid, pushing bot side. They make the rotation over through the jungle to take down Caps, chop down the Tristana yet again, and really play to Kiaya. Levi and Kiaya, the dynamic duo of this team.
Oh, they're
All right,
colla-
Caps,
they're
though, he
they're
wants
they're
revenge.
they're, they're collapsing.
And Eris,
They're
his
collapsing.
Ari ultimate isn't
Okay.
caught up, a couple
Doing
of
driving?
seconds left on it. He's getting chunked so far down.
Oh, I think Skewmon might just explode him. Yeah, okay, Caps was there, but he didn't need to be. Skewmon,
Huh?
nice
Ari
job
didn't even
there
ulti.
finding the pick.
Yeah,
아니,
G2,
궁도
they
안
make the
썼어,
call. You're
근데.
gonna be over by Dragon, so we'll make the side lane play
She
on
just
the other
accepted
side
her
of the
dad.
map to get some gold back. That gold goes into Nunu
Oh
though,
wow.
and that gold just kind
Two
of funds
ocean
the dead
dragons
man's plate.
though.
If that dead man's plate movement speed does result
이 맛에 누누
in
맛에
a
저
future pick,
궁 풀차지 딱
then
맞췄을
it
때
is
그거
high value. But
도파민
you really have to be
내려오긴
able to
해.
get,
근데
make
Why
use of it
Nunu?
to get that snowball gank off and punish one of those side lanes.
The nice part is for GAM too, in the last tier 2 turret for tier 2 turret
Good
trade,
question. I
remember
think
that the
Nunu
one
pick
G2
is not
took
even
was
the
top
problem.
lane, so it's not like Caps
It's
can continue
probably the
pushing,
gameplay.
trying to take the tier 2 up in top since it was already the spoils from the last trade. So it doesn't end up being a big swing
The
like it otherwise
driving?
could be. It is still a good kill there
And
to
the
get some
build?
more money on G2's
Kinda
side.
weird.
That dead man's up and running like you were talking
아니
about.
리안드리
8 to 6 overall
누누
in
뭔가
kills,
이상하다니까.
plus 500,
리안드리부터
which
뭔가
really
구수한
is nothing at
똥냄새가.
all at this point in the game for GAM. So really coming down to execution in this one. Both sides pretty even.
Ew,
Skewmon
Leandri
knocked up
builds,
into the
I
air.
guess.
Quickness from Elio. Tries to use the redemption to
Skewmon,
keep
good
himself healthy enough
flash.
to survive the explosive charge, and he does.
Elio gets off,
Elio
though.
nearly killed. Skewmon at half HP.
You could probably recall
Yeah,
him to be
Nunu,
bad.
if he can find something
Yes,
to chop,
double
can
cry.
heal up pretty quickly.
텔포를
I mean,
바꾸고
Christ
그냥
is very far away, so
빨리
looks
집
like he's
갔다
pinging
올
over
수도
to his
있고.
Raptor spawn, but some
Oh,
chunks
no, it
of
goes
health
with
there.
cleanse. It goes with cleanse.
And again,
He's
it
not gonna
is
be
the
back
spell
in time
for
then.
Recon, so
이러면은 타워 밀릴 수도.
not too big of an investment. They
No
go for the
way,
teleport
they're
play. Can they
TPing
make
from
the picture
Jax
happen?
though, not
They're
Rakan.
going for the TP
Rakan's
now.
far.
Caps has to rocket jump away to
Rakan's
the very
far.
edge of the pipe. Broken Blade wants to go in and
Oh,
gets to the
wow,
very back of
Hansama
the pipe,
just
but
perma
Hansama's
that.
already down. Broken Blade having to
Hansama
run
just
away.
can't
Kiaya
live.
chasing further after the remaining targets. Lebrov trying to get a little bit of extra distance. Flashes away from the charm of Eris.
Oh
Hans is
my.
down, and now we'll see what else GAM can get from it.
Content
Elio
game
walking into
3,
Broken Blade.
ladies
Caps
and
looking for the
gentlemen.
opportunity here on
Caps
Artemis. The
jumping
Feathers
into
are recalled,
Zaya.
but they don't find the right target. Lebrov is picked off. GAM with another
Caps
one.
jumping
A
into
5v3 on the
1v5.
map, and Baron is alive.
No way.
GAM are
이러면은 용 이거
cold-blooded. The
스틸하는
killer
것밖에 없거든요.
instinct from
Skewmon
GAM
has to
here.
steal it,
Again, they
good
go
luck.
for the dive, they go for the flank play, teleport in.
Oh, they're not
able
gonna
to
commit?
assassinate the
I guess
misfortune. They
Nunu's
get one
alive.
more.
Maybe
They're
it's
going for the
bad.
resets though. G2 kind of checking over by Baron to make sure they're not trying to snowball out of control.
G2
by
return to
stacking the
form.
Baron on top of those kills.
This game
Oh,
is action-packed.
GT's
Remember,
making
while you're
me
watching the action
frustrated.
unfold,
Like,
keep
what
an
is
eye
going
out for
on?
exclusive drops just
Hansama
for tuning in here
perma
at
gray
MSI
screen.
2025. All you need to do is log in.
Nunu's being a KDA player.
As we check in the replay.
Broken
of how
Blade
GAM
is
made it happen.
The deep lane
Broken
teleport
Dads.
ward here, and Kiai is able to jump over, get away from that Ambessa ultimate, and right on to Hansama in one nice leap strike. Invested the flash to do so. Trade flash with blob there, so then they
누누는
don't
계속
have the
노데스를
flash
유지하고
for afterwards,
싶다고.
and they make the nice follow-up pick. Elio doing some good work on his recon.
This
GT's
is
frustrating
by
for me.
far the best game of the day from GAM.
okay.
They are playing the map much better. They are playing as
Honestly,
a team much
comp
better.
gap.
They
We
still
blame the comp.
have the strongest individual gold lead this game for Kiaya in 1,500 over Broken Blade.
And again, they're doing it on comfortable.
아무리 생각해도
iconic
리안들이
champions
누누는 아닌
for
것
them.
같은데.
Jack's iconic for Kiaya. The Wukong iconic
아니 리안들이
for
누누 할
Levi.
거면은
And
끝까지 그
Ferris,
피피
his
저주
most
같은 거
played is
가던가.
Ari. Artemis and Elio, both of them most played there for the split.
한 쌈은 너무 못 컸다. 아니 이거 또 죽었는데. Then again, it's not even gonna flash. There's no point in flashing. He's just gonna get full combo by Wukong. You know?
And with Hans out of the picture, new targets remain. Labrov.
Boom. Labrov had no flash. Dead. Goodbye.
Double kill for Eris. Set up
That was
by the
Baron. That was
bottom
Baron.
lane. GAM.
Okay,
feeling
no
good
pressure,
about this
Skewman.
one. Levi ticks
You
level
don't have
15
flash, but
as GAM head over to the
no
Baron
pressure.
pit. G2,
I guess he's not even
they're
gonna try to steal.
recognizing it.
They're just gonna
take
give
the
it.
consolation prize,
It's gonna
the mid lane tier
주고
one turret.
미드를
But
민다고
Mr.
하네요.
Kobe, I will
And they're
tell you
gonna
what,
probably
I will
like
take that
try to
trade
contest the
every
dragon.
day of the
Maybe.
week.
Yes, you certainly will. And you will
상대
like it.
3대0 갈
Broken
때는
Blade
어림도
gonna
없지.
try- Wow, they're actually going to get quite a few towers
Oh wait,
here.
that's 2
Now,
towers.
This trade is a
Maybe
little bit more
wait.
dicey as they
That's
take the
3
tier twos
towers.
in both mid
아니
and
미드에서
bottom.
타워 2개에다가
That actually leads
바텀에서
to what
뺏어가
at the
타워
very
하나
beginning
믿을까?
is a negative 3,000 Red Bull Baron power
Wait.
play for the side of GAM. They've got to make up some of this
What do you mean
gold now.
3,000? You mean
Yeah,
negative 300?
And the graphic kind of updating there a little bit afterwards.
Okay, there we go. That sounds extreme.
Plus, remember, they got the
Negative
kills before they took
3,000.
the Baron, so that's not taken into,
Although it's
into
really
account
confusing.
with
The G
the
looks like a
timing of the
zero.
start for the power play
그러니까 저거
there, so
G가
definitely,
마이너스
an advantage
50G인데
for GAM. Plus,
마이너스
obviously,
500처럼
now
보여요.
they get to push with the
잘못하면.
Baron buff. Try and make some headway on some towers.
Caster
Like-
needs to go to the eye doctor.
Well, Gaia actually needs some money for something right now.
Although
He
to be
wants
fair, like I'm not even joking,
fund
that
the
font
Wolf
is
camp real
confusing. I
quick.
think the G
Yeah,
part
he's
is confusing.
working towards the
his
hour.
They should replace the G with like
Hourglass isn't
the
greatest
coin,
upgrade since
you
he
know?
hasn't broken the arm guard, so maybe it's the
상점에서
boots.
그
I like the
코인
boot
있잖아.
upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
코인,
Yeah, if you break
골드
the- if you
코인.
break the arm guard, the
그걸로
arm guard matters a
그냥
lot, but
대체를 하면
otherwise,
어떨까?
like,
G를.
it's whatever. Okay.
Like,
Clone from LeBron.
Are you talking about like negative? What does G stand for? If you just have an image of a coin, it's much better, I think, for the graphics.
It's just, it constantly jukes me. It's one of the most difficult abilities in the game. But G2 now trying to defend at the tier 2 here in the bottom lane. The tier 2 has already fallen mid, but the side lanes still standing. GAM, if nothing else, with this Baron, want to remove that standing gold from the side
Lowercase
lanes.
G? Lowercase G doesn't work because of the timer underneath.
That wave ready to go.
Because it's gonna go down into the
that top
timer.
wave has been shoved towards them almost the entire game long.
I'm just
so they
telling
have to
you,
keep
like,
going
just
up there and
change
trying
it
to deal
to
with that.
something. It's
Elio
confusing
jump
as
over the
well.
wall
I
and
always
puts
get
on the
confused to
cast. Yeah,
reading
doesn't do a
it
lot,
as
but
well.
at least procs the bone plating.
Yeah, here we go. And they finally do get their cannon up to the tower. A little bit of damage. As you see,
Okay,
Eric pushing
Nunu.
on the top side.
Okay, snowball from Skewmon, not gonna find a target there. Nice
Nunu.
sidestep from Artemis. Elio scrapping with broken blade.
아니
off to
진짜
the
누누
side.
첫 판이야
Everybody on
뭐야?
GAM knows all they
아
gotta
물론
do is
저기에서
play
맞춘다고 해도
this
킬각 이런 건
patient.
아니지만
Let Eris push up top side,
운전이 좀
use the
답답한데
Baron,
뭐지?
grab that tier 2. There's only 45
The
seconds
driving is
left
not
on this
working out,
Baron.
that's for sure.
And so Eris is just going to keep pushing now. Caps and Skewmon, though, both heading up here. Eris wants to finish this off, but it may cost his life.
Nunu! This time it's gonna work!
The Ward
Okay,
sees
never
them
mind.
on the rotation over.
They didn't want to
Nice
commit, they didn't want to
job.
commit.
Pays
Okay,
respect.
to be fair, enemy team is not showing.
Sticks around
Jax probably has
just long
TP.
enough
Okay,
to
go
allow
on.
the Baron
Jax is gonna
empowered
TP if they
minions
commit too
to
hard.
finish the job, secure
And then
the
game
turret,
ends.
and get out
If
without
Caps
even
dies, I
having
think
to
at this point
spend
the game
his
ends.
Spirit Rush. Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, there are a lot of bounties on the side of GAM. They need to make sure they're
그냥
continuing
GM
to play
조합이
this clean,
처음부터 끝까지 더
continuing to
좋아요.
play this in a coordinated way when it comes to the calls of the assignments and what they're going to trade where. Because every kill you give away as part of a trade is worth
자야
that
라칸
much more.
50
There's
라리
a 500
잭스?
gold bounty on
이거는
Eris, a 500 gold
너무
bounty on
든든하잖아?
Artemis, almost 400 on both Kiaya and Levi.
사이드도
That's a
좋고,
lot of
초반
extra
좋고,
money if you let G2 pick these
한타
up.
좋고, 이니시 좋고. Oh
Skewmon,
my
though.
Skewmon, what the fuck is going on?
The hell was that?
That was a speed delivery.
Okay, not
이거 보고
exactly
이것도
sure
아이스크림
what went
시켰다?
down there. As GAM now going to use the redemption
갑자기
to heal
당이
up.
땡기나요?
And they've got Kiaya and the bottom lane
화가
pushing
많이
towards the
나기.
tier 2 turret as Eris applies
아니 근데
the
이럴
pressure
거면은
back
아까
over
그냥
in mid.
앞다칸에서 죽지.
GAM forced down the tier 2
티라고
in bottom
죽지.
lane, back up to a
I mean, why is he being a Canadian player only to die like that? 뭐야? 스키만이 싫어졌어, 나 아타칸. 그랬어, 니 아타칸.
Continuing to push these waves forward. It's a 5v4 for the next 15 seconds, and GAM are going in. The dive coming out.
Oh, the W didn't connect, but it doesn't matter. Oh my. That's it. GG. Game 4.
But there's not a lot you can do.
Bye.
When Kiya's
Bye.
already got a triple kill. GAM smack him right in the mouth.
야, 감 e스포츠 화났는데? 아니 누누픽은 근데 너무 무시다 진짜. 뭔지 알죠? I think the Nunu pick is 2BM guys. Leandri Nunu. 2BM guys.
Scumon's back alive. Hans is still standing, but they're the only two.
You might also play bar jungle.
But they won't let him do it.
It's okay, maybe not bar jungle,
Nexus
but
turret is already dead. Kiaya finding his way to Hans.
bar top,
here with
bar
the
top.
back. Levi goes on a killing spree. Scumon goes straight into the graveyard. Lebrov's alive, but who cares? That's support Nico.
아이번을 픽하려고 하다가 잘못 픽한 거 아니냐고. 아이번도 좀 구린 거긴 한데 그나마 아이번이 풋이 좋긴 하겠죠? 막 캡스 선수랑 같이 아이번 했으면 좋았을. Wait, Iron might have been really good actually. 생각해보니까 뜨타 미드랑 아이번이랑 되게 좋았을 것 같은데.
Targeted every single fight. Kiaya finally getting to shine in the side lane, set up for success from the beginning. And GAM
그래, 니달리 뜨타 하려고 했는데 N으로 시작해서 눈을 잘못 박았네. I actually want to hear the interviews from whether G2 wins the series or loses the series. I want to hear why they pick Nunu. Why? I'm actually curious what their thought process was.
Awesome stuff from them. We're going to game 4. It's not a sweep. Can GAM take us to Silver Scrapes? Lore analyst, what do you got?
We got a series, that's what we have.
Yes,
GAM
we
is
do.
not gonna go without a fight.
GAM time,
here.
baby.
Say they
GAM
come
time.
out here with a draft full of comfort,
Game
actually,
3.
which is what they needed here on the side of G2.
Dominant
a bit of a sus
performance.
draft, I have to say. I'm happy Scumon got his play, his Nunu, but I don't want to see that.
근데
again.
이거
But let's
아리스
focus on
선수
the
아리
middle
지금
here. GAM
썼거든요?
statement game
그럼
for
사경기 미드에서 뭐 하나 오냐? 이게 또 중요하거든. I don't. This is a little bit concerning. Is that Ari was really clean.
It's alright, yeah.
But now we can't play Ari anymore.
Yes, for me, the Ari pick gave them a little bit of playmaking.
You gotta
That was a
redraw the
thumbs up for
comment.
me, but the Jax for the top side is what I love the most.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it was just about getting Kiaya involved.
Yeah.
This is the first time in the series we saw him creating the kind of advantages that
Sound
I
of
was
Silver
expecting
Scrapes?
he would create coming into this
Not
series.
yet.
Sure, they
Shortly?
had an Ari, but let's
Not yet.
be honest, mid lane
Yeah.
was a canyon for Caps again.
Yes.
And this became a game.
We'll see if
it was a
G2
tale
can
of two lanes. It's who's
wake
gonna
up for
carry
game
harder,
4.
the Jax
Content
for
game
GAM
out of the
or
way.
The Tristana for G2, and at the end of the day, they were really able to enable
큐레스
the Jax play really
버리는
well around them,
라운드의
and I
큰
think that
그림.
was so key because they need Kiaya to be that pressure point
그런가?
on the map.
Absolutely, and they needed to set up the pace in the early game, and they did, honestly, on the back of really poorly set up drives, on the side of G2.
Yes.
아니 여기에서부터 뭔가 이상하다니까요. I don't know why Nunu is playing so both sides. Like imagine he perma gank Jax or something. I don't know.
What this allows you to do is it actually uses the
누누가 바텀을 이렇게 봐줬는데 바텀이 개망했으니까 he spends like what?
So Nico would have to flash back, and they couldn't just have his
Elio
power
played well,
tanking.
but yeah.
And then here, really playing it well, breaking their ankles in the 2v3. That allowed Levi and Kiaya to put the pressure on top lane because their bot lane held up to those ganks so
탑에서는 그게
damn
억가당하죠.
well.
And that was the strategy you talked
바텀에
about,
턴
you coming
쓰면은
into
탑이
this game,
당해요,
and it
여러분.
was nice to be able to see them set up
대각선의
Kiaya for
법칙이
success.
그냥
Even when we
만들어진
were
게 아니다.
seeing, like Scumon or people sending over members towards top side, it felt like GAM was
Playing
pretty
around
consistent
both
and
sides only
clear
for your bot
of
lane to
sending
fall
members to back.
behind,
So I really love
while your
the
top
fact
lane
that
is getting
now,
towered over and
Cats
falling
and
very
Jax, we're
behind.
pushing into game 5. If we are
It's a big
pushing into
dude,
game
guys.
5, it has to
I
be
think
this
Nunu should have
strategy
probably just
consistency.
played around mid or top.
Looking ahead at his future.
Hindsight like 20.
maybe leading to silver scrapes here.
Nico,
A lot
damn
up and down,
it!
as we see here.
Love
in the
Rose
gold
trying to
round, but
carry his
GAM
team, but
had
no.
the advantage. I want to take a look at
With
this
MF support, by
damage
the way.
Just kind of shocking, I'm not gonna lie.
from this Jax,
Yeah.
honestly. It's been Jax's games. It's been Jax's game. And you know
아니,
when you
딜량
play champion
2위야.
like
니코
this, you
서폿이.
have to be able to find those picks. You have to be
딜량이
able to find those
중요하진
flanks
않긴 해
and those
근데.
TP and Rad.
뻥들이잖아 저런
I
게.
feel like Kiaya was shining here.
He really was, and I
Nico
wanted to point out
Bro,
a play that happened
Nico's a
towards
good
the mid lane.
champion.
So if you run it, for me,
Alright.
it was the concept of, you see G2 that's looking to siege. Right now, this minion towards the, like, behind the mid is my focus, because TP is there, of course, from Jax, and if we play it through right here, we see the play commence. What I love about GAM, and usually what finds success for them, is the playmaking ability, of course. And so he comes through, and if the focus for me is the fact that he gets the two members of CC that comes through. Now, if we like kind of replay that a little bit, I wanted to
Angry
focus on the fact that he
Kiaya.
gets the two. But of course, Mbessa dives through to be able to see if they can actually start the fight or working. Oh well, now you can play it through. That was beat. I loved that focus from Jax to get two members. I really broke up the game for them.
I mean, not only did he get the two members,
누누는
he
왜
also
리안들이
dodges
왜
the
간
Mbessa
거냐고.
ultimate, which
그러니까
then
우리
ends
지금
up actually
누누
connecting
얘기밖에
onto the
거의 한
Wukong. He
30분
dodges
동안
that.
누누
He's
얘기밖에 안
pulling the
했습니다 우리
Nunu,
방에서
and
지금.
this will go back towards him to try to peel. He's putting
누누
on
픽을
so
왜
much
하냐?
pressure.
누누가
For me,
왜
it was a
아타칸 안
beautifully
들어갔냐?
played team fight.
누누
Because
운전 왜
we've
이렇게
seen so many
못하냐?
of those kind of TPs
누누
go wrong,
템이
where you TP,
누누 템이 왜
everyone chooses to
저러냐?
collapse on you, they
지금
get
누누
TP,
얘기만
but
지금
he
거의
had his counter
30분
strike up
동안
for the
누누
damage
얘기.
reduction,
Wait, they're
for the
eating the
attack
Korean
avoidance,
snack.
gets into
저
that back
뻥튀기인데
line,
한국
and he was the
it's
difference
a
maker. That is what
뻥튀기
you
is
need from your
Korean
big-time player when
Korean
they're the one with
rice
the gold
snack?
lead. They have got to change the game. It's not enough to just play and go
뻥튀기,
even.
Korean,
and
basically
wait
like
for
Korean
your opponents to
popcorn.
make mistakes. At this level, you have got to change the game.
Air pop,
And that's
air
something
pop.
that we haven't seen too much so far from GAM, and that I
또
really, really
미국에서
like
저런
is the fact
게
that they
그걸로
have an
판다
advantage
여러분.
that they
되게
did not let go, but
비싸게
also their plays on
그
the map
healthy
were so
food,
good.
healthy
Yeah,
food.
and Kiaya
제가
is a player
놀랐어요.
that does see
그
those angles, so
Yeah.
regardless of what
마켓
carry
같은 데
pick he has, if
가면은
it's a
저런 거
Camille,
팔아.
Jax, or
뻥튀기를
anything,
파는데
he will
막
make it
엄청
work.
그
Another thing too,
고급
I hope that we
스낵으로
continue to
파는
see
거야.
Ares,
엄청
'cause at least for
비싸게.
me, something
다이어트
for Ares
식품
is
막 이런 걸로
his
파는 거야.
playmaking ability. Yes, he was behind, but he's always going to be there to support the play that it's either coming in from Levi or Kiaya. You can see the
뻥튀기가
investment for the boys. But
근데 미국에
they have a
있는
long way
다른
to go to win
간식이나
massages.
건강에 안 좋은
Yeah,
음식이
Roman
너무 많아서
got
그거랑
PK
비교하면은
interview
좋긴 해.
earlier. No
뻥튀기가.
massage on this side.
비건
I know.
스낵
They
뭐
have
이런 걸로
food. They have
팔고
the food on their side.
기름이 안
What do
들어갔으니까
you think
막
Caps is thinking about here? Resetting
옥각
for the next
퇴근
game. What
축하.
do we want to look at for G2?
I mean, I think it can
아니
be tough, honestly, you
잠시만요.
know, when you're in a game
잠을
like
많이 못
this,
잤어.
as
다시
Caps, everything
끝나고 자야
was
된다고?
going right for them.
I gotta go
You know,
sleep
he was in
after.
a great
뭐야?
spot. He created a
I
big
didn't get
lead.
enough
He was
sleep last
moving to
night.
the side lanes and attacking. So it can be tough sometimes when it feels like it
Emo
kinda
just
sounds
needs a
funny to
reset.
say,
Ours
but
is
when
better
everything goes right
against
for you
Caps.
individually, but the game still goes wrong, it can be hard to
Ours
figure out
did play
exactly
better,
what
but
you
Caps
as
was
an
scapping him
individual need to
yet
change.
again.
So I feel like for
Until
G2, it's
Caps
gonna be more
started
looking
throwing.
at the whole, you know,
He
how
got
can
caught
we
on
actually
top.
get more success out of these early
I mean,
plays
to
that
be
we're going
fair,
for? How can
he
we be better
threw
coordinated
it.
to support broken
At the
plays
same
like
time,
we did in
Nunu
the
should have been
early couple
permanently
games?
helping the
I think they're
Tristana.
probably gonna go
Like,
back to
where
attack
the hell was
Kiaya, 'cause
Nunu?
the pressure
Where
hot
was
lane
the
versus
Nico?
Kumon didn't
Like
really
Nico
work
and
in this one.
Nunu?
I felt like the
Why are
rest
they
of the
playing
success was
around
there in
MF?
that.
MF was
And
behind
G2 will be
anyways.
back on
Play
their
around
side,
your
the side
fucking
that got them
Tristana.
a lot
Huh?
of success at the beginning of this
Tristana
series
was
so
fed,
far.
but
Can we
Tristana
hear
need more
Silver
people
Scrapes
to help her.
one last time during play-in though? That's what we want to see, and we'll see right after the
Caps
break.
looking
if
shell
Caps
shocked.
can bring us there.
Caps looking like flashbacks, PTSD coming through. Game 4 coming next. Okay. 캡스가 너무 피곤해 보이는. 지금 표정 되게 안 좋은데? 이거
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Thank God this is fearless and Skumon can't use Nunu. Do you imagine he locks in the fiddlesticks after this?
Okay.
Tries to pull off the inspired fiddlesticks. 눈을 보면 피곤할 만큼. 아니 지금 1경기, 2경기 진짜 미드 차이 덕분에 이긴 거긴 하거든? 막 2경기도 초반에 막 이상해져가지고 바텀 막 2대2 솔키 따이고 난리가 났었거든요. 게임이 막 터지는 수준이었는데. 스킨 멋있긴 해. 50만 원은 아니고요, 저는. 패스 정도? We're completely about to play Riven at this point, LMAO. Dude, honestly, if he plays Riven and somehow he loses and it goes to game 5, No, they literally, G2 has to stop trolling. Be serious. They're about to fucking lose. 상경기에서 G2를 마무리 지어야 될 것 같아. G2. 상경기를 지면은 지금 되게 피곤해 보이거든? 캡스 선수가 되게 피곤해 보여. Caps looks tired. So if it goes to game 5, I think G2 might possibly lose. Caps looking like he's wants to go to bench. So they have to end it quickly here before Caps get even more tired. The Caps is sleepy, yeah. 페이커 닉네임이 만카이 반카이? 만카이 반카이는 뭐야? Beaver Tails? 캐리어 선수 역청계. 빵 이름이라고 구마유 씨는 맛잘알 인정인가요? 빵 이름? 나는 무슨 그런 건 줄 알았어. 노래 가수 이름 뭐 이런 거 있잖아. 뭐 내가 모르는 가수 이름인가 했는데 빵이구나. 반카이인데 만카이를 잘못했다고? M이랑 B랑 완전 다른데? 키보드에서. 캔나 따라서 저스트 비버를 노린다고? 역시 톡시. 아니 그런 거였어? Wait, Justin Bieber changed his Instagram nickname or something? I don't care. But like, I don't know why, but it's a huge issue or something? Like, who the fuck cares about that though? It's so weird, like, celebrity news is just really weird. Algorithm recommended me that post, I was like, huh? I don't care. 눌러놓은 꽈배기 같다고? 아니 크루아상이가 크루플 같은 건가? 크루아상을 눌러가지고 어플 그게로. Yo, Parasol, thanks for the 9 months. Really appreciate it. The wrinkle and Felix, really appreciate 70 mystical. Thank you for the prime, Felix as well. Winkle, 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 Winkle. Thank you. And 2 hearts for 1 heart for Felix and 1 heart for Parasol. Welcome back, Parasol. 어플셔츠 감사합니다. Gam time. It's Gam time, baby. Reverse sweeping coming from Gam Esports. 캡스 선수가 흔들리니까 바로 그냥 G2가 지네. 근데 the moment Caps gets caught out, G2 just loses. What happened to Hansama? Like the carry potential from Hansama is not coming out. I feel like Caps is like the main carry for G2 right now, and the moment he makes a mistake, they pretty much get completely solved. 옥각하면은 바드 누나가 피곤하겠지만 언더덕 역전 잼이는 못 참는다. 인정. 캡스 넘어져 이러면 안 된다. 통나무 들던 캡스 지금 좀만 더 힘내야 될 듯?
Last game, Broken Blade.
Oh my gosh.
Almost no effect in that one. GAM did a really
He's
good
doing
job of
the-
making it so Kiaya was finally able
표정
to
진짜
rise to
썩었다,
his
지금.
raid boss form like they hoped for.
He
They made
was
it so
shell-shocked,
he was never
Caps.
really threatened by the Mbessa. And the Nunu pick,
미슈카.
the pocket pick Nunu for
정신
Skewmon,
차려야
you even pointed
됩니다요.
out how coming into that game, he had an
한숨을
8-2
looks
record on it in professional
tilted
play.
too.
But that game, it just didn't work.
8-3 now.
Yeah, 8-3 now.
LeBron
Obviously,
happened?
everybody was
Come
a
on, you
question
can't
mark
blame
taking the
LeBron,
bottom
guys.
lane play there towards the end.
He must just not have thought that anyone else
Last
was there.
game,
Right,
we're gonna.
it was a little
I think
questionable,
it's
it
a
was
top
lot
jungle
questionable,
problem.
But at the end, that was such a better
Kiaya
look
gap
for
top
GAM.
so fucking
But
hard,
you
like,
pointed out,
holy.
there were a lot of champions in there.
Kiaya
Levi
woke up,
on the
guys.
Wukong, iconic
Kiaya
pick.
finally
Right,
woke
top
up.
lane, Kiaya on Jax, iconic pick. Mid lane, Eris, Ahri.
Handsome
Hey,
is
it's his
pulling
most
his
played
brows?
champion.
Yeah, it
Bottom
could be
lane,
like a
Artemis,
habit.
Elio, it's the most played champion.
Happens.
That
When you're
is
nervous
the
or
most
something,
comfort
there's, like,
of
habits.
comfort. Those men were relaxing on
와,
comfort
표정 진짜
like being
다들
on a
썩었는데?
cloud.
진짜?
Now, let's see what they can do in this one. What can they pick and have that same level of success?
Let's indeed, Flowers, jump right into it as we whittle down on these champions pools in Fearless.
Top jungle, Genji
Eris,
is
of
super
course,
strong. Why are we
gonna
talking
stay
about
in.
Genji?
You
And
gotta
yeah,
think he's gonna
Genji's
stay in
super strong.
entirety, of
The whole
rest of the match.
whole Genji members are strong.
Especially because he has played a lot more.
Okay, let's focus on the
variety
champ
of
select.
champions,
Game 4
some
champ
more
select
options
start
here
now.
for them.
Go.
Speaking of options, though, the early options here in the bans, exact same as the previous game for the exact same sides. G2, even though they're back on blue, they're still banning Rumble, Gwen, and Nocturne. Oh, not the exact same, actually. The TF was the first side when Gwen again in the second half.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, over on the other side, Azir, Maokai, Draven still all banned by GAM.
Globals have been very powerful. We've had battles over side lanes, battles and battles, but they go for the carry jungle here for Skewmon, the Nefiri. Definitely a confident one for him.
한사마가 두 분 장인이라서 캐리를 못 하도록 밴을 하는 것 같아요. 한사마 is a Draven one.
I mean,
That's why they keep banning Draven from him.
available.
They don't want
here
Hansama to
for,
carry. And the
for
first
GAM,
pick from
for Kiaya.
Nefiri, first pick from G2.
Is this going to be one of the games where they have
No
to
more
throw him
Nunu,
on
no
the
more
Scion,
joking around.
up to the
Put
top side of
Skewmon
the
back
map?
on a carry.
Like they think so.
That's the plan
So
for
they are
game
gonna
plan for
blind
G2.
really early on.
G2를
Then you probably want a nice carry jungle here for Levi.
이기려면은 사이온.
See
오.
what else is
사이온,
still up.
오리아나.
Ooh,
Taken
this
down.
is very interesting if they go for double solo lanes right at the very
That's
start.
a carry jungle that everybody's been practicing.
Is
The
I'm not
Zed
gonna get baited.
Nefiri
I'm not gonna
matchup,
get
I think
baited until they
Nefiri
lock.
wins
We
that
did have
matchup
one
though.
game on it this split.
But
Not gonna get
Canyon
baited
showed
until
the
they
first,
lock.
in
Instead,
LCK, Canyon showed off the
for
Zed
GAM.
into the Fury.
So you've got a big tanky
Back when
meatball there
the
for
Fury
the
was
front line.
played
You've
every
got some
game.
powerful AP
No?
threat coming out in the jungle.
And completely
GAM.
dismantled
And
the
Eris has
Fury.
played
After that,
Corki and,
Zed used to be played a lot
Tristana in
into
mid,
the
but
Fury.
both of those have already been used.
Just giving you guys some
Because the
context.
Corki was used in bottom lane. They obviously already had the
With
Caps
the
mid
Fury
lane
matchup.
Tristana. So some of those AD options get really thin for mid lane once you do get kind of deep into Fearless.
리바이
Jace
제드
also
보고
big to top
싶었는데 근데
lane.
너무 리스크가
All those
큰
things
게
that do kind of cross
제드
over, so-
사이온은 조금 뭔가
A lot of the tanky engaged supports, right? Rel, Nautilus, Alistar,
뭔가
already
뭔가죠?
removed by Fearless. Now the Leona locked in by G2 to pick
That's
up
such
one
an
of the runs of the
early
mains.
Leona.
And they don't even have the option
I guess
of,
there's no
of
Braum
having, like,
anymore.
Braum
There's
or
no
anything
Alistar,
sort
there's
of
no Braum.
counter-engage afterwards
No
either.
Rel?
So they are going to go for the dive. A Nefiri dive and a Kaisa dive here. They're going to go right past the Scion.
It's a full send comp for G2 here in the first 3 picks. What can GAM use to deal with it? Normally, in a
비키잖아.
comp like this, you would
오히려
love to
좋아.
have something like Xayah to survive the dive. Unfortunately,
카이사, 아니 레오나 카이사를 이렇게 일찍 픽한다고?
front to back here. Okay, so trying to get some
카이사까지는
pushing
그렇다
bottom
치는데
lane.
레오나
Caitlyn
요즘
does have a
브라움이랑
decent
알리스타
amount
이게
of
없어서
parries still up,
알리스타,
because as you
브라움,
said,
렐
most
다
of
없죠.
the supports were melee engaged
Caitlyn is
supports that were
so
used, so you're thinking
meh
that
right
Caitlyn
now. I don't know.
Karma's got to get banned
Caitlyn is...
by G2.
I said that last time and then
Caitlin's
BLG
Lux,
Elk just 1v9 on
Renata's
Caitlyn.
available, lots of
Bordeaux angle, guys. Bordeaux angle. Bordeaux. 바드 나오기에는 나필이 레오나 카이사면은 바드 절대 못 나와. 레오나 카이사나 Fury can't play Bordeaux. I mean, you can. Not very good though. You're gonna die a lot. Bard doesn't do very well into dive comps, by the way. 그러니까 돌진 조합 상대로는 바드가 잘 못해요. 어려워.
That's one of the other AD champs still
잘
up for mid.
지키지를 못하고.
Good snipe there. We mentioned a lot of the other ones that have been taken out.
그 이니시를 걸어도 역으로 상대가 들어오니까 여기 이니시 당하니까 이게 좀 빡세요. Caitlyn Byrne was really broken for like 2 years ago. Yes, but Caitlyn itself is just really bad right now.
Smolder is another.
You probably want to pair it with a Karma or some shit. 카르마 이런 거를 해야 되거든. 캐틀이랑 브라움도 캐틀 브라움도 안 되고 캐틀 바드도 캐틀 바드도 빡세니까. Caitlyn Byrne is like hard. Caitlyn you can't play Braum, so Caitlyn Braum you can't do that. So probably need to play. Bordeaux is actually just banned, huh? 아니 바드를 밴해버리는 것도 재밌네. Huh, interesting. I didn't think Bard was gonna get picked, but I guess Elio really likes the Bordeaux. 바드야! Bordeaux! Elio already played Bard, by the way. 엘리오 바드 잘하긴 해, 근데. 공불줄을 못하는 것 뿐이지. 공불줄은 좀 맛없게 사용했지만 바드 자체는 되게 잘하더라고요, 숙련도가. Goodbye, Bordeaux!
Some of the efficacy with the ult, since you're positioned on one far end of the map early on, harder to affect skirmishes, fights in the top side early on with the ultis.
They bound me? Boy. They bound me. Our beloved.
Answer on the top side. Okay,
our
the
beloved
finally does come through. Left open so much at the beginning, it finally does come through. So they're putting the faith
G2 comp is Exodia comp. Oh, they're gonna win.
To carry this one.
G2 조합을 상대하려면 뭐 어떻게 해야 되는 거야? 말이 안 되는데요.
Champs for them.
TF. 조가.
And the Silas does come in. Answer here for Eris.
갈리오 너무 맛없는데? 갈리오 is so bad. What the hell? What is going on? Why are they picking Galio? 갈리오면은 그냥 뭐 라인전 어떡할 건데? I feel like Leona just completely smashes Galio. G2가 이겼네. 뭐 G2 조합은 그냥 뭐 앞라인도 좋고 CC 많고 이니시 세고 딜 많고 a lot of damage from G2 coming through from the Fury, Kaisa, a lot of damage, a lot of CC from Goldcard, TF, Leona, CC, Choga CC, engages.
Quicker rotations than
I think their comp is so much better.
When you look at GAM's comp, they don't have like a snap big engage button, right? Like Sion is very telegraphed. Galio needs somebody else in there first.
사이온 상대로 초가스는 확실히 나쁘지 않은데.
Just use it as an orbital laser with that
그냥 뭐 서로 탱커긴 한데 초가스가 이 버프를 많이 받아서 근데 이가 퍼센트 체력딜 있잖아요, 초가스가. 퍼센트 체력딜 있긴 해.
But
GAM can win? You think so?
After that win, you can see the smiles on their faces, rejuvenated after taking that win in the previous game.
I guess it really depends. I think it depends on how Lilia plays it. This game. 이번 턴 뭔가 릴리아 중요할 것 같은데?
Kia definitely good on the Sion.
Okay, let's see what we got.
And the thing is, Lilia Silas is like so bad though. 상체가 너무 약해. 릴리아 사일러스 사이온은 진짜 어떡하냐. Lilia Silas and Sion is so bad. 이거 Mertress, they don't do any damage. 헤르메스 신발 나오는 순간 그냥 딜이 안 박힐 것 같은 그런 조합. The moment you go Mertress, it's like GG.
Definitely can. Nefiri. Looking here towards Raptors.
TF ulti or Cho'Gath eating to burst? Oh, for Sion? Okay, I see.
Invades as well. Oh, and they find one.
Not a good start here for Eris. Has to try to get
Q's
away
gonna
from
come back up.
Flashing out.
Leona Q is 5 seconds, huh?
For cooldowns to maybe come back for G2.
Leona Q가 5초라서.
Caps will see the recall there. Not going to step up and try to interrupt it. Eris goes all the way back to base. He is
I like G2 comp way more. I see.
Man, that mid lane is so gankable. Silas already has to trade health a lot for early waves. No flash available for the Sylas. Caps here, full priority.
Getting zoned off
and
one
the
minion.
dies
Oh no!
out of experience range for
He's gonna get
Aris.
pushed on anyways. Pre
All
6.
right, so a little bit
Sylas
behind
loses
on
this.
that one. So G2's going to get some value there.
Okay, Elio. Galio support broken?
You can see kill death at 14.
갈리오 서포트 이거
1.38
히트인가?
gold difference. They have been up and slightly ahead in terms of Drake. So
Little
the
bit
earlies
impatient
have
for
been
the
all
red
right,
trinket.
but I think that's pretty
can't
accurate
really
compared to what
confess.
we've seen because GAM have been competitive in the early stages of the games. It's just been in those first two. It's the later stages. It's the macro movements where G2 was ahead. Now having a flash over the wall. Nice moves there from Elio. Using
Holy
the taunt to force
moly!
the early summoner
Elio
out.
gave
Yeah,
his
using
chance.
extra move speed
아니
here,
그냥 감
blocking his
esports
heel
바텀이
to
더
push him up
잘해.
against the wall.
GAM
Get
esports
that
bot lane,
flash
they're just
down
better, I
really
guess.
early on.
Doesn't matter what champions you
Crash
play.
the wave into the
Just win
turret,
forehand.
as we can see both junglers moving towards this bottom side of the map. This could
Time.
turn pretty volatile pretty fast. We've seen both of these bottom lanes willing to try to make those level
Better
3
fingers,
dives throughout the series so far.
라인전
Artis and
한정
Elio
진짜
just
최강이다,
continuing
GAM
to
esports
put the
바텀이.
pain on Lebrov and Han
GAM
Sama.
esports
This is
bot
why
lane
you draft
literally
the K
better
when you
laning
need
than
it.
BLG bot lane.
Look at this though, skipping some camps to go for a
Early
gank.
10 minutes
Skewmon
is
down
better.
there on Neferi, getting into the action early.
Scumon's gonna make his way down
Did I
here,
just
but LeBron
giga
is getting a ton
ulti?
of damage first. It's first
Bro!
outplay in the 2v3.
Okay, we're going game 5.
Just lock up
We are going game
there.
5.
They get the taunt, they
지금
get the
캡스
trap
선수 벌써
chain right there.
등
Artemis locks
괜찮나요?
him up.
Beautiful
허리
from
괜찮으신가?
GAM. They don't
Is
panic,
Cap's
they
back
remain
okay? I think
calm. They
Cap's
know they
back
can
is
burst down Leona,
going to
even
break a
though
little
he is
bit.
pretty tanky,
Trying to
and
carry
they
his
walk
bot lane.
away with the extra money for it. Nicely done from the
Caps
GAM
is
duo.
trying to carry every
Fight
single
your
game
way
when his
out.
bot lane is
Oh,
getting
the
2v2'd.
pressure. This is so good for the comp too. This
2v3s
Kalen's gonna be
actually. Skewmon is
pressuring
here.
and pushing so much early on. Look at that full combo. Got the E. Actually, he didn't even have to do the trap. It was just the E plus the headshot.
I love
You have to write an apology letter to Elio. Okay, yo.
Not like this.
Dear Mr.
Now,
Elio,
Eris has Elio and
I love
Levi
your
right
board.
behind him here as he's looking to
Good
get this
board,
wave shoved up.
spellbook very bad,
Little bit of a bowling
but
ball
your
there
gameplay
from
very
Levi,
good.
but Caps still
The first
not
10
feeling
minute
enough
gameplay very
pressure
good.
to
Your
break the
Galio,
freeze
my
that he
bad for
has
doubting.
here on the wave. He'll allow this one to stack up, try to keep this in a good
My
position.
apologies.
Exactly for what you were talking about earlier. You want to make this scary.
I wasn't
for Eris. He
familiar with
doesn't
your
have a
game.
flash. Make him afraid to be
I
in the
apologize.
lane. As Elio now getting jumped on Lebrov and Skewmon
Did I
trying to make
just
something
curse this?
happen. Skewmon is investing a lot of time into trying to influence this bottom lane.
No
but Kobe
fucking
is
way he
just
gets
not
out
working.
again!
There he gets the
갈리오
value
이거
trap.
쓰
Taunt
히트인데!
goes right onto it. He ganks
Galio
again.
support
Not
boss
only
confirmed.
does he get
Holy.
pushed off, gets chunked, and it buys
아니,
time
갈리오
for your
support
jungler.
이거
When you're
진짜
showing so much
Lily
on
is
the
so
other side
ahead
of the map.
because Neferi
And
is
GAM's bottom lane
spending
is
so much
dealing
time
with
bot
it.
lane.
2v3 and coming out with advantage.
He's down like what?
Levi
He's
just
down like
gets to
3
eat
camps
up
right now.
Really good here.
And there we go. Once again, Lebrov is going to be your target with a taunt from Elio, pulling him back in. Traps will not lock the Leona down for an additional amount of time. Hans not dealing as much damage in these scraps as he would like
I'm
to, but he is
sleepy.
maintaining farm despite the fact that they fell behind early.
Skewball
off
is
of the
angry,
Skewball
he's
gank
just
that got
straight
turned
up
around.
invading.
Checking back
He has
up
smite
into the top
advantage, I
side
think
here.
he can smite the
Also, even
Raptors.
farm between these two. Broken Blade again having his biggest troubles last game so far in the series. Levi though in some danger now. Skewmon going for the
Levi's dead!
Dark and daggers.
Oh my
onto
gosh,
the
he gets
Lilia.
out.
Levi forced all the way out. Kiaya versus Broken
That's
Blade.
another camp
Kiaya's
pick
only
from
level 5,
Levi.
Broken Blade level 6. Wanted to see if he could get the feast
탑은
before the
다이브는
Scion
안 당할
hit
것
the
같은데.
ulti, but he does not want to overforce that because if Kiaya hits level 6
초가스
underneath the turret,
궁이
you
있긴
go for
하죠.
the point
초가스
blank
또
ulti,
서버티.
you stun the Cho'Gath,
Are they
you
going to
turn
dive
around
the-
and get the kill
Are they
instead
going to
yourself.
dive the
And
Sion?
so
I don't think
necessary
so.
there
Too
for
tanky, too
Skewmon. He wants
tanky.
to use his purchase advantage, even though Levi was able to use that time. That he
Levi's
was
just
showing
gonna go back
bottom
to his
go
wolves
counter
here, and
jungle
Lily is gonna grab
increase,
wolves as well.
His camp clear. Skewmon having the purchase goes for the chase. Chases
치체한테
Levi down to
더블
push
킬.
him off so he can't
맞아.
just easily go into the Krugs, so he doesn't fall super duper far behind, and he's able to steal away those Krugs and return to his side.
And one thing I want to point out, what we've seen so many times so far throughout this series, early advantage for Caps in terms of his presence in the lane, his ability to farm. He's up 2 waves. Kiaya going in after Broken Blade.
Broken
Needs a little bit more
Blade!
damage.
Broken
Finds
Blade
a
is gonna
grab block.
die!
Broken Blade
Oh
goes
my
for the
gosh, he
rupture.
just sidesteps the
Kiaya
Q.
got
He
the
had it.
sidestep.
He had
hits
it.
him with a little bit
Oh,
more
the
damage, but nice
silence! It
silence to
stopped it!
interrupt
It's
the
the
decimate.
second
Broken Blade's gonna eat the
Jelly!
apples. It heals him up enough.
And
Now
it's gonna
LeBron
die.
with rotation over. Kiaya cannot get the kill. And G2 even up the kill score. But TP is coming
IQ with the jelly.
Right up the river. That was the consolation.
아니 잠시만요. 저걸 산다고요?
Yeah, for sure.
I was. Oh my, that W was crazy close. He was completely in after the W. W 딱 되면서. 아니 왜 나나가 딱 됐어? W를 상하는데. 답은 억울하다. 아니 방금 진짜 너무 잘했는데 사연이. I Sion played that perfectly. Broken Blade is better, I guess. My apologies. I gotta write another apology, guys. Mr. Broken Blade, I wasn't familiar with your game, okay? I thought you were 2 IQ top laner, but now I know.
Yeah,
200
IQ. Hans out of that abusive
200 IQ plays.
matchup down there in the
okay, I think
lane.
I just cursed.
Now it's up to Broken Blade to try to deal with that. Rupture though is not going to connect onto Artemis. More traps being placed down. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Cho'Gath, but Broken Blade is down to 400 HP, and now he's got to go all the way back.
I'm gonna rip up the apology letter.
Dealing with these two either. This is the power of the Caitlyn Galio. It makes your opponents have to adapt and adjust to deal with the fact that there's so much
I didn't deliver the letter yet, thankfully. Rip it up real quick. He's gonna lose like 2 tower playing goals for that. Because he has to be under tower and play safe. That way he can like actually defend the tower a little bit. 바텀은 진짜 흥한다. 오 그런가? 이 정도면은 캡처 잘 크고 있는 편이고. 그리고 솔직히 사이온이 한 번 죽었다고 사이온이 아닌 건 아니거든. 뭔지 알지? 사이온은 결국 사이온이긴 해. 사이온은 사이온. That's his thing. Like dying once doesn't change the fact that Sion is Sion.
Good on the Caitlyn, of course, so good at keeping up the pressure. Has the BF sword now, working towards.
Wait, that's so really pushy. That's 17 months really pushy too. Welcome back.
Very painful to deal with. That's why Artemis has the cleanse. Has had both summoners available to him.
특패 공중 빼줬다. 그러긴 해. 그렇게 생각하면은.
Ooh, Caps.
Caps getting bowling board. Oh, he's not close to the wall to flash. Oh. He could have flashed over the wall, but he wasn't next to the wall, so. 그러니까 이게 릴리아 궁 끝나기 전에 벽으로 플래시 넘었으면은, 플래시로 벽을 넘었으면 괜찮았을 텐데. 벽이 너무 멀었다요. Gonna fail flash on the wall and then everyone's gonna
those
be like,
Raptors, but they take away the Raptors, and they can get the free push on mid.
Nicely done there from GAM, guaranteeing that they can attack that TF before he can attack somewhere else. Gonna slow Caps down a little bit. Artemis now up to an individual gold lead of over 1,000. He's going to be so far accelerated. And like you already mentioned, the first item is Yuntal Wild Arrows. This is a stacking item.
G2.
The faster you get it, the faster you stack it, the more powerful you are more quickly.
G2 losing to wildcard region is not what I thought was gonna happen.
You're now the win condition.
2025 G2.
And now, since Kiaya was already pushing in on the top
Carmine
side,
Core
they go for
lost
the
to
early
this.
recalls here. Switching it up.
Casey lost at this.
Swap the Caitlyn on over to the top side. Kia's going to stick around. Whenever you have the sign with the ultimate, have the options for the extra play. The swap answer is going to come in as Broken Blade walks back up there. And they've got the Galio rotating too.
지금 템 보시면은.
All right, Elio's ready. Broken Blade is pretty tanky here on the
윤탈은 이미 나와 있는 캐틀이지만 한스만은 아직 윤탈이 멀죠. Oh, Broken Blade should W towards the Sion. What happened? He W'd properly earlier. Now he's not W properly. Oh my gosh. I feel like if he W'd the Sion Q, perhaps he could have actually lived longer. I think maybe he just dies to Caitlyn anyways. Caitlyn is so strong right now. He's impossible. Artemis is so fat. Bot lane gap. 아니 근데 캡스 선수.
Yeah, he does clean up with the minion waves up here, and he
He's tilted. Caps is just Caps is so giga tilted. Caps is giga tilted. His Tristana and now that play. 아니 아까 트타도 그렇고 좀 막 되게 피곤한 것 같은데 캡스 선수가. 원래 통나무를 계속 들다 보면은 한 번씩 그냥 허리가 이게 꺾이거든요. 뭔지 알지? 이게 적당히 다른 팀원들이 해줘야 되는데 아니 바텀이 너무 차이가 많이 나서
once again, it was
그러긴
GAM that
해.
were getting
너무
the
안일했어,
early
방금.
shove on these side turrets. GAM here being the one setting
I
the
don't know.
pace.
Really, really impressive stuff from GAM here early. I am loving Elio's play on this Galio as well. So many good taunts, so many good justice punches. Kiaya versus Broken Blade, the meatball war once again raging as they both try to stack as many
Who wins
grasp
that?
procs as humanly
Nobody.
possible. Broken Blade winning out in the trade for
wait,
now.
baby?
Kiaya, the problem with using these decimates against Cho'Gath, 2 of the Cho'Gath abilities interrupt the channel, so you've got to be ready to spring it early if the Rupture's about to hit you, or if you think he's about to get the cooldown.
He's gonna get
off of the
eaten!
screen. Flash for the eat! Broken Blade gets the solo kill!
Broken
Kiaya
Blade!
cannot
Broken
be
Blade!
disrespecting
Morally,
him like that.
morally!
Yeah,
Solo
bottom side tower,
bolo!
though, in the meantime, taking a beating,
Ballsy?
and Levi
Killing
comes over just to
Ballsy.
make sure that they can
Like,
push
both
this one
champions
down.
are
Make sure
Ballsy
even if
champions.
Skumon goes for the game,
Although Broken
that they
Blade
will
is
have
building
the
Hearts
numbers
too,
to
or
answer
Warmogs, which I
next
think
wave
it's
is coming,
Warmogs. I
but
think.
already rotate over towards the
No,
dragon.
I know it's Hearts too. Why
Broken
would you go
Blade,
Warmogs
though,
first?
jeez.
That sounds really
That
bad.
Cho'Gath is hulking out this
That used to be
game,
okay, but
getting
then they changed
another kill
Warmogs
onto
passive.
Kiaya,
So.
being able to push the wave in. He forces the teleport
Yeah,
out
pre-50
from
tower,
Kiaya, too,
100%.
so now
It's going
teleport
down right
advantage
now.
from G2.
Oh, less?
Look at the damage Artemis
Pyongtang.
puts out.
Pyongtang.
Han Sama
Pyongtang.
already down to half
Pyongtang.
HP after
Pyongtang.
Artemis tags him here with a headshot. Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes LeBron. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken
Cue
Blade.
the
He's in the
silver
middle of
scrapes.
4. Cho'Gath, he might be hungry, but he ain't eating today. GAM, just slam him.
That
It's
teleport
GAM
advantage
time.
turned into another delivery. Hours.
Cue the
was too
silver
quick.
scrapes.
The gameplay was too quick, and it is all thanks
Bow,
to Eris. He
bow,
steals the
bow.
Twisted Fate ult. He
Bow,
rotates down.
bow,
They
bow.
push on. They get the kill. They get the tower. They get the dragon.
And now Elio and Eris,
Bow,
they're
bow,
looking at
bow.
caps. Yes, there's
Bow,
the gold
bow,
card onto
bow.
Elio, but it doesn't
Bow,
matter.
bow.
Elio will just buffer through it there with the
Bow,
Justice
bow.
Punch. Let's take another look at
Bow,
how this
bow,
happened,
bow.
bottom.
Yeah, the siege pressure just really
Oh
finding it.
my
and Levi
gosh,
is
this
able
R
to tag
from
them.
Levi
gets
is
the double
crazy.
Sleep. You see on the minimap the rotation down from Silas. Eris steals the ulti, is able to get the extra kills. Plus they finish off the tower by the time this teleport completes.
Cho'Gath, the
it's
fat
just
Cho'Gath just
food.
dies as well.
Broken Blade's maybe thinking he can get in there. Maybe you get a feast.
Another
burst
kill
on
for
Artemis.
Caitlyn.
It looked like, according to the UI, there wasn't even a cooldown for it, though. He just gets chain CC'd, beat down, and you
Captain
could hear
Levi.
the excitement in the GAM squad as they find that
Captain
pop-up.
Levi.
They're now up 2 Drakes, 3,000 gold, 4 kills.
Goodbye, G2.
This is an amazing start for
Goodbye
GAM.
to predictions
14
around the
minutes
world.
in as turret plates have just fallen.
When the pressure got on in GAM in the last game, in the elimination game, something really switched. They're the ones now pushing the tempo, pushing the plays, forcing G2 to react to them. And the slow reaction just turned into extra lead for GAM. It also resulted in, of course, Kiai,
아니,
after
선생님
he got
감사합니다.
solo killed,
Thank you.
he was back out on the top side. He did a lot of extra damage to that top side turret. That thing has been softened up. So not only did they get the bottom side one, but the top side one barely standing there. And Kiai stacking up, still has a CS lead.
So I will say, for G2, yes, it's good to shut down Kiaya to prevent him from becoming a monster. It's not good when the only kills you have this game are on that Scion. No one else on GAM has fallen yet.
통나무를 들
This
사람이
game for
없다?
GAM is going so well. The bottom lane, really, really big stars. With how they were able to deal with the 2v3 coming out
I don't
with
know,
advantages
man.
multiple times.
Oh my Han Sama, what is going
Once again, I
on,
feel
my
like
guy?
every time we see Hans on the same screen as Artemis, Hans has no more than half a health bar for any amount of time. The range
Why
of the
is he
Caitlin's
getting
so
giga
impressive,
gapped
and he's
by
approaching
Artemis?
that second item
Huh?
power spike as well as the Rift Herald is spawned.
And Artemis was one of the 2 big stars that they wanted to pick
I mean,
up
support
and
gap
add to
maybe.
this GAM team with this year. Okay.
DBH ADC has no
See
control
how
of the
it works
first
here.
like laning
Here's pretty
phase.
close.
Neither one of the top laners has a
Support
teleport
gap.
to join this fight.
Okay,
GAM
but
with total
like his
control of the
Lucian was
top
getting
side,
hooked
River
by
GAM
Nautilus
with
as
a
well.
3,000 gold lead as a team, about 2,500
Look,
of
lost
that
him.
on Artemis specifically.
I mean,
And
2
if the
games.
Caitlin's there, G2 shouldn't care. Just walk away, let him have it. Sorry
또
for getting in your
옷각이야?
way, my bad. And you just
아니,
let
거의
it go.
무슨 매판이
Now GAM has to get
옷각이야?
another resource to use to build this gold
아니,
lead, and they will use
비오십을
that
챙기는
resource
대왕
immediately.
G2.
Dark and Dagger hits Artemis, but just
Every
one
game,
dagger
best of 5
isn't
from
going to
G2.
be
What
a
is going
massive
on?
threat. Herald's about to charge, and there we go. Tier 1 turret down in the mid lane. That's 2 turrets for GAM now.
Priority continues for them. Broken Blade
캐틀
actually
폭행이
walking
너무
up the river.
아파요.
What is the
좀
play from
많이
G2 right now? Actually,
센데?
it's already called out though. You see those those back pings. Yeah, Kia pinging. Broken Blade can roam right now. Careful,
I
Artemis,
still
don't step
think
up.
G2's comp
Don't
is
put that
better,
gold
but at this
bounty on your head at risk.
point with this
that's
much
a
gold onto
massive bounty,
Caitlyn,
almost 600,
oh man.
and we're only 16
Game is
minutes
really
into the game.
rough, I think.
Infinity Edge.
Elios,
just purchased
Mikhail's
for Artemis,
completed
but
as well.
just as important,
So
Kobe,
gold card is gonna be
Mikhail's
useless as hell.
Crucible. First item here for Elio. Azale talks
Oh
about this item a
no.
lot. I
미카엘이
completely agree
진짜
with him. I think
개사기.
it's one of the
They're
best
going
items you can
Mertress,
purchase on support,
4
especially when you have one
Mertress
person on the team
with
who's so
cleanse
fed.
on
Especially when you're playing
Artemis,
against Twisted Fate,
cleanse,
buddy.
and the Mikhail
You
on
better-
Elio.
You better be getting me a Mikhail's. Mikhail's
And
plus.
Gum time.
Yeah, Mikhail's.
Gum
Plus
time.
the cleanse, so you can deal with Twisted Fate, deal with the Leona. Getting more and
Don't
more
look
answers
80
here with the dive.
items.
Okay, Eris getting dove, tries
Huh?
to use the ulti to defend himself. Immediately, Elio comes crashing in. He wants to find a taunt, but he doesn't find anybody. Now
Oh wait,
Kiai's
they're
shown up.
committing. They're
G2,
committing.
they still gotta
Oh
find
wait,
G2.
wait! This is the third from
Kiai in
Gam.
danger as Elio tries to get away.
Caitlyn is not
fully
even there.
running.
아 잘 끊겼들이
Gam
없는데
caught
저기에서
off
뭐?
guard. They'll lose 2 plus a turret.
Oh
and G2
my
aren't
gosh,
done yet.
Gam
Kiai
throwing
trying to stop the
again.
back on Caps. This is
I mean,
a
they
big
get 2
punch
towers
back
mid, though.
coming out of G2.
Artemis
Now,
got 2
Gam
towers
gonna
mid.
At least get the tier 2 in the mid lane as a trade, but the problem is Broken Blade's taking the same thing up there in top. This was a massive play for G2.
Yeah, this
That
is
tier 2
huge for
turret
G2
still
because of
standing.
how
They're
behind they
not
were,
going to be
especially
able to force
Hansama
that
getting their
down
shutdown.
just yet
I
on
think it's
the
pretty good.
G2 side.
No?
Yeah, classic G2
방금
play,
근데
overloading the side outer
지는
turret.
팀은 저런 플레이가
Down
미드
here.
타워 막 2개
Does
밀려서 좀 안
That
좋아
Bambi
보이잖아.
has taken the
근데
cross
저런 걸
already,
해야
has
돼요.
left the
지는 팀은.
area.
카이사
Dragon
방금
spawning
키에
fairly
먹었잖아.
soon here, but that was a nice bit of
저런 걸 좀
gold here
하면서
back for G2 before
컴백이
the
가능한
Dragon.
거라.
They go and they spend that gold after their
Please,
kills, after
Gam,
their tower that they've gotten.
Why NA
And
cheering for Gam?
spend some resources in kind of half-heartedly defending that.
Yeah.
They use the
Oh,
Galio
man.
ult as well as the teleport from Kiaya.
Ours
while not
too
committing
greedy, I think. They should
Artemis
just give
himself,
up
of course,
top
and
tower.
Artemis pushed down mid lane.
탑 타워를 그냥 적당히
And the
줘야
Mikhail's
되는데
Crucible was also used by Elio. That
저기에서
cooldown still has about half remaining
막
on it. Gam going after their
미드
3rd Drake of the game. This would bring them to Soul Point. They lost about 1,000 of their 3,000 gold lead, but look at the Caitlyn trap beautifully placed on
think
the
Skewman
ramp.
can
If
seal it.
Skewman wants to go in to try to contest
No,
this, it is a
can't go-
one-way
can't go
trip
in.
there for the dog. He decides discretion is
It's
the better
way
part of
too
valor
risky to
today.
go
That is
for
3
that.
Drakes for
Attack
Gam.
on
They're going for the
spawning,
Silas
so-
right now. Artemis, Eris, Wise teleport out.
Yeah.
They were going for a little trap play on the split pusher.
Slip.
Good teleport there from Eris to
Uh.
escape the rotation.
All
But
right,
he
so
doesn't
let's
have TP
check
for
in.
Otacon, though.
Where are the gold leads then for each
I
team? We
think
know
he can
it's
take
all
tier
Artemis
40 though.
on the
Tier
side
40
of Gam.
should be
Also,
back on
solid
cooldown.
leads for Levi and Elio both. But over on the other side, Broken Blade still has a modest lead over Kiaya in the meatball battle. And mid lane,
LCP is
Caps,
greater
as
than
we
LEC?
expected, he has higher farm. He has the natural gold generation of the Twisted Fate passive. So he's pretty strong now as well. His Rod of Ages is 2 stacks
mean,
away from being completed for the extra level
is it
that's
only
going to
G2?
earn him. He also has
Or
the Lich Bane already done. If you're G2, you're
is
looking
it
for
LEC
Caps
altogether?
to find a play to facilitate
That's the question.
coming back into this game.
Yeah, and G2 also, they're really looking for Hansama to get any sort of money
What
they
happened
can
to
on
Fnatic?
him. Because the Kaisa was put
Fnatic
behind in
Poby.
this game. Really
What
trying
happened to
they
Fnatic?
need some
What
more money
happened
on that Kaisa to actually have the
to
threat
KC?
to go into the back line.
I like
Who else is
watching
there?
people play
What happened
around
to
these silly
Rogue?
Otacon
Mad
walls.
Lions?
Kiaya gets
Wait.
one knock up there with a decimate.
Rogue doesn't
Broken
exist
Blade trades
anymore.
back with a knock up of his own. Elio's
Mad
going to make his
Lions?
way up here. It might be big
Oh,
battle
is it?
time here around the Otacon pit. Caps has his ulti ready to join if he
탑
needs to.
때문에
His
안
Summer
돼.
Spellbook has switched over to Exhaust.
저거는
on the
계속
Twisted
싸우다
Fate.
보면
Eris
초가스가
does not have his own teleport ready,
이기던데.
but you will see him likely try to steal Caps if he sees that Twisted Fate on the screen. Broken Blade going to continue to maintain priority here in these side lanes.
Broken
with his
Blade
lead on this
getting
cho'Gath.
big, though.
Kiaya will be able to immediately
Getting big.
respond, but it does mean that Broken Blade always
Okay,
has
Hansama
first
caught up
move
in the items,
for
though.
joining
Look at
any of
that.
these other fights.
한사마 선수가 템이 근데
Or just stopping Kiaya from backing.
많이 따라잡았습니다.
Hello.
걸어.
Beefcake versus Beefcake up here. Again, sometimes
But the thing is, like,
early
Kiaya
moves that
doesn't
you're
have
talking
heart
about
steal, so
here,
he's just getting
someone
stacks,
with the ultimate
giving
Kiaya
stacks for
here
free.
can look for a lot,
아니 근데 저렇게
of these
강심
angles to
없는데
try and
평타
punish a
딜교환
pushing
저렇게
Kaisa.
자자가 안
Like,
되는데
anytime kind of like this,
강심 수행만
if they have
뜯겠다고
people in position, trying to punish that
저같은 just
Kaisa,
using Sion
if
to
you
stack
are
his heart
extended
steal.
in mid lane, knowing that they don't have their outer tower for defense.
People really
that's where
sleeping on
Gam
Lucius
can try and
Arthonis?
utilize
Reckless is
their
one of the
Sion
EU best of all
ultimate, their
time.
Galio
Nemesis is
ultimate
amazing. amazing
here,
with Isuki.
to really open up space
I don't know.
for the
I think
Lilia
people know
follow-up.
Loser Stones is really good.
This past sequence,
I
not
think
too bad
Loser
for
Stones
G2.
into
What was once
G2.
a
I want to see it smash.
3,000 gold lead and change is now
I think
just
Loser
about
Stones actually has a
1,500, so it's
legit
been cut
chance to
down
beat
by
G2.
half.
I could be
Nicely done
wrong,
from them,
but
not allowing
just
GAM
from
to
this
build their own
information
lead up
from
even
the
further.
first
GAM with
3
control over the
series.
Otacon pit though, as G2 make their approach. Broken Blade and LeBron.
I think
going to lead
Reckless
the
and
charge on
Crowny
this
can
one
beat
as Kiaya goes back to
Labrov
base.
and
Look at
Han
there's
Summer
deep
right
teleport
now.
wards here for
Maybe
him
not
as
in the
well.
past,
Lots
but
of
right
deep
now,
wards
yeah.
for GAM, littering the
Intel
area
vs
that
Intel,
leads up
yeah.
to Otacon.
Broken Blade and
Okay.
Bossy as well.
Not
I think.
channeled from Elio. Not going to find anything with that one. Also important to note that Kiaya did just go back to purchase the Unending Despair. Second item fully completed now on the Scion. In these extended fights, can get a ton of value out of the healing on that one. Elio stepping forward, threatening a taunt, but he gets stunned up. Followed up by the Leona ulti, but where's the
Levi
rest
has
of
a
it?
good sleep,
Ares stealing the Leona ulti
it's
now.
a little bit
Labrov is
deep,
down to
though.
half HP. Broken
A little
Blade
bit
taking
deep.
a lot of damage from Artemis back over the
Broken
wall.
Blade.
Silas Leona ult doesn't
Not
hit
tanky
his
enough for
target. They force the
Caitlyn.
flashback
Too
on
much
Hawk.
damage.
GAM have control over the river.
Oh,
But
the
Elio
Mikaels,
has to
the
make
Mikaels.
himself to get away.
I have to wait until
Otherwise, he's
Kaisa
vulnerable
has
to
like
the
more
feast of
items.
Broken
Kaisa's
Blade.
too weak right
Damaged
now.
health bars on
카이사가
Elio
너무 약해요,
and Levi,
근데.
but also on Broken Blade and the bottom lane of G2.
I'm
However,
surprised Kaisa's
that
not
means
going
GAM
like
is forced out of the
Guinsu.
top side
Like
river.
what the fuck?
G2's gonna move back up
You're
there,
building
clear
crit
out some
Kaisa.
division, and look to control Otacon.
Yeah, Levi went for the flash
Why wouldn't
play
you
and
go
they got everything
Guinsus
out of
into
Hansama.
like
The cleanse
Nashers and all
down,
that?
the
Like
flash
why don't
down
you go
for
that
the
one? I don't
Kaisa.
know.
One of
아니
the
근데
big carries
카이사
there for
템이
the
근데
G2 lineup
AD
that
템이
GAM
아니라
wants
AP 템을 가야
to
되는 거 아니야?
target. This
특별해서
solo flowers, the
AP들이
soul's
좀
only 50
약한데?
seconds away, so these flashes that are blown
Need damage to kill
already
Caitlyn
will not
quickly,
be
but
available
he
if
has
they wanna
so
rotate down
free
to the
Guinsu
soul
stacks
fight.
into
And
Sion.
you do want to get
No?
there pretty early so you can set up your Caitlyn traps. There are pretty big advantages
Sion Galio
to
like really
arriving
easy
very
to
early
stack
to this
Guinsus there.
objective. Looks like G2 though, they've already got Labrov heading over to
쿠쿠
set
네
up
안
their vision.
가면은 사이언 못
Trying to deal
녹인다고.
with that mid wave. You have to be so careful though. All these AD carries on mid waves.
구인수 내셔 가야 되는데
usually
이거
the
저렇게
death trap for
가면은
them where they do
괜찮다라고
get caught
생각하지만
sometimes when they
사이언이
don't
근데
have some of
마법탱밖에 안
themselves,
가고
but
있어.
on
사이언's
back
actually
up,
only
he does
grabbing
get
MR.
respect.
I don't really know what's going on.
Ares stealing away the Cho'Gath feast
Those-
for big
Are you
burst
sure about those
potential
items on
here
Sion?
the Silas.
I don't know.
Now, let's see how this fight shakes out with all the resources that are now back up after the last scrap. You can see Levi has 5
사이언이
seconds
마방
left
템이 너무
on the
많긴
lilting
하네.
lullaby.
그러니까
GAM
마방
do not
템이
want to fight without
저렇게까지
the Lilia
필요한가?
ulti. It's a massive tool
마방이
to not have available.
카이사가
Cap's a little bit of hope
AP를
there
가는
onto
것도
Ares,
아닌데
but
마방을
Artemis
저렇게
responding
가다니.
with some of his own there through Ace in the hole.
사이언도
Levi
카이사가 구인수
starting off the
가줄.
Drake.
아니 근데
Kiaya
그냥
given the
템만
front
한 번
line.
누르면은
Traps
바로
being
그냥
placed
카이사
down
템 나와.
at the entryway to the Dragon Pit itself.
윤탈 가는 그
Artemis
템들부터 보면은
needs
바로
to
그
be
나왔을 텐데.
so mindful of his positioning. He is the key
뭔가
for both
뭔가인데요.
teams in this. If G2 can pick off the Caitlyn, that's their green light. If GAM can protect him, they can
Insta face
steamroll a
Insta?
fight. The Crab is going to be the first part of the fight.
Oh, wow.
Ares moves in, scaring G2 back. Crab going to be claimed by G2.
Oh,
but now the fight
Mikael's
starts off.
insta
A lot of damage
use.
on LeBron as he tries to flash
Oh,
away, but a big
LeBron
multi-man
just died.
sweep coming out from Levi. Kiaya
Oh,
is
he's trying to
over
eat, but he
danger,
couldn't eat on
G2
time.
already losing multiple members. Broken Blade tries to get away.
Broken Blade gonna die.
Tags him, but it doesn't matter.
Broken Blade gonna die.
Broken Blade, all claimed by GAM.
Game 5.
You can get Baron,
Game
you can get
5.
flowers, everything for GAM. They are going
Game
to reap
5.
the rewards of that team
Morley,
fight.
Morley, bro.
That is huge. GAM pushing us towards a
Oh my
reverse
gosh.
sweep flowers when all of Vietnam is watching.
Mikael
GAM
nerf
stand
when?
tall.
The MasterCard priceless moment here.
아니 그냥 갈리오한테 라인전을 뜯기는 것부터가
So the swirl sweep, it hits Labrov and Skewmon, and they put him to sleep. Skewmon going to sleep while Kiaya
레오나
tries to play
카이사가
on the
카이사가
front
근데
line,
캡틀
pops up like a
상대로
blade. They
초반에
just burst down
라인전에서
Labrov,
두드려 맞긴 하거든.
while the
아무래도
rest of G2 were forced up on the opposite side.
사거리
Really
차이가
good
너무 많이
focus there
나서.
from GAM,
그러면
taking
좀
down that
더
front line, and from there,
뒤에
there's
서
no
있으면서
escape.
체력
Broken
아끼면서
Blade also going to fall.
라인전을 했어야
Front
됐다.
line destroyed.
어렵네요, 참.
GAM get their soul, and what did they get in the aftermath?
그러면서 나필이 바텀에서 턴 다
was left
쓰고
up on that
나필이 바텀에서 턴 다
There you go,
막고
Otacon first.
Yeah, the Baron is still
두 번
alive.
와줬는데
Otacon is
두 번
the
다
easier objective to take, but remember, this thing can still shred your
갱생당했잖아.
resistances if you're not paying proper respect to the enemy team showing up. GAM still putting the DPS
GT식
into it.
억지
Broken
효과.
Blade over the wall. Doesn't look like he's going to go for any kind of a steal.
지트 팬들 진짜 어떡하냐
Kiaya and Ares both
진짜.
back and away now. Dragon Soul.
If I was
Mountain
GT
style,
fan, I would be
plus
molding
Otacon
right now.
Over to GAM.
Fucking
Baron's
5
still
a.m. in
alive
the
on the map,
morning
still
in
a 3.5
you right now?
Gold lead for GAM.
Booking 5 a.m.
But that's not worth a whole lot. Mid lane tier 1, G2.
Monday 5 a.m.
That one
guys.
down. Caps providing the
Oh
damage.
wow.
Kiaya goes
Good
in
dodge
for
from
initiation.
the
Doesn't
Fury.
find what he's looking for, but he does
Oh,
so.
someone going in!
Artemis,
Is this like a miracle team fight? No, it's not.
Artemis still bleeding
Oh,
to the
LeBron
dark
gonna
and
die.
daggers.
Oh,
G2
broken blade!
Now
Really good
LeBron
kill,
fighting.
though.
Now
But it doesn't matter.
LeBron
No
taking a ton of
damage.
as Kiaya continues chasing after broken blade. Eris zoning Caps
아니
out of the
트페가
fight.
그냥 함정
TF
픽인 거 아니야?
cannot
트페 왜 이렇게
join.
구리냐?
Knocked up into the air, and Artemis is
Maybe
locked
TF is just a
and
bad pick.
loaded. Damn, find
Every time I
another
look at
one.
TF,
With
it's the
front
champion
line
just
of
losing.
G2 hurting now.
No damage.
Broken blade down. LeBron
아니
critically
트페가
injured.
궁을 맛있게
Damn,
사용하는 거 본
once
적이
again,
없어.
have control.
Yeah, they chased them off. Neither of the
Every
carries
day
there
I
could do
wake
any
up
damage.
and
The Kai'Sa's
wish
out
I
on the
wasn't
outside
part of
too.
my
They're gonna
region.
chase him down. Twist of fate, ulti stolen.
Okay, Eris jumps in, but he had already used Abscond Abduct right before using the ulti,
I
so he
mean,
didn't have any CC.
it's still Baron,
immediately
right? They're not gonna go
available. Doesn't get
Baron?
a lot of value
Guess not.
out of that stolen ulti.
They're not gonna
But
risk
Gam
getting
will
Baron
at least
stolen.
steal away the red buff, the team-wide
I mean,
red
you're so
buff
ahead, you don't have to
from their
risk it, I guess,
opponents.
but
And
바론을
now they'll head
갔으면
on back.
어땠을 거라는
Gam
아쉬움이.
front to back is
바텀에서
just
저렇게
too
계속
strong.
교전하는
Artemis
것보다.
is just too far ahead. This
I think they
Caitlyn
should just done
so
Baron,
powerful with the 3-item power spike, the Lord Doms, really meaning they can just
트페가 제일
destroy
중요한 첫
your
공에
front line
누워시
and walk
킬을 못
forward towards you.
먹은 건 그렇다
Kai'Sa
치는데
can't really
어시까지
get
못
angles in there,
먹어버려서.
so short range. No real opportunities there, too far behind.
TF is rough if you're behind, yeah.
This game has been so
I mean, he's
much
at
about
2.1K.
that bottom lane, and he has
He
yet
just
to
doesn't
die.
do damage,
Artemis
though.
really
골드 카드 많이 찍고
showing
있긴 한데
up
딜이
for
아직 안
Gam.
나오죠.
100% kill participation.
I mean,
on
still
the
waiting for
Caitlyn,
both G2, by the way.
90%
I still think
kill
G2
participation
comp
on
is
the
better.
support Galio.
그냥 가면 갈수록
Galio as
G2
well.
조합이
Both of
좋긴 한
these
거 아니야,
two
근데?
having a phenomenal game so far.
They just need to
But
earn a lot of
good
time for
game
Hanselman to grab
isn't a
third
complete
item, at
game.
least.
Gam still has to
Third
keep
item.
playing this clean. That gold lead hasn't really ever gone past this point
한사마
very much.
선수가 이게
G2 have managed to keep the game
3코어는
close.
그래도
So we're
나와야
still looking for that
어떻게
moment from
할
Gam
것 같은데?
that really breaks
I
things
think the
open.
moment
The Elder
wait, it's
is
actually
falling
higher level.
2.5
Hanselman's higher
minutes.
level than
Baron
Kai.
is still alive on the
Caitlyn
map.
is level
The important
14
thing
and
to also
Kai'Sa's
note
level
is those
50. What's
little
going
golden
on?
barriers alongside the edge of all the objectives.
What
If
is going
G2
on, guys?
does win a fight, if they find Artemis
Huh?
that one time, one play
Riot?
can flip the game on its head.
과연
Take some gold back, try and make use of the bounty system. Is there hope?
Labrov is level 10.
For
yeah.
sure.
I guess Labrov is just
Power of this
not
mountain
doing
soul
anything.
As well,
Giving
just-
solo
yeah,
XP
man,
to
it
his
is
ADC.
insane for the front line here. Double mountain dragons as
Yeah,
well as
because
the soul
Galio's
on top.
yoinking XP every
Plus the
single time,
advantage of
even
having
there.
a super long range
Galio
Caitlyn there,
yoinking
being
XP.
so far ahead.
Hotzian
This is the
618 most
recipe
early
here
but welcome
for
back to the
Gam.
people finally won.
Setting up
An
standard objective,
Thank you.
go front to back. Wait a second.
나피리가 너무
Actually
썩었다.
looking at the
나피리는
mid lane here.
그냥
Cho'Gath is in the brush on the side there, but
Oh my gosh.
Elio, the
What is
Galio!
going on with G2? That's literally what Caps did earlier. What are they even trying to do there?
Just got old Yellard, and
Get
it's
vision?
time for Gam to head to the Baron.
the vision control here for Gam does force the check from G2, and you're thinking, oh, he's going to be able to press W, go untargetable. But Elio doesn't even let him. Springs the trap so quickly. They get Skewmont, they get the Baron. Caps trying to
Okay.
slip push back there.
Apology letter has been written to the Galio support. I didn't know the Galio support was this broken. My bad. My bad. 아니 갈리오 support 이거 처음에 픽됐을 때 나 개구려 보였는데 조합이.
I want to see the vision of that replay. Elio
제가
doing a
이상한
good
거,
job
아
up
내가
on the
이상한 건가?
corner
아니
there of the wall.
아니 오른쪽 조합을 봐봐. 사일러스 릴리아? 겁나 맛없죠?
G2's perspective, because now
어?
Gam,
갈리오
with the
support?
Baron, with the Mountain Soul, with the
쓰레기인데?
Icon already taken, everything in their arsenal,
Labrov is inting a little?
poised
Just a little
to
bit.
push us to
Just
Silver
slightly.
Scrapes, push us to a Game 5 in our last series.
카이사 레오나
of
상대로
play-ins.
갈리오가 나쁘진 않은데 너무 구도 이상으로 발려버렸다. 적당히 발렸으면은 라인전에서 당연히 초반에는 사거리 차이도 나고 그냥 적당히 받아먹었으면 되는데 그러니까 이게 나피리가 오는 거 오기 전에 스펠 빠지고 막 체력 빠지고 이러면 안 됐다니까. 그러니까 정글이 왔을 때 스펠을 다 있는 상태에서 상태에서 상대가 이렇게 푸시를 한 상태잖아. 그러면 레오나가 스페린을 레오나가 들어가면은 상대 무조건 따거든요. 나필이 호응하고 가능하고. Lavrov is just dead. 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 Oh wait, he's not dead. He's dead. Lavrov is just dead. Broken Blade has to steal this. Broken Blade has to steal this. 스틸해야 되는 거 아니야 근데? 가능해 근데 이거 초가스? Lavrov only ending a little bit? Yeah. Just slightly. Oh, Broken Blade is dead. Oh my, look how fast he died there, guys. Jungle Shine! Jungle gap. 3-level gap between Lilia. I mean, it's a fucking support gap because the Fury wasted so much time balling. Couldn't do anything there. Wasted so much time. Lilia got hyper, like 3 count gap. Yes? Scuman trying to come back into it. Oh,
they're coming for that base. They're gonna destroy this tower ever so quickly.
그냥 빨리 끝내줘.
Have to pray right now with the Elder Dragon and everything at their back. Scammer going for it.
There's still 10 seconds on Broken Blade.
Oh my, 고무 뭐야? 한사마. Why are you perma getting hit by every skill shot, 한사마? I think G2 is gonna lose. I think they're gonna lose the series, guys. Caps look like he fell asleep, guys. And balling is so atrocious from G2.
Look at those smiles on the GAM players.
It's GAM time, baby. GAM time.
They really are like a family. They are so close.
What the fuck am I watching?
They have so much pressure with all the fan base of Vietnam behind them, watching.
Gallia support number 1.
Proud, pushing us to a game number 5.
This is now out of the 5 series that we have got in play-in stage.
이를 넣고 마지막 경기는 쉽게 이긴 다음에 마지막 경기만 본 사람들 G2는 잘한다 생각하겠지. 아니 지난번에도 그랬습니다요. 아니 프리아 상대로 1, 2, 3, 4 경기 다 그냥 레전드급 엉망진창 경기 해놓고 5경기에서 갑자기 G2가 벌떡 일어난 거야. 이렇게 자고 있다가 벌떡 일어나가지고 막 그냥 갑자기 막 드드드드.
Having a great time.
Seeing the sights, taking it all.
K-Dros is going bald.
This has been amazing. 3 days, 3 best.
K-Dros doing the My Region meme around.
I'm feeling great. We're getting a game 5. We're getting a game 5, and honestly, that's all I
Imagine
care
if they
about. Guys,
sent
can we
2 NA
please
teams?
talk about the god of the hunt himself, Artemis, this game? What a legend!
Yeah, wait. NA does have another spot though, right?
Honestly, the Corki game
Furia
was incredible.
was the other team.
And Elio have had an amazing
They did
laning
send
phase
2.
so far.
They really have. I do think throughout the series they have significantly outperformed Hansama and Labrov. They have been such a difference maker. Elio
Wait,
has
how
been
come
so
NA
confident
only
in a
has
lot of
one
these plays.
spot?
Not only
Wait,
are they
how come
outplaying
NA
that
only has
2v3,
one
I love the trap that they actually set for Caps
spot.
where he shows up,
One team.
insta flashes on him out of the
And
brush.
EU gets
getting
2
picks
spots?
there. They were looking for dives. They were pushing their advantage. They're moving the Caitlyn around the map, taking towers, taking plates, getting kills.
북미 하나, 남미 하나.
This is just such confident stuff from this.
So NA is considered like a minor region now, or what?
Really accomplish that much.
Even at the beginning of the reel, when you saw Labrov try and get the engage off because Skumon was
LT
coming
North
and
and LT South,
there was a reason why Skumon was coming, because the heal taunt level 2 to be able to burn.
Force the flash.
That's crazy.
Flash off of Hansama, and on top of that, he was already half HP. They are
2대2라고
just
점심시간에
getting
잠시
burnt in
왔는데 이게 뭔
I
일이냐고.
feel you. The European fans, they're still
Everyone is
watching
coming
this.
to my
We
stream
all
and they're
feel
like,
you, but
huh?
God,
What
it's so
happened?
good to be a League of Legends fan
Huh?
right now, because think about
Why
it.
is Febby
2
still
hours
streaming?
Ago, GAM led 2-0 against G2. It takes so much to come back in series like this.
It really is, and this
Play
has
the
to
GAM
be my
anthem,
favorite
please.
play-ins at MSI, because I would never have expected this, especially just thinking about
Captain
our
Levi,
first
jungle
sweep.
guy,
We
jungle
saw the
chai,
Nunu
jungle
game, and I
chai,
was like,
jungle
yeah,
cow.
like, call it, because it felt like GAM was out of it. But the vibe, they kept the vibe alive.
Caps.
Absolutely. I mean, these are 2 teams
Oh,
that, if
he's
you look at
tilted, he's
pre-tournament
tilted.
expectations, G2 was
Caps
supposed
is
to be
tilted.
slamming GAM, slamming Furia.
He
Both
looks
of
like
those
he-
series have gone 5 games. G2 did win the first one, we don't know. They could still win this one, and everything could kind of go to chalk as far as the standings are concerned. But they definitely have not gone to chalk as far as how the games have played out. G2 has been pushed to
Caps
the limit
knows his
by
team is
both
ending it.
of
Yeah,
these squads.
he ended last
And
game
the
though.
way that it is being done, I would have never.
He
believed.
hard
If you
carried
would've
game
told
1, game
me
2,
Gam
and then
beat
game
G2,
3 he
like,
was
okay,
hard
they
carrying,
dragged
and then
them
he
into the
started
mud.
like
It was a
ending it,
really
and
messy
then
team
game
fight
4
win,
he's just
something to that
ending from the
nature.
start.
They're beating them in 2 lanes, top lane and bot
I
lane
mean,
fairly consistently.
honestly,
yes, they are the better team fighting team, but even when you watch that Elder fight,
he's probably
it
just
felt
tilted
like
as
they
fuck
had it
from
all
his bot
under
lane.
control, even baiting the choke at in, recognizing he
You,
wanted to go for a piece or something. No, they baited him in, took the fight. They're playing smart.
What matters in moments
And
like
they
this, when
fans
you're getting into game 5, we see the teams
happy
backstage
today,
getting
I
ready.
guess. Oof.
Is it about preparation? I doubt it. Drafts, we're in fearless drafts. So
Game
what do you want
5,
to bring
what's
to the
gonna
table?
happen
What is
here?
it going to come down to here in this last game and game 5 between these two teams?
I mean, if we're just talking about it, like, just first of all, just take a look at the graph. I mean,
Ornament!
That is a beefy game.
This is what happens when you smurf in like bronze or something. 브론즈에서 원딜이에요.
combos are
부캐 원딜 있잖아. 부캐 원딜 딱 만났을 때.
So,
그런
if I'm taking a
그래프인데요?
look at what if, you know, for GAM, what needs to
All
be
right,
done.
you're the game enjoyer, which is funny because you predicted
Korean
G2
ADC?
3-0.
This is, I guess, a
Classic
flip-flop,
Raz,
guys. You caught me on
classic
the
Raz here.
flip-flop. How do you, I wanted to
It
sift
was
over
actually
it.
3-0, then 3-1,
All
then
right,
3-0.
all right, all right.
God, the
Holy
confidence
moly,
is
bro.
getting
You're the
strong.
Captain's enjoyer. We'll get
Don't
there.
look peppy,
I was
oh my
feeling
god.
myself. Now
Oh,
I'm
cover
the GAM
my eyes.
representative
All right.
abroad. Let's start with it.
Don't
First,
look.
me, I have 3 points. I'm just going to make it very clear. Play to your sides, Kiaya and Artemis. They have been very strong. I feel like the mid lane gap has been.
I think the comment
there
is
from,
falling apart,
the
Raz.
G2 side. I'll go to the next one, which is strong, engaged tank. If you're
Where's
team
the
fighting,
comments?
they are team fighting better. And I think
G2
it makes it so
3-0
much clearer to
comment?
play front
Nice
to back,
joke.
and I think it's been successful even with Sion.
진지하게 이번 무시
playing from
비비
behind.
폼은
He was very crucial.
저기
Keep the
SK
ball alive,
챌린저스
keep the
응애들 데려와도
confidence.
비벼볼
Right now, if you
만하다.
believe in momentum, if you believe
아니
in
근데
our
브로큰
value,
블레이드
talk about
오늘은
them
괜찮아
like
근데
Backstreet Boys or something.
Yeah, I mean,
오늘
they were
1경기,
vibing
2경기는
straight
좋았어.
off the bat, honestly, and it
브로큰
shows
블레이드.
now.
They absolutely have the
Isaiah, what
vibe.
do you
For
have for me?
G2, I've got my 3 win
지금
conditions
바텀이
right here.
역대급
Alright,
폼인데
They're pretty
근데
simple.
G2
It is that
바텀이
man on the screen. Caps,
와.
caps. He
그냥
has
이기는
been the
판들도
one, I think, that has
그냥
been playing the
미드에서
best today on the
버스
squad.
받는
I
느낌이었어.
want you to give him whatever he wants.
All right.
Let the man play Vayne mid. Let the man blind pick Yone. I don't care. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Feed him your resources. Play
카리민
towards him.
코프
It's gotta be
그립습니다.
caps.
All right, we'll talk more about this.
Koreans
on
are
the
saying,
other
"Where's
side
Carmine
of
Corp?"
the break. It is Silver Scrapes. One last time, one more time.
Doo
Here
doo
on
doo.
MSI 2025
Doo
play.
doo
Turn on
doo.
Silver Scrape. We'll see you right after this.
boom, boom, boom. Ooh,
Whatever you say.
boom. Uru, 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 uru. Complete is consolidating caps. Okay. 첫날부터 tre다니. G2는 왜 이럴까요, 진짜? What is G2's problem, man? What is G2's problem, though? Yeah, we get it, like, oh, Councilman's inting, like, Blubrob is inting it. Broken Blade inting it. The comp doesn't even look that bad, though. They just have to play slowly. They outskill super hard. I don't know, man. 바텀이 맨날 라인전을 진다. 경기수를 많은 게 국제전은 좋은 것 같기도 하고. 경기수를 많은데 여기서 지면 아웃인데? 지지 않는 선에서 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 경기수 많은 것도? 이게 효과가? 그러니까 이거 나 그냥 3대0으로 끝나는 줄? 캡트 레오나 선택하고 라인전 이게 생각한 거면 양심 없는 거 아닌가? 아, 캡트 레오나가 아니라 카이사 레오나. 애초에 라인전을 이길 생각은 아니었던 거 아닌가? 데뷔 단체? 야, 데뷔 단체. 수가 어떻게 이런 템이 되었을까? I don't know what happened to G2, but good luck. It's GAM time. Ba-ba. Crowd is amazing though. It was like crowds before has been like super high, I think. I'm guessing it's gonna start getting packed once T1 starts playing and stuff. Like, you know, it's gonna get packed. Azir's perma-banned right now, Lego. Azir's getting perma-banned. Keisha's about to lose it. I gotta go watch Keisha, what the hell? Time to turn on Keisha's stream. Oh.
Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Aerith. There goes.
Okay, he's looking okay. He's looking okay. He's not losing it yet.
But here comes Broken Blade. He's in the middle of 4. Cho'Gath.
에리시 중계하시는 분들한테 에리시 중계라는 처벌을 받고 있다는지 알겠다. 아니 근데 에리시가 많이 안 좋아지긴 한 것 같아 뭔가 이런 팀이 올라온 거 보니까. 카리민 코르프는 잘했는데 버스 샌드에서 카리민 코르프는 하나한테 결승에서 닦이긴 했지만 아니 근데 솔직히 참 이게 Mad will get the job done, Pevi?
Think about this. 2 hours ago, it looked
Koi?
like the most one-sided series I've ever seen. G2 was dominated. It was finally the G2 that we were promised. And we're here. Game 5.
Game
one
time.
game away from giving us
Game
time
time.
once again and reaching the main event.
And I was all
Are we gonna see the border? Elio border? Elio border now.
Fixed a lot of their problems that we saw in the previous days, but you can see right in front of you.
Look at them.
They're excited. Everything that they have been working on all split long up until this point.
Gam! Going to BG2! I don't care anymore. I'm gonna cheer for Gam now.
And I mean, you just have to
Fight
love
G2.
it. They talk so much about putting the team above the individual, about believing in each other.
I
You're
want Gam
working
to win
towards this
now.
common
I don't
goal,
care.
And they're seeing the results. They
G2's
weren't
playing
even
so
supposed
bad.
to
Even if they
qualify
go
for
through,
MSI
they're gonna
based
just
on
get
playoff expectations
get
in the
stomped by
LCB.
every team.
And they are on the brink of what I think would be the biggest upset, the biggest series win in Vietnam history for League of Legends. It is crazy to be able to take down G2 here. Would mean so much.
To expand on that, because they are their own hype man. The fact that they were 4th
Let me
seed
ulted? Streamer
in their
ulted?
own
Oh, yo,
region,
my bad.
they make it
Wait,
through
am I
instead of
ulting G2
Talon.
or am I
That was a
ulting
big
Gam?
storyline. They had made a lot of improvements
Okay, I'll have
to
to cheer
make
for
that,
Gam.
to get that done. They come to this event.
Do I cheer for
A
G2?
lot of the focus was
Let's
like,
go
Fury, it
G2.
looks amazing, right? They expect the Fury
Let's
to come
go.
out against them and be able to
Baby,
take that win.
Hansama
And
gonna
they're
wake
just
up?
at every
Good morning?
point proving the doubters
Labrov
wrong.
gonna wake up?
And I
Good
just
morning.
think for G2 on the other
Good night.
side, there is such an immense
Very
amount of
ulting is too
pressure
strong.
on these players now.
Okay,
They've
fine.
made the changes
Fine. I
with
won't
the roster
cheer
with
for
the
anybody.
intent
I'm
of
not gonna
having
cheer
more
for
success
anybody.
internationally. And you know that has got to be
퍼포먼스
weighing on
보니까
their
분위기
minds.
차이
They're on the
심각하네,
brink of getting
그런가.
reverse swept. They can
G2
still buckle
선수들은
down,
표정이
win this
진짜
series.
썩었어. 큰일 났습니다.
They could accomplish.
근데 그럴 수밖에
And
없잖아.
the crowd goes wild for Gam here. Of course, they have had the support of
GAM, 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 GAM.
They're just chilling. They're just meditating on stage. Something I really want to ask you guys ahead of this last game. Who has the momentum? Who is going to take it? You got to think about Gam.
They're doing the faker
Yeah.
meditation,
Absolutely have
guys.
the
It's
momentum,
over.
But I mean, G2, they have so much experience, especially when you're looking at guys.
아니 저거
like
페이커
Caps,
선수가
like
명상하는
Mons,
그거를
like
하고
Broken Blade, who've been
있거든요.
here so many
이거
times
끝났는데?
before. The momentum's on the
Faker.
side of Gam, but one good play from G2 could really get the ball rolling.
Yes,
G2
and
needs to
when
meditate
stress is
too.
piling on that, you need the veterans of BB, Caps, and hell, Dylan Falco to be able to get them calm and focused, because it was looking so good. Remind them what was working in the first 2 games of the series. It felt clean, and I think as long as you can I feel like empowering Hans for me is the way to go. That laning phase was rough. I kind of expected it to be when you look
G2
at
needs
the
to lock it
Kaiser
now.
Caitlyn.
Yup.
Yeah.
Now or never, guys.
Caps.
It all comes down to this one last game to prove it all.
I bet G2's regretting the Nunu pick game 3, huh?
Casters, over to you for Gam versus G2.
그러니까 3경기 누누 칼픽 이거 진짜 와. Imagine they didn't fucking insta pick Nunu game 2, game 3. Yes? We wouldn't even be here. We wouldn't even be here.
G2 started strong. Then GAM fought back just as powerfully.
Skimon is good at it? Oh, he was not driving correctly though. Are you sure he's good at it?
It's a ticket to the main stage. For the other,
I mean, we're talking about the bowling, but maybe Skumon's playing bad today too. If he knows how to play Nunu and he play like that.
Just riding this
Building
momentum.
Leandre's Nunu?
I mean,
Come on
in
now.
LCP playoffs,
Not into
they had
that
to play
comp.
best of 5 after best of 5 after best of 5. They upset Talon. And now here, can they ride this momentum for a full reverse
하지만 LC
sweep
팬이면은 G2가
over
그냥 5경기 가고 싶었다는 거임.
This
아무튼 그런
would
거임
be
제발야.
So huge. You can see TK in the
G2
audience there. He was
fans.
incredibly hyped up with all the fans representing G2 though.
There we go. We're
Pushed to the
starting.
brink.
We're starting now.
They need to lock it down. Europe has been looking at them this tournament very critically, hyper critically.
We're starting now.
All right, let's take a look at our bans because all of these are the usual suspects throughout this series so far. Nocturne, Gwen, Rumble remain banned by G2 every game. The Nocturne and the Rumble every single time in that first 3. Over on the other side, Maokai, Azir, and the Hansama trademark Draven are the targets for GAM. G2 has first pick on blue side. They will lock in Annie for
텐션은 역시 페비나이트.
AD jungles to pair with the Annie.
저도 죽으려고 하지만 커피 마시면서 버티고 있습니다.
We still have
First pick Annie.
Diego, Jarvan options, the Zed that was kind of hovered before.
G2
an
win.
option.
G2
Maybe
win.
do a Tarzan cosplay.
이게 진짜 폼이
We'll see what they end up
안
going
좋잖아?
for there on
그러면
the
그냥
side
딸깍
of
챔프 하는 게
G2.
맞아. 진짜로. 그러니까 캡스 선수가 폼이 좋아요. 근데 이제 방금 판도 그렇고 트타 이제 중후반 트타 판도 살짝 집중력이 흐트러진다? 딸깍챔 바로 그냥 박아버리기. Picking an easy champion to play out is good. Don't play anything complicated. You need to focus on just pressing R and one-shotting things, right? 이제 티어 높아 보인다. 하지만 한사마 이즈리얼 비에지 상대로는 좋았는데 한사마 선수를 대표하는 챔프는 아니긴 하죠. 나오는지 한번 봐야 되긴 하지만. 스키먼 오. Cassante duty for broken blade. Cassante copy pasta.
Top side here for G2, locking in the blind Cassante for broken blade. What will be the answer here from GAM
Annie's OP
to
right now.
deal
Yeah,
with that?
Annie
What does
is
Kiaya
very
have
broken.
now that the
However,
pools are so
Orianna
worn
is
down?
definitely a
This
champion
could
that
be
can
one that I
destroy
wouldn't be
Annie,
surprised,
Veigar.
and
These
there it
champions
is, the lock
get
on the
traditionally destroyed by
Aatrox for
Orianna,
Kiaya.
by the way.
Yeah, this is nerfed Cassante.
You get pushed in, and after 6, like, Orianna definitely has the damage.
But looks like they're making some
Lock in Fevi? Hey, I'm not the one playing, guys. I don't need to lock in.
A lot of good all-in combos.
We just chilling here.
And you can see another one of those
we just
respect
watching,
bans, another one of those
eating my
pocket
popcorn.
pick bans from GAM. It's the Draven in the first set. It's the Blitzcrank of Labrov here in the second half.
GAM 조합이 너무 좋다. 오리 바이 콤보 개 무섭죠? Orianna Vi combo. Cass might probably die a lot this game. He might have to build the Zonias early. Maybe second item Zonias? 애니가 그냥 이코를 존야를 가면은 근데 딜이 너무 부족하지 않을까? Second item Zonias on Annie sounds really nice though into Orianna Vi combo, especially since Annie doesn't have any protection or dashes or anything. How's Viego? I don't know. Viego is one of the most broken champions this patch. 25.13. 이번 MSI 패치가 비에고가 진짜 말이 안 되는 성능이긴 한데 아무래도 판테온이나 이런 춘짜오 판테온한테는 밀리는 느낌. 춘짜오 판테온은 탱킹까지 가능하니까. 버드 배드게! 버드가 계속 밴드잖아요! 버드 밴드. Okay, I can't cheer for G2. G2 keeps banning the border. Hello? 버드를 계속 배나는데 내가 G2를 어떻게 응원하냐고! Elio Bardo is really scary, to be fair. 바드가 근데 하드 캐리할 수 있는 판이긴 해. 애니 같은 거 나오잖아? 바드군 그냥 대가리에 꽂을 수 있어서. 크산테 비에고도 바드가 관문으로 도망가면 그만이거든. 하드 CC가 많이 없고 들어오면은 띠껍죠 바드가. Kalista for Hansama. No wait, Kalista for Artemis? And what's Hansama gonna pick here? Draven is banned as well, Ezreal is banned. There's not that many champions left. Hansama Ashe? Maybe Ashe Seraphine? Ashe Seraphine. Oh my, Hansama Senna duty. He loves Senna so much, by the way. Pumpkin makes sense into Vi? Pumpkin's just so good here, right? They do lack they do lack engage.
When you see the Vi coming towards you, they're gonna have some options.
Caps is like one of the only hard engages. Oh,
that would be a full send if that was support Elise.
Oh, Seraphine makes sense. Seraphine makes sense. Seraphine 요즘 자주 나온다 근데. We see a lot of Seraphine, especially from Elio. Elio really enjoys Seraphine. Elio enjoys Seraphine a lot. 엘리오 선수 진짜 좀 잘하는 것 같은데? 뭔가 갈리오 서포트 그렇고 챔프폭도 되게 넓어요. Elio's actually really good. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by him. Yes, his Nautilus is clean, but he also plays a lot of Seraphine. He also plays Bard, like he can play Enchanters, hard engage, he plays Galio support. I don't know, I am like impressed with this guy. Artemis was also one of the better ADCs in the tournament so far.
Yeah? Well, you know I was going to ask
maybe not on the level of Elk, but maybe the first 10 minutes, he's actually better than Elk in the first 10 minutes. Copium.
Caps here on the Annie has been so critical
and a Copium.
to remember all the way back to the first 2 games for G2.
G2 won the draft?
Caps, pivotal, and now on Annie here, such a playmaking champion, so many burst possibilities.
What do you guys think?
Especially
did G2 win the draft?
Again, with that combination
do the prediction, guys.
Viego needs to be able to reset.
Prediction going on in Twitch chat. If you want to bet your channel points,
to reset. If he just goes in, can't find that first one, life is tough. He'll be relying on Caps.
Say G2 on draft, say it.
And allow him to pop off.
What do you think we're
I think I might be even leaning more towards the GAM side of the draft now, Flowers. With how Artemis
very
played
even,
last
I think
time
it depends
around.
on fingers, no?
The
Finger gap?
Plus the Seraphine down here.
I think I like GAM's draft better though.
GAM.
It's easier to play out. A lot of engage coming through.
Because G2 once again.
I think when a comp doesn't really have engage, it's hard to pick out the fights that you want to fight. But then you don't have a way to actually like start the fight.
Grasp on both top laners.
As long as enemy team doesn't give you the angle for a fight, then it just becomes really annoying. G2 조합은 되게 어려워 보이는데 근데 크산테 세나 이런 거는 초반에 잘 넘겨야 돼서.
Here at level 1.
Cancel the ult.
And here we have on the screen
I'm just talking what I think, guys. I could be wrong.
Half the time they were in a major deficit versus
wrong,
BLG, but
keep
in this series and
listen to me with a grain of salt. Stop feviknight is stupid.
Roughly 1/7 of the time for GAM, which means 6/7 of the time they're either close or they're ahead.
I'm just impressed how quick they got that Photoshop.
Angry Caps.
Up here ready for the graphic.
That was pretty slick.
Because that's how this series started. But we'll see how it ends very shortly here. All right, Artemis and Elio, just stars in the previous game.
Missing the double Q.
Carries, massive honors to both of them.
I mean, remember how it started off? Skewmon was the one pathing bottom very early to try to gank. And then they just
I
turn
can't
around,
believe Aatrox did that. What?
To pressuring.
Aatrox just leashed by or what happened?
And Orianna, two very traditional mage champions to go head to head
Vi's
here.
popping bot lane as well.
Tri-lane Cam gonna give us a look at a little bit of everything, with mid lane being the one trading the most heavily here.
Yup, look at that.
Obviously.
Orianna outranges Annie by a lot, no?
Clockwork windup gives her a distinct advantage.
그러니까 이게 애니 스킬이 근데 이런 거 좋아요. Annie's good trades actually. Proc Delish good as well. We'll play the Caps. 사거리가 말이 안 되게 차이 나서 근데.
He's coming already level 3 here. 3 camps into the combination. They want to at least get the flash. Can Caps did he get a stun? How many charges?
He's charging it. Charging it up. Yeah, I can't see the buff counter thing. All right, Eris just continuing.
Well, he's got it under his head there, 3.
Okay, he's staying very far back. Oh yeah, it's under the health bar now. I'm stupid. I'm living in 2009, man. I'm a dummy.
Ooh, Caps is actually
there, but again, about
winning the league.
Eris is going to play so cautiously. So Scumon's time spent
또
hovering around this mid lane. Puts him
G2
about one camp
캡스
behind Levi or
캐리인가요?
so.
Caps carry again or what?
TP right back onto the face of Caps.
Oh wait, he missed the cannon.
Not going to be
I
shadowing
ulted,
this
guys.
one, just
I ulted.
instead taking his own blue buff. Eris
You
honestly
TP back
using
and you're
a
half
ton of
HP.
on this teleport return. He returns to lane and now he's back to the same amount of HP that he was at when he recalled
That's
home.
crazy.
Bit of a mistake there.
You
from
don't want
Eris
to
early
TP to a
on,
huge
trying to
wave like
maybe put
that.
some pressure
You're just
onto
gonna lose
Caps,
your
but
entire HP.
that
그러니까
many
이거
minions
애니는
at
어차피
level
집
3,
가서 피 채우고
those
만화
are
채울 거라서 그냥 다 쏟아 붓는 거죠. So Annie's gonna go home anyways and she's not gonna die there. So she just used everything to trade. onto the Orianna. Thank you very much. Orianna did use pots, so she's gonna be getting back her HP, but definitely it's gonna make a difference though.
So both mid laners are thinking about the
Capsule
potential
has his
jungle fight
pots
for the top side crab. But it looks like Scumon's just going to get control over it himself.
포션 2개만큼 오리아나 손해. 100원 손해인가? 그러면 100원 이상의 손해가 될 수도 있죠. 집에 보내면은. 딜교환 좀 잘못하면 이제 오리아나 집 가야 될 수도.
Taking some big damage from those Seraphine
So
we've got some numbers to
stop
back up
dying!
what you saw with your very own eyes in the previous game.
All right,
1,252
oh, wow. Cinema.
damage per minute for the Caitlyn. I believe it was just over 40k for the entire
What a
game.
chat.
40% of the
Ultimate
damage.
And it wasn't just how much he was doing. They kept down the
Giga
Kai'Sa
Chattery.
so heavily.
Yeah.
Barely got anything.
Level 6 caps might actually go for a kill angle here. 애니 6렙 찍으면은 근데 킬각 보겠는걸?
The trade back and forth so frequently. Caps constantly priming these stuns, trying to get those quick electrocute trades on the Eris.
Oof, Hanso's gonna lose the counter wave, but
get those chunks. Keep them out
it do
of
be
range.
like that. I think he gets some of the...
Even with the move speed of the boots.
And that's really what it's all
Yeah,
about
he gets
with
three
this
of them.
matchup, right?
It's not
Orianna
bad.
does have the superior range, but it's pretty close. If you step just a little
Orianna
bit too
뗐어다
far forward
죽겠다.
and Caps gets off the stun,
Levi
he's
is
gonna
here
win those
though.
trades.
Levi's here.
Right, Levi's hovering so much. They
Wait,
know
this is so smart. This is
really
so
the
smart.
only area that
Caps
G2
is looking for kill.
wanna
He
play
knows that.
early.
So Levi is here.
So he's hovering so much.
But now
to
he
make
backs
sure
out, then Aris has to go
that
home.
goes too heavily wrong. But Caps
이러면은
once
집에
again
가야
generates his
돼요.
own CS lead
Yeah.
with the threat.
Plus 10. Huge.
They're swapping the bot lane mid.
Eris once again taking a recall. As now
바텀을
it'll be
미드로
Elio
보낸
and
거야.
moving towards
Wait,
the mid lane,
this
towards
is smart. That
top
way
side
they don't
river
lose
here.
out on any minions,
Levi
right?
coming around,
Oh my
flash,
gosh,
ball
no
breaker.
fucking way.
Seraphine tries to follow.
No way.
Levi ends up
Oh,
taking a ton of
what the hell? They're
damage
tweaking it. They're
there.
tweaking it.
Hoping to
Gam is
find
tweaking.
Caps,
What the
unawares,
hell?
but it does not work.
Yeah,
No
Artemis also
way.
used his flash to go for the Q snipe to
저런.
finish off that kill.
스킬이 다 뭔가
Caps
삑살이
survives.
났어.
He evades all of it.
What
That
the
is
fuck was that? I mean, it worked. It worked
flashes
because
down
Caps
now
actually got hit
for
by
the
it.
side of GAM.
I think he should just
Big
flash early.
value
But
for Caps here, surviving the attempted play.
if
Yeah,
the skew
massive
shot
three
connects from
flashes to
Seraphine
not
or
get anything
Kalista,
but the
one or the
Caps
other,
flash in return.
that was a
That
kill.
is a huge
칼리스타,
net positive
칼리스타가
for
큐를
G2.
맞추던가
6
아니면은
minutes into the game.
세라핀이 1을
GAM
맞추던가
thought
둘
they
중에
might
하나만
be able
했어도
to catch him by
잡았는데
surprise, but Caps is ready for it. Levi
Sarah
now
missed the
just trying
Q.
to
Also the
go
mid.
back to- oh my goodness, LeBron just stole it away with the lick.
Scuman gonna be
Still
6
booked
then.
here. Tom Kench
Okay, that is a
having
huge
some
tempo
fun.
for G2. Because Vi is gonna be 5 right now.
So deep wards here as well. So not only just fun, frog on frog.
G2 won draft, it's not too late.
But also the deep wards.
Oh, G2 did not win draft, what are you talking about?
Bottom side.
Yep, Scumond getting to secure himself that
Huh?
first Drake for
They have no
G2
flashes.
as well. LeBron
뭐
jumps
플래시
in there,
없는데
goes for
저거를
the dive, but he gets rooted up. Artemis has to
No
be careful
flash and you
jumping
missed
that
that?
far in. They're still in a 2v3 here.
Artemis.
LeBron
It's
has
just
6 skins
space
primed
gliding
and
on
ready to
LeBron
pop,
today.
but instead just gonna allow
Why are you
it to
giving
use the
over free
regeneration
pink wards to
instead.
them?
Checking
핑화를
back up
저렇게 쓰면
in on the
진짜 안
top
됩니다,
lane
여러분.
here. It is a very slight farm lead
저기
for
부시
Kiaya, but
핑화를
not
지킬
a
수 없는
ton. Again, this
상황에서는
is, I feel like kind of the goal for Broken
와드를
Blade. As long
놓으면
as
안
you keep it
돼요.
close, hey, you're doing fine.
그냥
This is
상대팀한테
the big
골드
piece on the
던져주는
chessboard
격이라서.
for GAM, and being able to answer him and just stay close, stay competitive, that's solid.
Yeah, and
If you cannot
TI
contest
here,
and defend
as
your
Aatrox
pink ward, you
with
should never
Seraphine
place it
on
like
your
that.
team, with an Orianna
Because you're
on
just
your
giving
team
enemy
as
team
well,
free gold. It
that
doesn't
can
really do
really
anything.
enable you in some of the team fights later. Definitely has huge
You know the
potential
Viego's there. You
for
just saw
later
him.
on once they do
So
get
yeah,
to
he's
those
still gonna be there. Surprise,
skirmishes and
surprise.
team fight
Right?
phases.
It doesn't actually give you any valuable information at all.
Caps continuing to build those farm leads.
GAM mid jungle is behind. Yup.
Artemis and Elio
Vi wasted a lot of time mid side, so
here in game 5 compared to the absolute
I mean, Viego wasted both lane, both side as well, because Tom Kench could not hit a W on the flashless Seraphine and the Kalista. Am I flaming again? Yes, I am flaming G2 bot lane.
Of what GAM might have been thinking about.
I think Labrov had to hit the W there, at least on Seraphine, and then they could have just comboed Viego. Level 6 Viego would have comboed W flash.
Honestly,
or just even
really
a W.
Early game here on the Viego too. He's still staying ahead of Levi in terms of tempo with his farm. He's also going to fully clear both the grubs, and remember that he already got the first.
These Seraphine skills are not connecting
because GAM have been so focused and worried about
I guess both of them are very nervous. Like Labrov is nervous and Ellie is nervous too.
They're spending so many resources from
Makes
GAM
sense, because if you lose, you're out.
And they were unable to actually get
you're out of the whole thing. You have to fly home.
And so it has afforded Skumond a lot of freedom there to grab objectives for the team.
둘 다 뭔가
keep his focus on the
두 팀 다 다들 긴장한 것 같은데?
leaving it in your mind, leaving it.
그럴만하죠. 지면은 그냥 끝이야. 여기에서 지면 끝이야. Backs against the wall.
Right, Elio's gonna pass through here. Seraphine
Hello,
ulti also very, very powerful in one of these fights. You know, if you
good morning, good morning. Or is it good afternoon?
All going in
it's afternoon now.
Ball. Annie's also a pretty short
it's almost 1 p.m. in Korea. It's past
ulti.
lunchtime now.
Could be a massive wombo
high pressure
combo.
final game? Yo, it's crazy.
There from the third and Tofo strike, making sure
아니,
he doesn't get
굿 모닝도 아니고 이제 굿 애프터눈이 돼버렸어요, 여러분.
So many times you get knocked
아니, 빨리 3대 0으로 끝날 줄 알았는데 누가 옷가기 될 줄 알았냐고. 점심시간인데 점심도 Ares is flash though. Well played by Skumond. Flash was not there, never mind. No way. I was baited because I thought the flash was like up, but it's not up yet. It was like sliver.
His flash back, they get their kill.
Sliver left.
That was Caps taking the credit for the kill.
CC 연계 묻히긴 했다 뭔가. 비에고가 궁으로 되게 잘 씹었다.
Now he's ahead anyway. G2 about at a 1,000 gold lead now, with the vast majority of that being on Caps himself. This is exactly where they want to be in the early game. You've got
maybe I did ult GAM.
You've got the first Drake. You've got the first kill, and it's on Caps.
I feel like Artemis Elio also missing skill shot, crucial skill shots. Really uncharacteristic.
Such a huge focus.
Ares getting ganked and dying is like, okay, it can happen. The ulti power.
Able to get the full combo.
And then of course,
look at that flash timer, just the slivers.
Levi.
We're still ticking up. Timed it so well, since they both used theirs.
Oh, but now we got a problem
my
from the top side for Kiaya.
Jungle gapping. Jungle gapping.
Oh,
stop the W though. W를 막긴 했어. Kiaya does have flash, maybe he lives. Oh, he's just gonna not use it. 소주 죽는다는 판단을 한 것 같은데 비고가 궁이 없어가지고 플래시 궁이 없어가지고 and Viego didn't have flash ulti, but I think he just like realized he's too far from the tower.
For his solo laners, Broken Blade cashes in even more. The
손
timing
타이밍이
of it, they
좋았다.
get to push the wave. 2 turret plates on top of a kill. So much influx of gold here for G2.
G2 in the early game, in game number 5, backs against the wall, knowing if they lose this one, they're out in the play-ins for Europe's most accomplished team of all time.
뭐라고 했는데.
That is
천지지
just
감사합니다.
not hitting the standard, and they're throwing it all here in game 5.
G2 needs to keep this up, yeah. They have a 1.4k lead. It's not anything crazy, but
focused. And they continue though. They do have a new dragon up and
definitely looking like a good game from Skumond.
Skumond already with the
Levi on Vi is not working out for him.
Thus far. GAM They'll use the smite to secure the scuttle crab, but they've got to respect
Levi
the
has been. I think Vi in general has been kind of a bait pick. It hasn't been really doing very well.
He's already got the Iceborne
It got nerfed a lot.
completed. Kiaya still has components. He does not want to
Oh,
fight
Kiaya's
this.
that
Already
here.
shot him another
Oh.
time. Kiaya with the flash away.
Oh.
The Dawning Shadow doesn't find the mark. Kiaya gets away, but at the same time,
did get away.
G2 claims their
That's
second Drake this game. That is 3
G2,
neutral
2
objectives
dragons
for
and 3
G2.
boy groups.
They're at 2
All
kills.
the
If they get
objectives.
one more kill, they'll secure
I mean,
the
they don't have
boots as
TP for
well.
top wave, so that top wave's gone.
All things really going for G2. Of course, since Levi used his smite to go for that crab, they knew they were going to get that dragon afterwards. And Levi, after covering this side, trying to put a stop to broken
바위가 근데 너무 영향력이 없는데요? 바위가 이번 MSI에서 승률이 0%인 것 같은데? 바위 has like a 0% win rate on this MSI, I think.
Having an item and not. Broken Blade just feeling so much more powerful than this
What was that,
Aatrox.
Q-Riff?
Goes
I don't even
all
know.
out, provides himself an exit route here.
He
as
saw the
now
Vi and
Whirlwind
still committing.
is
Broken
popped.
Blade is
Broken
crazy.
Blade trying to use the Pathmaker.
Vi-
That
Viego
means
is
the Vi
coming here.
ulti has the opportunity to go back in, but Scumon's also here. Broken Blade with another shield. GAM finds the first kill, but now Kiaya's got to make sure he doesn't fall. Scumon with the defensive ulti back over the
You
wall.
literally
To
saw the
escape.
vibe 3 seconds ago and you
Get
go
their
back in!
first
What are you
kill of the
doing?
game, punishing Broken Blade.
Literally 3 seconds ago? Does he have a goldfish memory? Like, what is going on, bro?
But it was not a 1v1. Levi had just
아니 방금
been
3초
on the
전에
top side.
바위가 보였는데 탑에서
respect it, but now
CS 먹고 있었는데
Immediate flash
저걸
on the wall as LeBron with a
갑자기
nice
저거를
up
그
dive
어?
forces the
들어가면
summoner's
어떡하냐고.
spell out of the otherwise immobile mid laner of GAM. But this
man,
whole
GAM's gonna
time,
get
because
bought, like,
Labrov and
what?
Hans were
Where's the
rotated
power
up
for
to the top
free
side of the
then?
map towards all this scrapping, it meant that Artemis and Elio
Oh
could get the
my
bottom
gosh,
lane
like
turret
all that
first.
positive
That's gonna
gameplay
give them
gone.
first turret
All that
credit.
lead
So
gone.
now
Look at
we're in
that.
a contest for those boots.
200
It's 2
gold
kills for
only.
GAM or 1 kill for G2 to earn
Wait,
them,
no.
as Hans Sama is
What do you
at least
mean?
gonna retake the gold lead,
300
taking
gold
down the
now.
tier 1 turret in top side.
I mean, GAM was like ahead and then they got power and now it's G2 ahead a little bit. That's crazy.
also done for Cap. So they're trying to find some picks for themselves.
폭을 먹고 궁 써서 라인만 못 먹게 하고 빠지기만 했어도 이득이었다. 오, 비고가 그리고 이 캡도 먹고 있었는데 Viego was grabbing caps. He didn't want to fight this. He wanted to grab blue buff here.
He's the first jungler to
Like
arrive.
Viego's like trying to chillax and then
Completed there from Broken Blade.
he started going towards the top laner when he realized he's
Whenever we
fighting.
come back from those replays, I always have to just like take a deep breath because I never know if the teams are instantly going to be fighting. We've seen such aggressive plays from both teams so far in this series, and now it's G2.
Yeah,
with
that
the
was
Rift Herald
Broken
having only
Blade's
just
fault for
spawned,
fighting?
with
Yeah,
control over the
100%,
topside river. Scumon and
unfortunately.
Caps going after the objective. Elio and Artemis stepping up here towards Hans and Labrov, but this Tom Kench is such a great denial pick against Vi.
Ooh, good objective control from Scumon
Their
though.
duo over early and sacrificed
Another
their
objective
bottom lane.
secure for
They have all
G2.
those deep wards laying behind too to try and see where GAM were moving up. But
아니 용 2개 챙기고 공호충 3개 챙기고 지금 전령까지 챙겨줬어
the
정글이.
objective as well.
I think Levi definitely is getting
Where do we go from here, Mr. Kobe? Because
out
G2
jungled this
still
game
have a lead
by
in pretty much every
Scumon
direction.
though. I still think that
would say Rift Herald towards
Scumon's
mid-tower. It's not quite
is
going to get
playing
it right
quite
now.
well.
But
Yes.
using that
This
thing,
game.
it already is fairly low.
Rob gets,
I say
rooted
that,
up
and
there,
the
but
Levi?
Seraphine forced to flash out. Now they're ready to follow it, but that's a Seraphine ulti.
They're committing really hard.
Tom Kench, he gets away
He's
with
gonna
a
get
missile dive. A
rendered.
little more
Rend.
damage is
No,
still
he didn't.
required. Levi's still
Oh.
coming in finally. Artemis
Rest in
secures the
peace.
kill. GAM spent a lot, but they got what they paid for.
Yeah, Labrov going
That
into
took forever
dangerous
to kill
waters there
Tom
to try
Kench
and get
though.
more
Tom Kench is like
replaced
building.
vision up in the
Look at Tom
jungle,
Kench is
but
building
GAM just
Hearthstone.
snaps shut. They're not gonna let that go through.
Are
They're
you
not
sure you're
gonna
gonna go
let that
Hearthstone
fly.
into the comp? I guess it's
Seraphine
not too
ult
bad.
by ult. Well
Tom
used
Kench's
there.
10 봐봐. 저 서폿이야?
Venus flytrap.
어쩐지 왜 이렇게 안
Not
죽나
gonna
했어.
let that frog in there.
I was wondering why he's not dying, guys.
Kiaya.
Look at the Tom
He
Kench.
gets to farm this big wave.
That
That's
is
good.
no support
Picking
items.
up a little bit of extra money, trying to continue building
He should
that
do the
lead,
feviknight
make
build,
sure
more
that
monks.
he's a side lane threat.
Support.
This is the guy. This is the win
Hearts
condition
steal.
in so many GAM games. He
Never
drops
mind.
the Aatrox
Sounds
in
terrible.
game number 5. We know that
I go
this is a
Deadmans
character
into
that can
Warmonks, but
1v9 if he gets fed.
Deadmans on
and
Tom
I'm
Kench
pretty
sounds
sure
bad.
GAM wants him to be able to do that.
And there is going to be tons of healing on this team, since they do have the double Sundered Skies, plus Aatrox himself, plus Blade of Ruin King for Kalista, plus the Seraphine on their team. Seraphine plus
CY, I
Orianna
thought you were
Shield,
going to
so
bed.
Lots of synergistic team fighting for them. On the other side, of course,
CY said he's going to bed, and then he's like, oh, the game's over, 2-0, go to bed.
Also going to add the enchanting to his team.
Now look what happened. 2-0 to
Even
2-2.
if it was delayed by LeBron going down for the vision, they still pull it off. They still get their goal.
Can he get the Herald down to the turret?
Whoa!
Nice drifting from Skumon there, crashing the Herald into the tier 1 turret.
Driver's license acquired, guys.
Well. G2.
We forget about the Nunu game.
Gam's not going to let him just take this third
forget about the
game,
Nunu game.
Gam ready to move up and try to fight. They've caught
Caps!
He's in some danger. Cone gets him away. G2 mid laner at half HP. Dragon resetting and losing patience.
Just didn't even use anything, so Caps is going to be uncomfortable. He did get a little of HP back,
apply a little bit of pressure. The Dragon down to half. Attacking Gam now, putting a little bit of damage into the health bars. Broken Blade got a lot of spears in his back.
Artemis doing a lot of damage here.
Himself. But remember, if he goes
I feel like damage gap
he
between the two teams.
Yeah,
just give the dragon. You already have 2 dragons. You're gonna lose the game. You're gonna lose the game for a 3rd dragon. That is so great. Oh my, that's well played by Broken Blade. Good W. Wow, Broken Blade. W 반응 좋았어요.
Used to take down their mid tower. Not only
the
do they get
Bufferia
the objective by forcing them out, they also can turn it into some gold as well.
That is a mid tower
Gam
now.
about to tie this game up. It is 3 turrets to 3, 2 drakes to 1. Still 2 kills to 2. The next kill determines the boots. It's a battle for the boots.
Battle for the boots.
Battle for the
their
boots.
Team fight is looking good for Gam.
Feet of warfare.
Very scary for G2 to
Secures
go into,
for
especially since Caps no flash.
2
Gam,
and 2.
They put their sights on him, even though they didn't get the kill onto the Annie. Getting the flash
퍼블 타워는
taking
G2가
away
먹었고.
the key summoner spell for the key player on G2.
아니, 퍼블 타워는 감히 소치가 먹었지.
Key item about to be completed here in the mid
G2는
lane
저걸
for
먹었잖아.
Gam. Eris nearly has the fully charged Seraph's Embrace, needs to cast another spell or 2, and then that extra shield could very well be the difference between a full burst combo
Caps
and a
doesn't
Viego
flash,
reset,
so
or
Lavrov
barely
is
staying
babysitting
alive,
him.
hanging on for that
To make sure he doesn't get caught out, huh?
to keep you alive and keep the fight going. Once
I'm actually scared for Lavrov getting caught out.
Feeling more comfortable as Kiaya and Broken
I mean,
Blade
like,
are
look
set
at
up
his
here
sums.
in the
He doesn't
bottom
have
lane.
flash, so he
Kiaya
changes
with
to
his
heal.
Sundered Sky, now feeling a
I think
lot
he should
better
go on
about
cleanse or
that
something.
1v1
Oh,
against the
he's going
Gauntlet
ghost.
of the Cassante, of Broken Blade. Otacon spawning, as you can see in the bottom right part of your screen. He is in the top side of the map this game.
He's just straight up using ghosts really quickly.
It's a 100 gold difference. It doesn't even matter. Both these teams ready to go. Nice interrupt there on the Q3.
He just straight up used ghosts to stack his spellbook? That's crazy.
Levi just jumps over
I would have saved it for fights.
immediately, but it's only LeBron waiting on him. Now it might be trouble for Gam. Levi has to try to retreat back over the wall.
Artemis just jumping over the wall, jumping back over the wall, jumping over the wall, jumping over the wall. 너 줄넘기야
Levi
뭐야?
does not have a fearful bone in his body.
Yes, he does not. He
More
is all in all the time, constantly looking for plays, playing with fire.
This man.
Yeah, but
Artemis needs to be stopped.
Escape.
Senna's scaling pretty well though. Hansama hasn't died that much. I think he didn't die at all actually. 0 kills, 0 deaths.
He's so strong on this Viego. He's soloing
Scaling?
down the Otacon for a little while. It's down to 30% HP when Caps
0-0-0 Senna.
easily.
근데 이렇게 그냥 무난하게 가면은 세나가 훨씬 좋지.
Although the gold is as close as it is, now if we look at the total amount
세나가
of
좋아요.
power
왜냐면 이게
claimed by G2,
지금 11레벨 꼬면. I mean, the thing is, Senna is down a kill, but look at that. He's actually ahead in gold. 17 gold.
Plus, you see the level
17골드 차이. 세나가 패시브로 골드도 먹거든요.
on the team right now,
패시브
and Caps
스택으로
finishing the magic penetration here
사거리도
for
길어지고 막 여러 가지
Plus
좋은 점이
Malignance
많지만
for the Annie.
50 stacks is
Flash is still
actually
on
not bad.
cooldown, so
21
still doesn't have the big
minutes.
playmaking, but
Hansama
yeah,
really
Gam
enjoys
make the
Senna.
call. Just keep
He has
on
a choice
farming for
to
themselves.
play
They
like
wanna get
Ezreal
to
and all
their
these other
big
champions,
synergy
but he
5-on-5
always lucky the
fights.
Senna here.
Make use of all their shields and healing.
I feel like this is by far the
How
slowest
is G2
game
stressing me
we
out
have
right now?
today.
This is 2-0
Both
before I sleep.
teams know what's
I
on
told
the
you,
line. The
I
fact
told
that
you you
this-
shouldn't
we
sleep.
had Otacon
If you go to
claimed before
sleep,
the Empowered
they're gonna
boost.
start losing.
That
That's
is how
right.
few kills are in this game. As neither
It
side
always works
wants
like that
to
in
make
sports.
that fatal mistake
The
that
moment
doesn't
you look
just
away.
end the game, that doesn't just end the series, that ends their run. At
실명은 칼리보다
MSI.
CS도 밀린다.
Still the 3 grubs, for G2, gives them that extra pushing power. Again, we go back to the first 2 games that G2 won. It was a macro diff. It was
holy shit, GAM really turntable? I don't know.
Trades,
it's GAM time, I guess.
And
like,
if G2 even takes
Artemis and Elio just
they will have so much more pushing power.
Completely stumped me. And then Caps fell asleep game 3, game 4. Broken Blade just running it as usual. Skewmon with the Nunu. Disco Nunu fucking running it down mid.
Just got alerted from stats. G2 pedal advantage currently.
I mean, this game is really close though. This game is super close.
Worth of stats.
Is that per player or is that for the whole team?
If you converted them, they said it was for the team.
Okay. Broken Blade about to walk right into the waiting arms
huh?
of GAM, but now he's ready to go all out. It doesn't work though. A nice buffer
Whoa!
from Levi to get away from
No, but Tom Kench is really tanky though. Tom Kench is super tanky. Flash. Yup. Oh, GAM actually played that super well with Kalista ulti, but they couldn't actually lock down and kill. 칼리스타도 궁 되게 잘 썼고 엘리오 세라핀도 좋았거든. 이거 지금 바이가 플래시는 빠졌어도 궁은 있습니다. Bai does have ulti, Bai doesn't have flash though. So they can go back in. GAM can contest this because GAM actually has Bai ulti with Orianna ulti.
G2 with control over this bot side river now.
오리아나가 근데 궁을 잘 써야 되겠는데? Orianna ult is gonna be super important that day.
It is also 500 gold per player with those flowers. It's about a 3,000 gold lead in effective stats for G2.
They might just give this actually.
Yeah, that makes more
They
sense.
might just give it.
That's a lot.
Oh, they're not.
That's a lot of power.
They're not giving. They're not giving. Soul points. They don't want to give soul point.
G2 running out of a little bit of steam there.
Oh, G2 is giving it.
Him has to retreat.
Okay.
Should be the objective
okay.
win there for GAM then.
Yeah, and the timer favors GAM here as
sure.
well. 24 minutes and 15 seconds on the
Vi
clock.
Orianna ulti? Kinda scary.
G2 to try to trade something.
세라핀 궁이랑 칼리스타 궁 빠진 거라서 나는 할만할 거인 줄 알았는데 I thought they could do it because Seraphine and Kalista are ulti, but I guess they just want to keep scaling with Senna. They want to keep scaling. Almost 60 stacks for Senna.
In adaptive force for G2 through those. Second items completed in a lot of different spots now. You already mentioned the Void Staff for Caps. We have Leandries for Eris. Unending Despair on Broken Blade. Shojin on Kiaya.
I want to point out too, with the Otacon,
58 stacks now for Hansama. 58 stacks.
When you're running the Annie Viego
Senna 58 스택.
to try and grab one of those kills really quickly.
Senna's gonna start doing some massive damage. Level 13 now. 13렙. 지금 원딜 2렙 차이 나기 시작했죠. Kalista was unable to grab a couple kills in the early game. Kalista had chances. Skill shot did not connect in the mid lane and then also in the bot lane. 2v2. Skill shots were not connecting. So now, the scaling champ has scaled. We'll have to watch what's gonna happen now though.
It's like watching a really
Still
dramatic
depends on how the team fight turns out. 서로 바로 버스는 된다고? Bro! They're gonna lock down Skibble! Tom Kench ate it though! Tom Kench ate it! Oh, the heal, the heal. Oh, the engage, the re-engage.
Another fight,
and he's not there though. Caps is pushing bot lane. Caps is gonna connect the TP. 그러니까 이게 애니가 텔포를 사면은 좋았을 텐데 텔포와드가 뒤로 가는 텔포와드가 없었는데. There was no good TP ward, so they're just gonna swap it into the bot lane push.
Exactly, they did.
No Seraphine ult to worry about, no Vi ult to worry about. So I think they just grabbed this.
The opportunity to take the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. The play ultimately favors G2.
6 skirmish fight with no results.
It cost the Tom Kench ulti. It cost Han Flash, but that's resources in G2.
Both teams are playing so safe, you know? Game 4, Game 4, Game 3, Game 4, like Game 2, Game 1, like they were just perma fighting like solo queue. Fight, you know? But like now they're just playing so safe.
But GAM are not going to give them an opportunity to fight.
그러니까 뭔가 적당히 하고 서로 끝까지는 안 싸우는 느낌? 뭐 지금 게임 터지고 게임 질 수 있으니까. Because right now they lose a fight, they could lose the game, they go home. So both teams know that.
that
they
champion
don't
is
want to
hard
overcommit to a
pick
fight.
off, especially if the Tom Kench is hovering. If
So
LeBron
when they
is
think,
close by.
okay, maybe we shouldn't contest this dragon so much.
There is grievous
Nexus
wounds
for
on
dragon,
two
probably not a
champions
good trade,
on the
right?
side of G2. However,
Give the
it
dragon.
is not proactive grievous wounds.
Oh,
it is only
they
reactive grievous wounds.
got our
Both are bramble vests.
spells.
If
Okay,
those
give them the
champions
bot
are not
power,
being
you know?
attacked,
Same
it
thing
does
for
not
GAM.
matter. Hansama, though, does have executioners
GAM
to
might
try
have
to
to.
apply that debuff. Levi, ball breaker over the wall, trying to stay safe
not
as
too bad. I
G2
think Levi
invades
just got
the
out.
jungle of GAM.
2-level gap from
And it
Skewmon
feels
though.
like G2 are
Skewmon
fully in the
and
driver's seat
Hansama.
right now. They're the ones
ahead in
looking
levels.
for opportunities. They're the
와
ones
근데 이게
trying to catch
정글에서
They're
레벨
the
차이가 또
ones
많이
with
나기
the
시작했죠.
Senna constantly
Remember,
stacking
Levi
here.
was like 3
You
levels
definitely
ahead
see
of
the effects,
Skewmon
though,
last
of the
game.
nerf not
Now
stacking,
we see
quite
Skewmon
as fast, for
2
sure.
levels ahead of Levi.
Only 76
Last
stacks
game
there
3
for
level,
Hansama,
this game 2 level
but
on the other
will
side.
continue to accrue
Broken Blade and Kiaya
that
are
range,
even
that power here
pretty much.
to add more
Although
options
Kiaya
to
is
their play.
ahead in gold
Later on,
from
Caps, of
grabbing all
course,
the
in the
turret
side
playing
lane
gold in
once
lane
again.
and then also being ahead in TS. 전체적으로 보면은 근데 서로 조합이 할만하지 않을까? 1000골드 가지고는
It's 28.5 minutes.
막
No one
달라지진
has
않을 것
empowered
같아서.
boots.
Every
yet
high
in the
is a
game.
fly.
And because they split dragons 2-2, this next one isn't even the critical dragon. So
yeah,
if they feel like they have a bad approach, a bad angle to the fight,
you don't have to go.
Exactly, they don't have to go. They don't have to full send on this one. So we could be in for a lot more lulls.
Okay, Skewmon gonna step up again. The harrowing path allowing him to approach close enough to see what GAM is doing without putting himself
We'll have
in
to
mortal
think about
danger.
this, but who's
Death
gonna
ball for
keep?
both
Who's
teams
gonna
here in
win
mid
later
lane.
on?
The pressure is just
Skewmon
so
is
big in an
60.
elimination match here on the international stage. You don't want to be the one
아니 잠시만
to make
비에고
the critical
16렙 찍었는데
mistake,
바이 13렙이야 레전드.
but you also have to have
16 went by as level
if an
13.
opportunity
Wow.
exposes itself to pull the trigger, to go
아직도 경기
for the
중이라고.
kill.
그나마 우리 오늘은 새벽 4시에 경기가 있는 건 아니. Finally, the feat of warfare is over. I think that's Baron. That's Baron as well. Huh? 이러면은 바론도 가서 되는 거 아니야? They're gonna go for just dragon? I guess Baron is like too risky. Like, what if Vi steals it? 바론 갔다가 바이가 스틸하면은 난리 나니까 그냥 용이나 하자 이런 건가?
That is the second longest
I guess it
timer
makes
to claim
sense.
the blessing of Noxus, which is the boots, across all Tier 1 regions in Split 2. The longest one was 31 minutes, but we don't have time for that. Caps has been caught out. Levi goes in for him, but LeBron
Is Caps caught out or is Levi caught out? Call the ambulance, but not for me. Oh, that's GG. 와, 탐켄치가 그냥 히트다 진짜로. 탐켄치 is broken. Direct counter divide. What the hell? That normally would have been a free kill onto Annie, by the way. You know, Vi ulti for combo. What was that? I mean, they were trying to stop the Baron and like cash out Caps because there were 2 people were doing Dragon, by the way. Skewmon was down doing Dragon. Yeah, that's GG, guys.
Lots of extra standing gold. Secondary
I
towers
think the
in
time
mid
is
and top
over for
side
GAM.
for them to go take. Here's another look at it. Is Lebrov to start it out as they were hitting Baron and
G2 was like, call an ambulance,
up,
but not for me.
But as you called out, Lebrov is there.
And
so
he
they
just
Caps up,
look at Caps.
and then with
Boom.
teleports coming in, look at that
Wow.
boom. Finds the full stun on 3. And they just
Angry
combo
Caps.
all of it.
Holy moly. 한타 하기 전에 바짝 쫄아서 이미 게임이 져있다고. 빡세긴 해 근데 조합이. 왜냐면 이렇게 한타를 하려고 막 저렇게 박아도 탐켄치가 먹잖아? 그 다음에 이제 애니랑 비에고 너무 잘 커가지고 뭔지 알겠죠? 그러니까 이게 애초에 초반에 세라핀 칼리스타가 엄청 잘 커야 되는데 무난하게 가니까 세나 탐켄치가 그냥 밸류 자체가 너무 좋아. 탐켄치 잡는 데 너무 오래 걸리고 그렇다고 탐켄치 포커싱 안 하고 다른 애 포커싱 하면 탐켄치가 살리고.
Ooh, and another whiff on the Seraphine ulti there from Elio. GAM
Elio
has not
tilted.
found a lot of value out of those so
The
far.
skill
This
shots
game,
are
it feels
not
like
connecting.
most of GAM's engaged
Elio's
attempts
skill shot
have
game
been
5
on the
are
little
not
block
connecting.
Tom Kench trying to
I
shut
might
down
have cursed
that
the
jail
GAM
free card,
a little
but
bit,
he's just
maybe.
so tanky.
Maybe I did.
Yeah, G2 with the Baron buff. They just get the split going. They're going to get the 4-1, claiming this goal.
G2's just
closing
literally
in slowly but surely. Huge.
They keep making it to the next stage.
Oh,
I don't
nice
even know.
from Skewmond. He immediately
comes out.
responds with a heartbreaker to get away, and Eris gonna get dove now.
Eris is dead.
Is tired of waiting, and
Big shields and heals though. Okay, they go out for now. GAM are just bleeding, yeah. This might be it, guys. Can they survive? Can they clear the wave? Maybe.
32 minutes and 45
Okay.
seconds into the game.
Not over yet.
Those will remain dead.
One more
well
time, one more
past the
time.
timer for what'll be Mountain Soul for G2.
충격파가 근데 진짜 마사지파가 됐어. 왜 이렇게 약해? 역대급으로 안 아픈 우리 안 아고 뭔가인데요. 감히 무신나 월드 프린 통과하는 거 보고 싶긴 하네. 그러니까 나 진짜 감을 좀 응원하긴 시작했는데 마지막에 5경기 진짜 초반에 스키샷이 너무 안 맞았어 진짜. 칼리 세라핀이 훨씬 더 빡세게 밀어붙였어요. 그리고 아무리 봐도 칼리 바이가 너프를 또 먹어서 그런지 이번 패치 너프를 또 먹었거든. 칼리스타 바이 also got nerfed again this patch. And I feel like it might be not a good pick. I know it's too early to say that because we haven't seen like Genji or T1 play it or AL, BLG. Maybe it's not as good as before. If you guys don't know, in LCK, like Vi and Kalista were perma banned on red side. Every single game, Vi ban, Kalista ban, Vi ban, Kalista ban, Vi ban, Kalista ban. It was that broken. But for MSI, Riot nerfed it again, just so we don't see Kalista Vi every game. 제발 라인 들어갈 때 천천히. 생각보다 한국 분들이 근데 G2를 응원하는 팀들이 되게 많구나. 네, 응원하는 분들이 되게 많은 것 같아. G2 정감이 가는 거긴 해. G2 go to airport is greater than GAM time? Not over yet, guys. There could still be a miracle. Oh, Levi is getting called out. Ooh, that's a good Kalista ulti. Artemis just doesn't. Oh, Senna just free damage. GG. I mean, like, they literally dodge everything, but it doesn't matter. And like, if they don't fight here, they're just gonna lose inhibitor, third inhibitor, and they just lose the game from that, by the way. No, Levi, don't be tilted! Oh my gosh. They tried, I think, but I cursed them. Good job, G2. They pulled it through. Holy, if they play like this, though, I'm a little bit worried. They have to play into Genji now? G2?
In game 5.
07.
Move on.
What a series.
This G2 into Genji is gonna be the fastest series
when they have to
ever.
When you gotta stand up, when your back's against
They're
the
about
wall,
to,
when it's win or go
you know,
home,
1647.
G2 are not ready to end their trip to MSI just yet.
It's about to be broken.
And they have some scary opponents ahead of them in the main stage.
We might see a 13-minute game.
This was the first health bar on the boss. The second form.
늦게 이게 주작이다 그러니까.
Far tougher.
이거 뷰어십을 위한 퍼포먼스가 아니었가라는 생각을 하기는 좀 뭐 그렇긴 해 근데.
From GAM as well.
Taking
G2 all the way
GAM
to
time.
5 games.
Try
Coming this
GAM.
close to achieving the main stage themselves. A
G2
powerful
fan.
performance.
Talks again. G2 fan in the chat. Oh, not in the chat. In the crowd.
These players.
박수!
Show no fear.
Good try, good
Pushing
try,
G2 to
good
5
try.
games. Round of applause.
까비요,
Well
까비요.
fought.
그래도 진짜 최선을 G2 상대로 이렇게까지 어?
Valiant defeat.
와일드카드 팀이 이렇게까지
I can only hope
잘한
we see him
거는
again
처음
in future
아닌가.
international events. Always
라고 하기에는 퓨리아도 며칠 전에 퓨리아도 브라질 팀도 G2를 거의 꺾었었는데 G2 literally almost lost to Brazil and they almost lost to Vietnam. It was really close.
We're gonna have a
It
one-day
was really
break,
close.
Kobe, and then we're on to the maiden stage. And guess what? This
It's
is
gonna be a
MSI
massacre
2025.
XD?
It's only best of fives.
I like the sound of that. What a format.
Chobi is just gonna fucking chomp on everybody. Chobi Canyon,
Here's a look at the damage
Ruler,
dealt there. That scaling
Key and Duro.
Senna. The Cassante as well with
Everybody,
a lot of the combat
all
bets
7 for
they
G2.
got to exchange.
Yeah, a lot of the Cassante damage
G2
is
has
just
some,
him and Aatrox
this type of
slapping each
player.
other back and forth
I mean,
in
this
that
type of
side
plays
lane,
are not
even
gonna
though
work
the
into
number looks
Genji. I'm
really
not gonna
low
lie.
there at 8K, I have to compliment Skumon
Not gonna
on
lie.
this Viego. He was
That's
the
gonna
one
be a
who got
total
the first kill
slaughter.
in mid
It's
lane,
gonna be a
got the
massacre.
follow-up kill up there in top lane, was constantly
It's
using
your
the harrowing
fault.
path to scout throughout the game, and now with
아니,
the dust
감사합니다,
settled,
시즈.
with
Thank
G2
you.
victorious,
Thank you,
we're
very
joining
감사해요.
Dracos and Broken Blade for the Verizon post-game
Yes.
interview.
Interview time.
Thank you very much, Flowers. Vancouver, please, one more time. Give it up for Skumon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brother,
Skumon.
a heroic effort today.
Yeah.
It looked like it might be that clean 3-0, but you had to bring it back. Talk to me about that Viego
Perfect playing
picking
too.
game
Oh
five.
yeah,
The
my prediction is
confidence to
perfect
not
too,
only pull it
actually.
out, to build crit.
Predictions
the
have been safe.
trust in yourself you showed. What was
Yeah.
going through your head?
I mean, definitely it was such a long series. I don't even remember the first game, to be honest. I just know that I messed up so many early games, but I'm pretty happy that I got the confidence to just pick the Viego in the end, and I'm pretty happy with my performance in this game 5. So yeah, I'm just like really.
He
happy with
doesn't
the
even
win, and I'm
remember
so
game
excited for
game
what,
1.
happening
What happened
next.
in game 1?
Yeah, you talked with Sheep Esports early in the tournament about progress, the time kind of growing.
말을 왜 이렇게
Talking
빨라
about what
그러니까.
the tournament started like for you
거의
compared to
속사포
how you're
랩인데?
playing now. Have you seen that improvement already?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm way more confident on stage right now, and I think that I'm still making some silly mistakes, but I think that as a team, when I'm seeing the evolution, when I'm watching our first best of 5 against Furia, I think that we're playing way more together, and I think that if you can keep this composure,
퓨리아
I'm pretty
전보다
confident
그래도
that we can win against
나아졌다고
a lot of good
얘기하네요.
teams.
Now you're no
퓨리아랑
stranger
했던 것도
to a big
옷각이긴
stage.
하지만 그때 경기 내용이랑 지금 내용이랑 그래도 1경기, 2경기는
But this is the
G2가
first
많이
time
올라
you've gone
진짜
international.
완전
The first
좋은
time you
플레이를
played in
많이
front of an
보여주긴 했거든.
international crowd
3,
against
4경기가
international
문제지.
opponents. How has that experience been? How has it been different from what you experienced domestically?
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm just loving it. I'm just so happy that, obviously, like since we didn't win LEC, I think the best thing that could happen to us was go to the through the play-ins, and I think that since we won,
그래서
I'm
LEC를
very
이기지
confident that we
않았기
can bring
때문에
some, good
플레이에서
performances. And yeah, I mean, like so far I'm just like so happy, and I just hope that we will be able to play against the other best team in the world. Like we already played against BLG, we got stomped really hard. It's fine. I think that
그래서
we took some
플레이도
good lessons from
그렇고
this best of 5. So I'm just really looking forward and hopefully play against the best teams.
Well, you
right.
are. You're playing against Genji.
이렇게
If GAM had won, there would have been a flip, but with G2, there's
BLG
only one
같은
possible
세계 최정상 팀이랑 할 수 있어서 좋다고 하는데 인터뷰어가 젠지를 상대하기 때문에 최정상 팀을 이제 상대할 예정이라고 얘기하네요.
I mean,
젠지.
it's such a dream for me to play against such a big player like Canyon, who has been consistent
꿈이라고
for like more
하네요.
than 5 years.
캐니언
World
선수처럼
champion, MSI champion. Like I'm just hope that I'll be able to
캐니언
perform
선수
good against
같은
him, against him particularly. And yeah, I mean,
사람을 상대할
I
수
just hope that I'll be
있다니
able to show
꿈이라고
that
하네요.
I
그런
can actually
점들을.
compete against the best jungler in the world.
Hope you can show that as well. What's next? You have a little bit of time, a lot of things to focus on. What's the next big task for G2 so you can come in ready to face Genji?
I mean, for now, have a bit of rest after this long series. I think.
Yeah, resting sounds
and yeah, I mean, I
important.
just hope that we'll bring more consistency into the series
자
because I think
이제는
that today,
이제
obviously,
가서 좀
I don't
휴식을
think it should have
취하고
went five games. I think we
여기에서
played
5경
pretty
경기가
poor in
나오면 안
the
됐기
later
때문에
games, besides the game 5,
가서
so I just hope that we'll be able to bring this consistency and also like bring some creativity.
What
in the league.
consistency?
My new
What
league, I didn't
consistency?
really know, I'm pretty sad, but maybe I can pick
It's
it
the
into
opposite
Genji
of
next week, so
consistency, my
I'm
guy.
looking forward for this.
Sounds like Vancouver wants to see you pick
선생님.
Nunu into Genji, so there might be a bit of peer pressure. when we get to that series.
I'm ready.
Skewmon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congrats again on making out of play-ins. Vancouver, please, one more time for Skewmon and G2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's almost 2 p.m. in Korea.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, the brackets!
They
T1!
made it in the end. I'm just
T1,
thinking about all the
T1,
European fans who
T1,
stayed up for this. They are rewarded.
Genji,
all of you guys
Genji
are
and
waking
G2.
up right now to the good news.
아니
Honestly, I'm
젠지
so
G2
happy
왜
for
이렇게
you guys.
불쌍하냐
G2 made it,
G2가.
but
I feel so bad for
It
G2,
was
but honestly,
very
roller
scary.
coaster.
Yeah.
at least they made it, guys.
Especially the final
At least
game,
they made
the
it.
tension that was there, the fact that we hadn't gotten defeats for so long.
Korea
in that
BLG
game,
as well.
it was
EU is
honestly
so
both teams
doomed.
really scared.
Holy.
Playing scared, but also because there were so many stakes on the line.
I mean, it comes down to nerves in moments like this.
Yo 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 yo
I
yo.
do think you could really see how GAM
Flycos
kind of
has it
bottled
nice,
up
though.
and lost their identity a little bit in that.
No wait,
last game.
Flycos into
G2
AL. What am I
were playing
saying?
a bit more
I thought they went
confident.
into
They were
CFO.
playing towards their
I'm
renditions. They
tired.
knew
I'm
that we at the
tired.
Senna
Yeah,
were
T1
performing
has
really
it
well.
nice.
They were getting
T1
up in
CFO.
experience.
That's nice.
They were doing what they needed to do,
Yes.
and they were dependent on the man in the mid lane, Caps, to find the picks. He's the one that finds
Goodbye,
the Aatrox and gets
FlyQuest.
them the feats. He's the one that finds
AL.
the 3-man stun with the
Good
W
luck.
in the river over by the Baron.
Bye.
So
Bye,
impressive.
NA.
The
Near airport.
consistent leads he had
Bye,
this
G2.
tournament,
Go to
especially
airport.
this game, this
Bye, Koi.
series, was the reason he
Bye.
dragged this team to be able to get the win. It really felt like that. I was given this sign yesterday by a fan about, you know, booking G2's flights home. I kept on to it just in case. We don't need it anymore. Because they're now on to the next
Maybe
round.
in a couple of days.
Okay.
A few more days. Maybe we can take that up. Maybe we can
I
hold
mean,
on
will
to
there
it.
even be a
Of course,
stream
with
or are you
G2
taking tomorrow
qualifying,
off?
it means that GAM's
I'm
road
gonna take tomorrow
ends
off
here,
probably.
but shout out to the team.
Unless you
shout
wanna
out
see
to
my
the players,
boredom.
Shout out to the fans also who've been cheering
Yes.
for them.
Is there something
all
wrong with that on
series
board?
long. It's been a
I think I'm
difficult
gonna
series,
take
but
off
I'm really
tomorrow though. I
admirative
need
of
to
the
sleep.
showing
I
they
need to
had here.
sleep. I'm not getting enough
They
sleep.
are a team that anytime they come to an event like
Anyways,
this,
this is Roaching Everybody.
force
Now that we
you
watched
to
the interview, I
believe
think
in
it's time to go.
They
저는 이만
always
여기까지
give
하도록
you a reason
하겠습니다.
to believe in
다들
the
좋은
underdogs
하루
at
되시고요.
all
Have a good
points.
rest of the
And
day, night, evening,
tournament,
morning,
honestly,
afternoon.
this play-ins
Whatever time it is
was
in
a
country,
lot of
guys.
that. All
I'll
stages
catch you
we
guys for
didn't
the
believe in
bracket
them,
stage, which
especially
is
when they-
starting
like when they hit fourth seed
in
with
2 days.
their region.
So
we didn't
tomorrow,
believe in them.
no
And then they
games.
push us to a
Next day,
game
games.
5.
그래서
You have to
내일은
step
경기가
up to these
없고요.
players.
내일 모레
Yeah, absolutely.
수요일 날 이제
It is
경기가 있는
heartbreaking,
겁니다.
right? When you get to a game
그래서
5
하루
and you
쉬는
win,
걸로.
it's euphoria.
Bye,
Yeah,
Femi.
it's absolute
Bye.
joy for
I'm gonna go
G2.
take a nap.
The stress
Bye.
can kind of go out of you. You made it through. You can learn your lessons. But for
Goodbye,
GAM,
goodbye,
they made it
goodbye.
that close, and they're done. They're going to be going home, and that is going to be running.